The biggest reason for reading is to get rid of the mediocrity. One day earlier, one more wonderful life. One day later, one more mediocrity. The ideal book is the key to wisdom. Let us use this key of wisdom to open the door of wealth and luck. Share classic books and explore life philosophy. Take you to the ocean of knowledge and climb the peak of life. Talmud. Susie read with you. Talmud Collection, Part 1, Breaking Excuses. 2. Susie accompanies you to read. Before she left, he quickly asked, "Miss, we have several sweaters here that are specially designed for elegant young ladies like you. If you don't like it, please leave your valuable comments so that we can improve it." Hearing this, the lady explained, "Actually, these are all good. I just don't want to wear the same clothes as others." Oh, that's right. She doesn't pursue fashion, but likes to keep her independent personality. Customer. "Miss, please forgive me. I just said that many people like this style, but because of the good quality and high price, not many people buy it. You are the first customer to buy this style these days. Moreover, we don't have much of this style. There are only 10 pieces in total." After his struggles, the lady finally bought the sweater. White gloves. A woman walked into a department store and stood in front of the glove counter for a long time, when a careful female clerk came over and asked enthusiastically, "What kind of gloves do you like?" The lady asked the female clerk, said, "Do you have silver gray gloves here?" The female clerk replied with a smile, "I'm very sorry, this kind of gloves has just sold out, and it will be available in a few days. I suggest you buy white gloves." Facing the sincerity of the female clerk, the woman said, "White is also good. However, white gloves get dirty easily." Yes, white is indeed easy to get dirty. However, white gloves are more eye-catching and match your fashion very well. These white gloves are also popular recently. As long as you wash them often and have a replaceable pair, it will be more convenient. Yes, you can choose 2 pairs. Hearing her words, the lady immediately showed a pleasant smile and happily bought 2 pairs. Coordination. A middle-aged customer ordered a water heater, a new gas stove, and an electronic microwave from Locke and made an appointment to pick up the goods at 8 a.m. the next morning. But the next day, the customer called and told Locke, "I don't want these things anymore." Mr. Locke didn't give up, didn't complain. He drove to his house and asked with a smile, "Why didn't you buy it yesterday? Aren't you happy to talk to me about the benefits of these cookware?" "My wife said I don't need those things, because hot water can be used on the gas stove, and the old gas stove can still be used." "And what about the electronic microwave?" "My wife said that there is an electric stove and a hot pot at home, so why spend so much money?" He continued, "My wife said that she is going to save some money to buy me a car." Mr. Locke interrupted him and asked, "By the way, didn't you just buy a new building?" The customer replies, "Yes." Mr. Locke continued to ask, "It's easy to buy a car with Mr. S financial resources. Why didn't you buy it before?" "At that time, my wife was always worried about my safety, afraid that I would be in danger of driving." "Aren't you worried now?" Having said this, the 2 of them couldn't help laughing. Locke went on to say, "Sir, according to your current status, you really need to buy a car that matches your status. Mercedes-Benz in Germany, Ford in America, Toyota in Japan, 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. Get an 84 or 85. Having a car will not only make you more valuable, but it will also make your business more successful." The middle-aged customer said hesitantly, "Buying a car has been my wish for many years. I don't know which one to buy. You are good at this. Can you help me?" "I don't know much, but I am willing to help you, but the new house, the new car, and the old stove are very inconsistent." After listening to Mr. Locke's conversation, the customer couldn't help but say, "Yes, we also need a water heater, a gas stove, and an electric microwave oven. Please send someone to deliver it to me right away, and also ask a few people to install it for me." "Oh, you have to think about it, don't force yourself, your wife should think about it." Talmud Collection, Part 1, Breaking Excuses. 3. Susie accompanies you to read. "It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter, I have the final say on this matter. I'll leave the rest to you." Real buyer. There was an electric blanket salesman named Babson who went to meet clients many times, sometimes late at night, for a big business. The last time, they talked about being very late, when they came out of the bathroom of the client's house into the corridor, and suddenly heard an old woman say in a low tone, "To be honest, I don't agree. I remember when he first came, there was no look at me and see that I don't even say hello. Why do I have to buy his products? I have lived so many years and have never used an electric blanket, isn't it the same? Expensive, I have no money." Babson was surprised when he heard this, and suddenly realized that this old lady, who he hadn't looked at when he came the day before yesterday, was the real purchase decision maker. He really made a big mistake. Babson regretted that he had wasted so much time and offended the real buyer. In order to save the deal, he decided to send an electric blanket to the old lady. Because he learned from the customer's conversation that there are 20 days left for the old lady's birthday, so he embroidered Fu Rudong Hai, Longevity by Nan Shan on the electric blanket, and presented it to this man who has never used an electric blanket in his life. A well-lived old lady. Needless to say, the old lady will be delighted. But for Babson, he paid money to buy favors. First, he expressed his respect for the elderly, but more importantly, he punished himself and warned himself that he would never be so invisible and blind to Mount Tai in the future. Create a sense of crisis. A Jewish life insurance salesman named Alvin likes to sell to unmarried young people with high incomes. Of course, he knew that these people's favorite refusal words were, "I'm still young, and insurance doesn't work for me." At this time, he would come up with his tricks and get them to buy them willingly. This set of words used by Alvin is creating something out of nothing, creating a sense of crisis. Once, he was pitching insurance to a young man with a salary of $50,000 a year who said, "I don't have any dependents, and I'm not planning to get married anytime soon, so I don't need your insurance. I'm an insurance expert. Frankly speaking, you don't need to buy insurance now, but what I want to ask you is, are you planning to get married?" Alvin said with a smile. "Oh, maybe in 2 years. But that's for later. Even when you get married, you still don't need insurance. Do you know why? Because in case something happens to you, your wife is still young, she can work, and she can remarry. So you don't need insurance during this time. Life insurance. Then I want to ask you again, do you plan to have children in the future? Every couple wants to have kids, so I think there should be kids. When your wife is pregnant, I think you should be insured. Now let's look at the basic principles of life insurance. Anyone who wants to buy life insurance must consider 3 issues. The first is occupation. Your occupation is not a high-risk occupation, so I don't think it's a problem. The second is health. You're healthy now, and that's fine. But after 3 or 4 years, I can't vouch for it, but now let's assume your health has been good, so there is no problem. The third is age. The older you are, the higher the premium when you buy insurance. Usually, for every additional year, the premium increases by 3%. But waiting another 3 years is really not much different. Dude, that's a big difference. If your wife is pregnant within 3 years, and you want to buy life insurance at that time, you will have to pay 9% higher premiums than you do now. If your current income tax rate is 37%, that means you have to make an extra 12% of your annual salary to be able to pay that premium. It doesn't mean you have to pay an extra 9% in the first year, you'll have to work it out. If you buy now, after 3 years, you will still have the same value of insurance, but save more than 12% of the insurance premium every year. I believe that with your hard work, you will achieve something in the future. And I hope to have one more outstanding client so that my business can flourish. So I am willing to design an insurance plan for you now, allowing you to save 12% of excess premiums from now on. The Talmud Part 1, Breaking the Excuse, 4. Susie accompanies you to read. Let me think about it. The role of insurance. Once, Alvin was selling insurance to a client, and before he could speak, the client said, "I'm still young, I've always been in good health, and I don't need insurance." Alvin said calmly, "Sir, this is the reason why I want you to buy insurance now. You are young, healthy, and the premium you pay is relatively low. Everyone can't predict their future. You can know what will happen to you tomorrow. There is a saying, don't be angry when you hear it, the dead in the grave are not the old. In this adjusted and functioning society, it is not the old who go ahead of us. Every day, there are many accidents happening around us. If we suddenly have an accident, can we still be healthy? Young people without health are the most terrifying. How can we face the burden of our family? The young man was very unconvinced and said, "My money is in the bank, and I don't want to buy insurance." Alvin said calmly, "Sir, it's really good to deposit money in the bank and get it back when you need it. But often because when you need money, you won't restrain yourself, so few people do it. Use bank deposits to make up for pensions, but if you deposit money in insurance companies, the situation is different. It can give us long-term planning, and there are reminders and restrictions from insurance companies for annual payment, so it can definitely achieve the purpose of retirement. Besides, we can't guarantee that we will always have money. Maybe we are rich today, but tomorrow we are likely to be poor. There are too many things like this. And life insurance has a different function of preserving value. As long as you sign on the policy word, you have a considerable and constant wealth. Oh, by the way, I just saw your car outside. It is beautiful. Just bought it? I wonder if you have safety insurance. I bought it, and if the car is stolen or hit, the insurance company will pay, the customer said. At this time, Alvin acted by chance and said, "You bought safety insurance for your car in order to be afraid of being stolen and hit. The car is just a means of transportation, just a part of your assets, but you have ignored yourself. Why not buy a spare tire for the family economy now?" The client was persuaded by him and asked, "Then what kind of insurance do you think is the best to buy in my current situation?" In this way, Alvin persuaded a person who thought he didn't need to buy insurance to become his policyholder. Thermal Effect Jewish businessman Pat has been fighting a company for months to sell an air conditioning unit for a 40-story office building, but the final decision on whether to buy or not rests with the buyer's board. One day the board informed Pat that he would once again brief the board members on the condition of the air conditioning system. The hot weather gave him an idea. Instead of answering the director's questions directly, he naturally changed the subject. He said, "It's very hot today, can I take off my coat?" After that, he took out a handkerchief and carefully wiped the sweat dripping from his forehead. His words and his actions immediately aroused the conditioned reflex of the board of directors. They seemed to feel sultry and uncomfortable all of a sudden, taking off their coats one by one, and taking out handkerchiefs one by one to wipe their sweat. Dear directors, I think your company doesn't want to see thermal images of customers who come to the company to negotiate business like me, do you? The air conditioner installed by our company uses the best power-saving device in the world, and the noise is low. It can not only save money for your company, but also bring a comfortable and pleasant feeling to customers who come to your company to negotiate business, so as to make a deal. More business, how good would it be? If all the employees in your company feel sultry because there is no air conditioner, and their clothes are not neat, it will affect the image of your company and the trust of customers in you. Is this appropriate? So far, what plays a key role here is obviously that Pat grasped the characteristics of the environment and time, took advantage of the conditions provided to him by the environment, and adopted a language expression method that is very suitable for the surrounding environment, turning passive into active, take advantage of its unpreparedness, hit its key points, and achieve the predetermined goal. The Talmud, Part 1, Breaking the Excuse, 5. Susie accompanies you to read. Attention to detail, Swati, a computer salesman, offended a customer during a sale, and he didn't even know why. Once, a gentleman named Cerny wanted to buy a computer and made an appointment with Swati to talk in Swati's office at 1:30 p.m. The Mr. Cerny arrived on time, but Swati walked in slowly from outside 20 minutes later. "I'm sorry I'm late. What can I do for you?" Swati said. "You know, if you're in my office doing a sales pitch, I'm not going to get mad about it even if you're late. I can totally use the time to do my own thing. But I'm here to take care of your business. You yourself are late, and this is unforgivable." Mr. Cerny said bluntly. "I'm I'm so sorry, because I'm having lunch at the restaurant across the street, and the service there is so slow, Swati explained hastily. I can't accept your apology. Since you've made an appointment with a client, you shouldn't be late, and you should leave lunch behind instead of your appetite first, Cerny said. The effect of leaving. June Naked is a seasoned salesman. Once, he went to visit a very arrogant general manager. This person has no hobbies, but has a very strong temper. Occasionally go to golf. It is said that even while playing golf, he is arrogant and arrogant. This kind of person is the most troublesome for salesmen, but for this kind of person, Naked is quite confident and visits with a relaxed mood. Hello? I'm Naked. I have made an appointment with the general manager of your company. Please let me know. Naked first introduced Miss Convey. Okay, just a second. Next, Naked was taken into the general manager's room. The general manager was sitting in the swivel chair with his back to Naked, reading the official document. After a long time, he turned around, glanced at Naked, and turned to deal with his official document, looking dismissive. At that moment, Naked thought of a way to deal with the general manager, and he said loudly, "Hello, general manager. I am Naked. You are very busy today. I will visit you another day." As Naked said, he stood up from his chair, and the general manager turned around and was stunned. What did you say? I say goodbye, goodbye. Naked turned and walked towards the door. The other party seemed a little panicked. Hey! What's wrong with you? What are you doing here? And you left as soon as you came. Oh, that's right. Just now, Miss Convey told me that you are very busy, so I specifically asked Miss Convey to give me a minute to say hello to you. Now the task is completed, so I bid you farewell. Thank you, see you another day, bye. With a smile on his face, he walked out of the general manager's room, thanked Miss Convey, and hurried out of the company. It is a very rude behavior to meet with customers and leave as soon as they arrive. However, Naked's move often has unexpected effects on arrogant customers. A few days after his hurried farewell, Naked made a second visit. Hey! Here again, you're an interesting person. Why did you come and leave the other day? That day bothered you. I should have come again to visit. Please sit. Please sit. You are welcome. This time, the arrogant client had a very different attitude from the last time. Category of fan for an hour, Mrs. Gottman was fiddling with each of the fans in front of the street vendor, feeling their texture, smelling them, weighing them, not sure which one to choose. Bundle. Finally, she made up her mind, I want the small one. After paying, she took the fan and went home. The next morning, she stood up in front of the fan seller again angrily. What happened? He asked. Talmud Collection, Part 1, Breaking Excuses, 6. Susie accompanies you to read. She quietly opened the shard in her hand, which was the same fan she had bought yesterday. Did something go wrong? He asked. Give me the money back, she cried. How much did you pay me? A dime. Can you tell me how you use this fan? The words you ask make me feel stupid. Of course I took it and slapped it back and forth in the face. Lady Gottaman, is that what you want to use a fan for a dime? Cried the hawker. That's what a fan for 5 cents is for. A fan you buy for a dime can only be placed in front of you, and you yourself have to shake your head back and forth. Angry Salesman, the god of sales, Impi, has successfully used the celebrity promotion to develop new customers. When Yuan Yiping was 33 years old, his performance was already the first in the country. Maybe some people are satisfied with this, but Yuan Yiping is a person who never admit defeat, and he dreams of achieving greater success. One day, an idea suddenly occurred to him, ask Mitsubishi Bank President Manzo Kasuda to write him a letter of introduction. The clients he introduced must be corporate giants. He was very excited about this, and immediately began to act. First, he went to the company's top business executive. After listening to his plan, the business manager said, your plan is very good. If it can be successful, I will be very happy. Although our company is part of the Mitsubishi Group, there are some things you don't understand. When Mitsubishi invested in our company, Meiji Insurance Company, it was stated that it would never introduce insurance. Therefore, if I ask Chairman Kushida to open a letter of introduction on your behalf, I may be fired tomorrow. But Yuan Yipping's stubborn energy came up, and he vowed not to give up if he didn't achieve his goal. He decides to go to Kushida himself. One morning, it took Yuan Yipping 2 hours to see Mr. Kushida. Kushida immediately asked, "What do you have to do with me?" I'm Hara Ippiai of Meiji Insurance Company. What's the matter with you looking for me? Please do me a favor, the chairman. I'm going to visit Mr. Kyujiro Miyajima, the general manager of Nissan Textile Company. Please write me a letter of introduction. What? Can the insurance thing be introduced? When Yuan Yipping heard the chairman's attack on insurance, he couldn't help but get angry, took a big step forward, and said loudly, "You bastard." Kushida was stunned and took a few steps back. Didn't the company keep telling us that a salesman is a sacred job? You old man are still our chairman. I just said insurance that thing. I will go back to the company immediately and announce to all employees. Yuan Yipping continued to speak loudly. Yuan Yipping rushed out of the door angrily, but it didn't take long for him to regret his impulse. He felt ashamed to stay in Meiji any longer, so he decided to resign. But at this moment, Mr. Kushida, the chairman of the board, called to apologize to him. He used to have a prejudice against insurance. Since he is a senior executive of Meiji Insurance Company, he should not only have a correct view on insurance, but also actively promote insurance. The expansion of the business is right. He praised Yuan Yipping as a dedicated and excellent life insurance salesman. Since then, Mitsubishi Bank has introduced many entrepreneurs with status to Yuan Yipping, and Yuan Yipping's name has also spread rapidly in Mitsubishi Bank. Buy a car. In Chris's car showroom, a middle-aged woman walked in. She said that she just wanted to see the cars here and kill time. She said she wanted to buy a Ford, but the salesman on the street told her to come back to him in an hour. Plus, she told her planned to buy a white coupe Ford, like her cousins. Today is my 55th birthday, and this is a birthday present for myself, she said. Happy birthday, ma'am, Chris said. Then, after explaining a few words to the secretary, she said warmly to her, "Madam, since you are free, please allow me to introduce one of our coupe-style white cars. Talmud Collection, Part 1, Breaking the Excuse, 7. Susie accompanies you to read." Soon the secretary came in and handed Chris a bouquet of roses. "Dear madam, I wish you a boundless long life," Chris said. The woman's eyes were wet. She was moved by Chris's words and deeds, and said with emotion, "It's been a long time since no one sent me flowers." During the small talk, she told Chris about her experience. "That salesman sucks. I figured he must have seen me driving an old car and thought I couldn't afford a new one. While I was looking at the car, the salesman suddenly said he had something to do and told me to wait. He came back and disappeared. So, I came to you." In the end, Chris managed to sell her the coupe white sedan. Sell meat grinders. A snack bar is doing well, so salesman Jebusai wants to sell his meat grinder to the owner. When he walked into the store, the boss was busy making buns, and the lady boss ran out to meet Jebusai and greeted him, but Jebusai didn't seem to want to buy anything, so the lady boss kept busy with her life. Jebusai had been hanging out there for a long time, and in order to break the situation, he decided to talk to the boss about his buns. He chose 10 buns for the boss to wrap for him, bought 2 more, and put them on a plate, and chatted with the boss while eating. "Boss, the buns you made taste very good, and the fillings are not sticky at all. How did you make them? What steamer did you use? And your bean paste fillings are sweet but not greasy. Do you use sugar?" All these questions about steamed buns made the boss's words come to the fore. "Yes, sir, you have good eyesight. When it comes to steamed buns, the filling is the most important thing. You must never mix sugar water directly. You said that the skin of the steamed buns is very good. You are really a connoisseur. Where, your steamed buns are well done, Jebusai said hurriedly. The boss continued, my buns are made one by hand, not by machine. You may know that although the machine presses very quickly, it does not taste as good as handmade. Customers love handmade buns. That's all I can do to keep my customers happy. Speaking of which, the boss suddenly asked, what did you say to my wife just now? Oh, I'm a salesman from a food processing machinery factory. Today I came to buy your buns as a gift for a friend. I saw that you were so busy and wanted to introduce you to a good helper. Oh, the bonsai there, is it your masterpiece too? I can't tell, you love bonsai too. Sir, what exactly is the good helper you just introduced to me? The boss looked anxious. In the end, Jebusai finally got his wish, and the boss felt very happy that he had met a confidant. The success of Jebusai's interviews lies in that he talked about topics of interest to the other party, and the questions he asked were the most familiar and proud of the client, so that the client could not even talk about it. Persistent one day, Johnson went to a chamber of commerce to sell photocopiers. I need to think about it, said the chamber's general affairs secretary. Johnson said thank you, please think about it, and left. The minister was relieved. It didn't take long for Johnson to come again. The minister thought he forgot to take something, but he asked, how are you thinking? Johnson looked at the stunned minister and said, okay, I'll come back next time. About a few minutes later, there was a knock on the door, and the minister's face was puzzled. Johnson appeared in front of him again and asked, have you thought about it? The minister glared at Johnson with terrifying eyes, only to hear Johnson say again, okay, think about it again. After Johnson left, the minister thought anxiously, will that guy come again? I'm very sorry, I'm here again, I wonder if you've made up your mind? The minister held back his fire. The evening was approaching, and Johnson had come 10 times. The minister finally, exhaustedly, agreed to buy it. Why did you decide to buy it? Johnson asked. I was exhausted physically and mentally by your enthusiasm and thick-skinned beyond ordinary people. The minister replied angrily. The Talmud, Part 1, Breaking Excuses, 8. Susie accompanies you to read. Introduce. A depressed young salesman trudged to the sales executive's office and complained to him. He said that he had been engaged in computer sales for a year and a half. At first, it went well, but then it stopped, and he felt that there was no market. The sales executive asked him a few questions, and the young man's answer found that he was ignorant of many prospects, wasting a lot of resources. The sales executive told him, you don't do the whole thing, you just do half of it. Go back to the customers you've sold computers to, and get at least 2 referral lists from each customer. Remember, after you've sold a person, there's nothing more important than asking him to introduce a few names. Also, regardless of the outcome of your interview with a prospect, you can ask them to introduce you to a few friends or relatives. The young man left happily. 6 months later, he returned to the sales executive's office and said excitedly, throughout this time, I have followed one principle, I must get at least 2 introductions from each interviewee, no matter the outcome of the interview. List. Now, I have a list of more than 500 people who are all available for development. How is your performance? I've sold hundreds of computers, the best I've ever achieved as a salesman. Introducing the magic of infinite multipliers that changed my marketing model. Muddle through. Johnny is an American Jewish businessman who has been in business for more than 30 years. He has a lot of research on tax avoidance and evasion techniques in business, and he is very clear about the rules and regulations of the U.S. Customs. There was a time when tariffs on imported women's leather gloves from France were high. In order to make a lot of money, Johnny went to France to buy 10,000 pairs of the most advanced women's sheepskin gloves. How to evade the import tax and ship this batch of gloves to the United States? After careful consideration, he finally came up with a plan. He first separated the 10,000 pairs of gloves, packaged the 10,000 gloves in his left hand, and sent them to the United States, and stored the other 10,000 gloves. In September 1995, the delivery hall of the U.S. Customs was full of bags, and people came and went. There was a large wooden box in the corner, and no one bothered. This box of goods looks ordinary and was sent from France, but the strange thing is that the delivery deadline has passed, and the owner has not yet come to pick up the goods. According to the relevant regulations of the U.S. Customs, the Customs has the right to auction the goods beyond the delivery period as unowned goods. One day, Customs officers opened the box and found exquisite sheepskin gloves inside. To their surprise, the 10,000 gloves were all left-handed. As usual, they sent all the 10,000 left gloves to the auction house. Johnny immediately bought it all at a low price. After 10,000 left-hand gloves were auctioned off, Customs authorities found it odd. Therefore, the Customs police secretly issued instructions: from now on, we must take strict precautions. There may be a batch of right-hand gloves shipped to the port. If you find a single glove or other suspicious situations, you must report it immediately. This time, that crafty importer must not be allowed to succeed. Since the police issued a secret order, the Customs has carried out a strict inspection of each batch of goods to prevent them from slipping through the net. More than a month has passed. Although there have been several shipments of gloves during this period, they have no connection with the 10,000 left-hand gloves. Since no suspicious signs were found, the winning bidder, who had appeared at the auction house, was never seen again. Therefore, Customs also relaxed their vigilance. Since Johnny's first shipment was shipped, he had expected that the Customs police would be suspicious, so he delayed the shipment, which made them misunderstood and waited for the opportunity to pass the Customs. In order to make the second batch of goods pass through the Customs smoothly, Johnny adopted a different packaging form from the first batch of goods. Each two was packed in a small box, and the inside was wrapped with transparent plastic paper. The outer packaging clearly marked the manufacturer and registered trademark. Date of manufacture, unified number, instructions for use, etc. It seems that there is no problem. After the second batch of goods arrived at the U.S. Customs, the Customs officers saw that there were 2 gloves in a box, which must be 1 pair, plus the packaging was exquisite, and all the procedures were complete, so the green light was released all the way. Johnny passed the Customs smoothly. He took out the goods, and only paid the Customs duty of 5,000 pairs of gloves. The Talmud Part 1, Breaking the Excuse, 9. Susie accompanies you to read. In mid-October, a batch of French-style high-grade sheepskin gloves appeared in the American market. Although the price was very expensive, they were favored by ladies from all walks of life due to their unique styles, exquisite workmanship, and complete sizes. The pair of gloves was sold out. Cancel new order. A businessman in Brisk sent a letter to Lodz to buy dry goods, and a week later he received a letter: I am very sorry, we have not received the full payment for the last order, so this order cannot be shipped. The merchant replied with this letter: please cancel the new order, I can't wait that long. When the other person is in a bad mood, a marketer is visiting a new customer. When he came to the company, the customer representative who received him was in a bad mood because of some personal troubles, so he was very rude and mean to the salesman. The marketer was a little pissed, but he didn't have a seizure. He restrained himself. As he left, he still politely said goodbye to the customer representative with a smile and thanked him for his reception. After the marketer left, the customer representative felt bad about it, so he took the initiative to call the marketer, apologized, and offered to use their product. Promote Soap. A salesman came to a supermarket to sell their company's soap. The supermarket owner was busy instructing the staff to load the goods, so he waved his hand impatiently and said, "Didn't you see that I'm busy? Besides, I have a lot of goods here, so I'll talk about it later." The salesman still did not give up, and continued to stir up his tongue, intending to convince the boss. The boss was obviously annoyed, and yelled, "Is there any more for you? I just wanted to give you face, I didn't want to embarrass you, but you don't know what to do. Hurry up and get out of here with your things." While packing his box, the salesman calmly said to the boss, "I'm very sorry, I just started the business, and I don't understand a lot. I hope you can enlighten me." That's right. If I want to sell this soap to other places, what should I say about sales? The boss's attitude improved, and seeing his sincerity, he demonstrated to him. I saw the boss talk a lot about the benefits of this soap, and the salesman sincerely praised. I didn't expect you to know so much about our company's products, and your words were so convincing. The salesman's words made the boss very satisfied, and finally, ordered a large number of soaps. Later, the salesman became an entrepreneur. The magic of honesty. Avafon, the founder of Israel's David Securities Company, also got the chance to succeed by an honest act when he was young. Avafon went out to earn a living at the age of 13, opened a small shop in his 20s, and worked as a salesman for a machine building company. For a period of time, he sold the machine very smoothly, and successfully completed business with 33 customers within half a month. He later found out that similar machines exported by other companies were not as expensive as the ones he sold, and he believed that customers were losing money in their dealings with him. So Avafon spent 3 days finding 33 customers one by one to request termination of the contract, and truthfully stated that the machine he sold was a little more expensive. But none of the 33 customers terminated the contract because they all admired Avafon's honesty. Avafon's reputation for honesty spread, and people came to his shop to buy things or buy machines. For nothing else, just because I feel at ease with Avafon. In this way, Avorfang gradually developed and seized the opportunity of success by his own honesty. Push Screw. There is a screw factory in Israel. The production technology and equipment are first class, and the quality of the products far exceeds other similar products on the market. However, due to the high production cost, the price of the product is about 30% higher than that of similar products, which brings certain difficulties to the sales of the product. The salesmen of this factory put a lot of effort into selling, but in the end they didn't get much success. Later, a salesman named Neo finally came up with a solution. Every time Neo went to visit a customer, he always politely and resolutely asked the other party to compare the screws he used from other manufacturers with the screws produced by this factory. Put the screws together in a pot of salt water, soak them for a while, then take them out and set them aside, and explain to the customer that they will see the results next week. A week later, Neo came to the door again, and the salt-soaked screws were all rusted except the ones that he was promoting. At this time, Neo lost no time to introduce the superiority of this kind of screw produced by our factory to the customer in detail. He also calculated the account with the customer. Although the price of the screw from the factory is higher than other similar products, it is still cost-effective due to its excellent quality and low depreciation rate. After practical tests and detailed instructions from Neo, almost all users were convinced and voluntarily switched to the factory screws. The mouth business of famous Japanese rich man. He is the founder of Japanese Meat Bakery. At the beginning of the 20th century, he cooperated with McDonald's in the United States to provide the Japanese with high-quality and inexpensive minced bread. When he first started his business, some Japanese businessmen made fun of him, thinking that selling minced bread in Japan was undoubtedly a dead end, and there would never be a market. But he didn't think so. He saw that the Japanese were short and weak, which might be related to eating rice. At the same time, he also found that the effect of the meat bakery in the United States was developing all over the world. Seeing these 2 points, the Japanese businessman came to the conclusion that the products that are also mouth can sell well in the United States, but why is it impossible in Japan? Besides, according to the Jewish point of view, as long as it is managed properly, the mouth business can also make a lot of money and can obtain huge profits. With this belief in mind, this Japanese businessman's mince bakery opened. Sure enough, just as he expected, on the first day of opening, the customers were full, and the profit was much higher than the Japanese businessman had imagined. Since then, the profit has increased day by day, and several of the world's most advanced bread machines have been used up in a row, but it still cannot meet the needs of customers. Last painting, a Jewish merchant brought 3 famous paintings to England for sale. Soon, his painting was picked up by a British businessman. The Jewish businessman asked for $80,000, and he would not sell it for less than $1. The British businessman was not an ordinary person either. He wanted to lower the price, so he started a war of words with the Jews. Suddenly, the Jewish merchant suddenly picked up one of the paintings, went outside, and set fire to the painting. Seeing this painting disappear from the world like this, the British merchant's heart ached, and he asked the Jewish merchant how much the remaining 2 paintings were sold for. Unexpectedly, the Jewish businessman still asked for $80,000 this time. British businessmen feel aggrieved, one less painting, but also $80,000 US. How can this be? So ask for a lower price. But the Jewish merchant ignored him and picked up another painting and set it on fire. This time, the British businessman turned pale in shock and had to beg the Jewish businessman to keep the last painting, because he loved it so much. Then he asked how much the last painting cost. Unexpectedly, the Jewish businessman asked for an even more outrageous price this time, $160,000. The Jewish merchant went on to say, "Now, there is only one painting of this kind in the world. It can be said to be a peerless treasure, and it is only natural that its value has increased. Therefore, now I tell you, if you really want to buy, the minimum price for this painting is $160,000 US. I will not sell it if it is less than that." The British businessman looked miserable, but in desperation, he finally had to sell. Talmud Collection, Part 1, Rising in Adversity, 1. Susie accompanies you to read. Everyone's life path cannot be smooth. There will be times when the environment is not good, encounter difficulties, hard work, and career disappointments. To put it more directly, from the day each of us is born, we are doomed. In order to bear the fate of going through all kinds of hardships, since it is destined in the past life, the suffering and happiness of this life are difficult to avoid. When the business is going well, you can make a lot of money. When the luck is bad, life will be harder. Those who are not strong enough will end the trip in a hurry when adversity comes, bowing their heads to fate in advance. And if we are strong enough, we should understand that we are here to experience these adversities. Some people regard adversity as a kind of life challenge. Under the pressure, he can give full play to his abilities so as to discover his potential and affirm his own value. There are some people who seem to be born for adversity. When things are going well, they will not be able to lift their spirits, but once they encounter adversity and pressure, their spirits will become more energetic, like a different person. Similar. Someone once did such an experiment: divide 100 people into 2 groups, let the first group of people be in a comfortable environment, there is a big car to pick up and drop off, they can play bridge, golf, eat Western food, in short, as long as they are what is needed, must be satisfied. The second group, however, encountered obstacles in whatever they did. After 6 months in this way, the people in the first group were tired and lethargic all day long, while the people in the second group were high-spirited and put forward a lot of good suggestions. Adversity may be a selection mechanism of society. It depends on whether you can withstand the test of adversity. Those who can pass the test will stand out and embark on a successful life. Therefore, adversity often becomes a watershed in life. Some people are defeated by adversity and become depressed. Some people rise from adversity, and their life and career have entered a new realm. Joseph Hexiha, a giant in the stock industry, was a man who came out of a slum. His poor and miserable childhood made him taste the bitterness of life. He always believed that success could only be achieved through suffering, and it was the Jewish sense of urgency that made this giant. Let's take a look at how he faced difficulties and how to struggle. When a fire hit his home at the age of 8, he became a little beggar, and his siblings were adopted one after another. When an old couple wanted to adopt little Joseph woke up from his dream. "I will never leave my mother. I can't leave my mother alone." He came to New York, returned to his mother's side, and the new things here opened his eyes. But before little Joseph could see enough of the world, he was taken by his mother to the opposite world, the squalid slums of Brooklyn, New York. The suffering did not stop there. "Unfortunately, my mother was burnt and was sent to the hospital's noisy large ward. Those high-level wards with carpets and flowers had no relationship with my mother." Why is this so? Because there is no money, he understands. No money will always be looked down upon by others. He secretly swore that he would never be enslaved by money again. In order to make money, Joseph looked for work everywhere. He came to the New York Stock Exchange to watch and listen. When he learned that he could become a rich man overnight, his blood was boiling, and he was determined to make a breakthrough here. A few years later, a phonograph company finally kept him. After countless trials and tribulations, he finally became an excellent stock manager, and in 1917, at the age of 17, he was no longer employed by others and started his business with $255. Initially, his career went well, earning $168,000. However, he was left with just $4,000 in an instant by buying shares in steel companies that had plummeted due to the end of the war. After this accident, Joseph understood that there is no permanent wealth, only relying on wisdom, and always maintain a sense of distress. In the end, he became a giant in the stock industry with his talent for the stock business. Talmud Collection, Part 1, Rising in Adversity, 2. Susie accompanies you to read. Having become a billionaire, he did not forget the hard days he had lived, the long-term partner with whom he had worked, and the mother who gave birth to him and raised him. The sense of urgency runs through his career from beginning to end, and it has not disappeared regardless of success or failure. Hardworking people can be successful. Jews believe that diligence and success are interdependent and interdependent. Generally speaking, diligence creates success, while laziness is enough to destroy a person of extraordinary aptitude. Although diligence does not necessarily lead to success, be diligent no matter what, because this is the most basic condition for success. In the hearts of Jews, there must be hard work behind success. In order to eat fruit, the ancient Jews had to climb a tall tree to pick it. To make a fire, they had to spend a considerable amount of time rubbing stones or wood. So there are two sentences in the Bible: he who sows in tears shall reap with joy. The one who goes out in tears shall bring back the sheaves with joy. Jews believe that diligence or laziness are not born. Few people are born lazy, and very few people are born diligent. Most people's diligence or laziness are acquired and caused by habit. In addition, the family environment and education received during childhood have a great impact on people. There are two kinds of diligence. One is voluntary diligence, and the other is forced diligence. In the poor era, the Jews had to do heavy labor for a long time in a very harsh environment, otherwise, there would be no way to survive. Jews see this as voluntary hard work. During the period of enslavement in Egypt, the Jews once engaged in long hours of labor in the fields, and the amount of labor was astonishing. However, the results of their hard work did not improve their lives, because the hard work was not voluntary, but forced by external forces. If diligence is forced by external forces, success will never be achieved. Diligence forced by external forces will never have an effect on man himself, because once the external force disappears, such diligence will not exist. Voluntary diligence is more likely to produce one's own things, thereby gradually cultivating oneself. Over time, a complete self can be established. There was such a story. The Roman Emperor Hadrian saw an old man working hard, planting a fig tree. "Do you expect yourself to enjoy the fruit?" he asked, stepping forward. "If I don't live long enough to enjoy the fruit, my children will, and maybe God will forgive me," the old man replied. "If you can get God's forgiveness and enjoy the fruit of this tree, please tell me," the emperor said. Time flies, and the fruit tree really bears fruit in the old man's lifetime. The old man came to see the emperor with a basket full of figs. When he saw the emperor, he explained, "I am the old man you have seen who grows fig trees, and these figs are the fruit of my labor." The emperor ordered a golden chair to be brought and sat him down, and then filled his basket with gold. "Why do you give so much honor to an old Jew?" asked the ministers, puzzled. "The Creator has honored the industrious man, can't I do the same thing?" The emperor asked back. The old man lived next door to a neighbor. When his wife heard the news that the old man had obtained gold, she said to her husband, "The emperor loves figs. Give him some figs, and he will give you gold." The husband obeyed his wife and came to the palace with a basket full of figs, asking for gold in exchange. The subordinates reported to the emperor, and the emperor was very angry. "Let this man stand at the gate of the palace, and everyone who enters or leaves can throw a fig in his face." At dusk, the poor man returned home, blue and swollen. "I'll give you all I get," he shouted to his wife. In the eyes of the Jews, laziness is the greatest luxury in the world, a breeding ground of temptation, a cradle of disease, and a tomb of virtue. The Jews tell us, diligence keeps our minds clear, our bodies healthy, our hearts perfect, and our careers successful. If you do have talent, diligence will enhance it. If you have only ordinary talent, diligence will make up for it. Maybe you've heard that some smart people are lazy, but you've never heard that great people are lazy. Talmud Collection, Part 1, Rising in Adversity, 3. Susie accompanies you to read. If you have failed in the past, check if your goals have not been achieved because you are not diligent enough to act with all your might. A lot of people fail because of actions that fail to give their all. Look at some of the losers around you who act sloppily, multitask, can't effectively grab a goal, no matter how smart they are. If they can't act with all their might, they are also mediocre all their lives, and it is difficult to achieve great things. If you want to be successful and outstanding, you have to go all out, use all your strength, go all out to act, tackle one goal after another, and solve small problems one by one until you achieve your goals. Big goal. There is absolutely no perfect plan and blueprint until people have gained considerable experience. Even a person with considerable experience cannot be perfect or 100% sure when formulating a new goal and plan. Because between goals and reality, there are many unpredictable change factors, and there are some situations that do not match the assumptions and predictions. Many people fail because they are timid and afraid of some unpredictable factors and situations that do not match predictions. The successful and outstanding, with courage and perseverance, use practical actions to break those unpredictable factors and take action to solve new problems that do not conform to predictions. One person bumps into a wall many times without flinching and makes 10 consecutive sales pitches without fear of being disliked. In fact, the world is always changing. When this condition is ripe, another condition may be changing. There will never be a time when everything is ready, and there is no shortage of east wind. If everything has to be conditionally ready to act, it will never achieve anything. Zhuge Liang still has to take action, to borrow the east wind. It is true that there is some risk in taking action, and it may bring you success or failure. However, failure can turn into success as long as you can take action. If you don't act, the risk is even greater, because you may become a mediocre and ruin your life. It doesn't matter if you fail once, people can turn failure into success by taking new actions, but there is no cure for those who retreat for life. Therefore, winning with courage and acting immediately is the best strategy for career success. This is also an important quality of all successful, outstanding people. The world is full of people who look like they're on the verge of success, who, in the eyes of many, can and should be extraordinary in one way or another, but they don't become true heroes. What is the reason? The reason is that they don't pay the price commensurate with their success. They want to get to the top, but they don't want to go over those difficult ladders. They want to win, but they don't want to fight. They want everything to be smooth sailing, and they don't want any resistance. Lazy people often complain about their inability to feed themselves and their families. Industrious people say, "I may not have any special talents, but I can work hard for bread." From this, it is not difficult to see that diligence is a noble school into which a successful person must enter. Here you can learn useful knowledge, cultivate the spirit of independence, and cultivate the habit of perseverance. Diligence itself is wealth. You are a hardworking employee. You can be like a bee. The more flowers you pick, the more honey you make. The more sweetness you enjoy. Enjoy. Diligence is priceless. It is far better to cultivate the habits of industriousness in your children than to leave them a large fortune. With industrious hands and feet and a quick mind, money can be obtained at any time. When we are tired from work, we should immediately revisit the proverb that, if we do not work hard, we will be hungry and cold, so as not to be tempted by the devil of laziness. It is true that laziness does nothing, but diligence is rewarding. Diligence makes things easy, laziness makes things difficult. Many people mourn the fact that life is spent in indulgence. The more we do, the more we can do. Talmud Collection, Part 1, Rising in Adversity, 4. Susie accompanies you to read. Diligence can make people the darling of luck. God gives everything to diligence, so let's say goodbye to laziness today. Don't procrastinate on the work that can be done today. The benefits of being proficient in multiple languages. The Bible tells the story of how God deftly prevented a foolish man's ascent to the sky. In ancient times, people spoke the same language. On the way to the east, they passed through a grassland and settled down. After being there for a while, they wanted to build a city and a tower with a sky-high top, so that they could make a name for themselves so that everyone would never be separated. After the decision was made, people borrowed soil to burn bricks and used plaster to start building the city and repairing the tower. After God learned of this situation, he came to the world and saw the towers built by people. He found that people use the same language, and if the Babel is built, everything can be done. So, God came up with a way. He messed up the people's language, so that the communication between them was hindered. As a result, the tower was not built. Since then, people have been scattered all over the world. The city that has been built is called Babel, which means turmoil. The story told in the Bible is designed to tell people that the obstacle to ethnic integration is language differences. The Jews are a cosmopolitan people who have long known the importance of language, and they believe that it is very important to master multiple languages in order to make money. Almost all of them are proficient in one or more foreign languages, and they do not have to go through a translator to communicate with foreign businessmen. This has become an open secret of Jewish business success. The Talmud has accumulated the wisdom essence of the Jewish nation, and it attaches great importance to the use of multiple languages. The Talmud is divided into two parts, the text and the commentary. The commentary part includes languages from all over the world. In addition to Hebrew, it also includes Babylonian, North African, Turkish, Polish, German, French, Spanish, Italian, Russian, Japanese, English and Chinese, etc., so this book can be widely circulated in countries around the world. For today's society, foreign language has long been separated from the single language necessary for foreign workers, and has become a kind of knowledge and skills that everyone must master for development. Because today's society is an open society, it is necessary to keep in touch with the outside world at all times. If you cannot master foreign languages proficiently, you may be excluded from the door of world cultural and economic exchanges. If a group or a country lacks people who understand foreign languages, it cannot communicate well with the outside world, it will be isolated from the world, and it will be derailed from the development of human civilization, then it will slowly decline. There's a joke that illustrates this better. There were two mice, one old and one young, who had nothing to do at home all day, so they made an appointment to go out to play together. The outside world is really beautiful, and they are having so much fun. However, on the way home, I met a cat. The cat and the mouse met on a narrow road, and the two mice could only run away, perhaps because they were dizzy. The two mice ran into a dead end and were blocked by the cat. We're definitely finished now. It's a pity that after I die, my family doesn't know where I died, said the older mouse desperately. The little mouse was not afraid at all. It comforted the older mouse. Don't worry, I have a way, we can't die. The older mouse didn't believe what it said. Do you really have a way? Just look at the way the old cat looked at us, and you knew we were going to die. Don't worry, we won't die. If you don't believe me, close your eyes and wait for a while. Believe me, I'm the smartest one in our mouse family, said the little mouse. The older mouse closed his eyes suspiciously and waited, and after a while, there was a dog barking. It hurriedly opened its eyes and looked and saw no dog, only the smile of a little mouse, and the cat had long since disappeared. Talmud Collection, Part 1, Rising in Adversity, 5. Susie accompanies you to read. The older mouse was puzzled and asked the little mouse what was going on. The little mouse looked at it and smiled. Didn't you hear the dog barking just now? It was the barking of the dog that scared the cat away. Now you should know how important it is to know a foreign language. Although this is just a joke, it tells people how important it is for them to master a foreign language. In modern society, culture and technology have long communicated and developed across national borders and nationalities. As a result, Jews who are proficient in foreign languages are like a fish in water, and they rely on their superb foreign languages to travel freely around the world. When dealing with Jews, the first thing that strikes you is how quick and accurate their judgments are. What is the reason for this? It turns out that they generally know the languages of more than 2 countries. When they interact with foreigners, they can not only think about problems with the thinking of their own culture and language, but also think about the same problems with the thinking of foreign language and culture, which means that their understanding is obtained from different angles and habits. So it's accurate and quick, and much deeper. Jews love to speak the English word nibbler, which is an extension of the verb nibble and becomes a noun. Nibble refers to the action of the fish when they bite and eat the bait on the hook. The smart fish will eat all the bait on the hook and not be caught, while the stupid fish will be caught before the bait is eaten. The Jews called the fish that escaped the bait nibbler, that is, a merchant must be a wise fish. If you don't know a foreign language and you are not familiar with the country's situation and lifestyle, it is easy to be fished in trade. Jews engaged in science and art pay more attention to mastering foreign languages. They can overcome language barriers and absorb various civilizations of human beings so that they can continuously enhance their intelligence. Einstein was a Jew who was born and raised in Germany. The reason why he became one of the most outstanding scientists in the 20th century has something to do with his proficiency in multiple languages. In addition to being proficient in Hebrew and German of the Jewish people, he is also proficient in English. Frankel was a German Jew, an outstanding musician and judge. Music and law have nothing to do with each other, but Frankel can do something in both fields, and it's amazing. He worked as a judge in Berlin for nearly 10 years and became an influential figure in Germany. Frankel later settled in the United States. Because of his proficiency in English, he was soon hired by Hollywood to write music and lyrics for historical films. Foreign languages have not only become the capital of his livelihood, but also the ladder of his career success. Jewish merchants were mostly multilingual, which is one of the reasons they became cosmopolitan merchants. Opportunity comes from hard work. There are many unfortunate poor creatures in the world who turn a blind eye and deaf ears when opportunity knocks on them, because they are lying in bed and sleeping. Opportunity doesn't expend effort to find those who waste time and are lazy. It always seems to fall on those who are too busy to care about their achievements. Logically, opportunity should find those who have the time, but in fact, opportunities appear to those who have dreams and plans to implement. We always think that the opportunity is alive and moving, and it will actively find those who are willing to meet the opportunity. In fact, on the contrary, opportunity is an idea and a concept that exists only in the minds of those who recognize it. Jew Waller, the executive vice president of a construction company, was recruited by the construction team a few years ago as a plumber. Unlike other plumbers, Waller doesn't complain about being paid too little. He filled everyone's jug with water and surrounded the workers when they were resting, letting them explain to themselves the various tasks of construction. It didn't take long for Waller's studious behavior to catch the attention of the construction captain. After 2 weeks, Waller became a timekeeper. Waller, who became a timekeeper, still worked diligently. Every day, he was always the first to arrive and the last to leave at night. Because he has a comprehensive understanding of construction work, when the person in charge of the construction team is away, the workers always like to ask him if they don't understand something. Talmud Collection, Part 1, Rising in Adversity, 6. Susie accompanies you to read. Once, the person in charge saw Waller wrapping old red flannel on fluorescent lamps to solve the problem of not having enough red lights to illuminate during construction, so he decided to let this hardworking and capable young man be his assistant. Due to his continuous efforts, he became the vice president of the company, but he is still very focused on his work and has no complaints. He encouraged everyone to learn and apply new knowledge, and he often drew sketches and plans, and made various good suggestions to everyone. As long as he is given time, he can do everything the client asks him to do. Jew Waller was just a poor child, an ordinary water delivery worker, without any shocking talent, but by virtue of his diligence, he was fortunately appreciated and gradually became successful. Nothing is more heart-shattering than a story like this, and nothing can wash our minds more polluted by pleasure and utilitarianism. It tells us that if you want to make a difference in your career, you have to put in more diligence and effort than ever before, and have a hardworking and aggressive heart, otherwise you will gradually move towards mediocrity, and eventually become a no-nonsense people who use it. Therefore, no matter what kind of job you are currently engaged in, whether you are an elite or a construction worker, as long as you work diligently, you will be appreciated by your boss and you will be successful. There are many touching and tear-jerking stories in American history. The protagonists set a great life goal. Although they encountered all kinds of difficulties and obstacles, they finally overcame all difficulties with perseverance and achieved success. The loser's excuse is usually, "I don't have a chance." They attribute their failure to the fact that no one likes them, and good jobs always give others a head start. Those with strong will never make such excuses. They don't wait for opportunities or plead with friends and relatives, but rely on their own hard work to create opportunities. They know that only they can save themselves. After winning a battle, someone asked Alexander if he waited for the next opportunity to attack another city. After hearing this, Alexander was furious. Opportunity? Opportunity is created by ourselves. Constantly creating opportunities, it is the reason why Alexander became the greatest emperor in history, and only those who constantly create opportunities can build a magnificent feat. It is extremely dangerous to always wait for an opportunity to do anything. All efforts and hopes may be wasted by waiting for an opportunity, which in the end will not come. As long as we never slack off and strive for diligence, we will be able to obtain the opportunity of success and achieve great achievements in our career. There was a famous Jewish chemist who had very poor grades in elementary school. People around him thought he would not be successful in the future, but he finally became a great chemist with his hard work. Kissinger was originally a Jewish refugee who was persecuted by the Nazis. Because he had no money to go to high school, he worked hard in a toothbrush factory and worked as a private. Later, through his own efforts, he finally became a professor at Harvard University and became the Secretary of State of the United States. He also won the Nobel Peace Prize and was called Superman. They succeeded because they had strength, but their strength was earned through hard work. We all know that opportunities are very important. Without opportunities, no matter how talented a person is, he may not be able to achieve success. However, without strength, even if there are more opportunities, it may not be able to seize it. Don't miss every opportunity. Successful Jews tell us that chance is vital to our careers, and that chance is a beautiful and eccentric angel. She comes to you occasionally, and if you don't pay attention, she will go away again. No matter how you sigh, she has never heard from her and will never come back. In business activities, the timing can even decide whether you make a difference. Seize every opportunity to get rich, even if the opportunity is only 1 in 10,000. Talmud Collection, Part 1, Rising in Adversity, 7. Susie accompanies you to read. Let's take a look at how business tycoon Walton achieved his career success. Once, Walton wanted to take the train to New York, but he didn't book the ticket in advance. It was just before Christmas, and there were so many people going to New York that it was difficult to get a train ticket. His wife called the train station and asked, "Is there still a ticket to New York?" The station's reply was that all the tickets were sold out. However, if you are not too troublesome, you can take your luggage to the station and try your luck to see if someone temporarily refunds the ticket. The station repeatedly emphasized that this chance may only be 1 in 10,000. He happily carried his luggage to the station and decided to try his luck. The wife asked with concern, "Walton, what if no one refunds the ticket?" "That's okay, I'll just go out for a walk by myself," he replied calmly. He arrived at the station and waited for a long time, but he still didn't see the person who refunded the ticket, and the passengers rushed to the platform one after another. But he did not rush back like others, but waited patiently. About 5 minutes before the drive time, the opportunity finally came, and a woman rushed to refund the ticket. Because her daughter was seriously ill, she was forced to switch to a later train. He He bought the ticket and got on the train to New York. When he got to New York, he took a shower in the hotel, lay in bed, and made a long-distance call to his wife. On the phone, he said lightly, "Honey, I didn't give up my last chance, so I made it." Once, the local economy was sluggish, and many shops and factories closed down one after another, forcing them to sell their mountain of inventory at a lower price. The price was as low as 50 pairs of socks for $1. At that time, Walton was still a small technician in a weaving factory. Realizing that this was a business opportunity, he used his savings to acquire low-priced goods. When people saw his actions, they laughed at him stupid. To the ridicule of others, Walton ignored it, still bought a large number of sold goods, and rented a large warehouse to store the goods. His wife persuaded him that it would not do him much good to buy these goods in large quantities, because the money they had saved over the years was not a lot, and it was going to be used for child support. If this move is lost, the consequences will be disastrous. For his wife's advice, Walton just smiled. He comforted his wife and said, "In 2 months, these cheap goods will bring us fortune." Walton's prediction did not seem to come true. After more than 10 days, those factories sold at low prices and could not find a buyer, so all the inventory was transported away by trucks and burned to stabilize the prices in the market. When the wife saw that others were already burning the goods, she was very anxious and complained to Walton. Walton offered no explanation for his wife's complaints. Finally, the U.S. government took urgent action to stabilize local prices and vigorously support the resumption of businesses there. At this time, due to the excessive burning of goods in the local area, the inventory was insufficient, and the price of goods soared day by day. Walton immediately sold a large amount of goods in his inventory. Firstly, he could make a lot of money, and secondly, he could stabilize the market price and prevent the skyrocketing. When he decided to sell the goods, his wife advised him not to rush to sell the goods, because the prices were still rising. He said calmly, "It must be sold out now, and if you delay it for a while, you will regret it." His wife admired his vision. Later, Walton used the money he earned to open 6 department stores, and the business grew bigger and bigger. Today, Walton is a pivotal business tycoon. Walton's success lies in being able to quickly seize the opportunity in front of him. If he hesitated at the time, the opportunity would slip away from him. When an opportunity arises, you may not be ready. In this situation, there will be 2 different choices. Some people try to make up for the lack of preparation, but the premise is that they must seize the opportunity, and the other people think that opportunities are waiting for them. However, there are some things, once you miss it, you can never get it back. Maybe such an opportunity is only once in your life, and you miss it. Even if you make all kinds of preparations in the future, it will not be of any value. Talmud Collection, Part 1, Rising in Adversity, 8. Susie accompanies you to read. As the saying goes, the opportunity must not be lost. The time will never come. When you have realized that the opportunity is coming, don't hesitate to move forward, but should be brave to make a decision and seize the rare opportunity. Let's take a look at the following story. There are 2 young people who have just started working and are destitute. One day, they saw an investment advertisement at the same time. The content is that a company has successfully developed a new product, which needs to be mass-produced, but lacks a certain amount of funds, and wants to seek like-minded partners. In the face of such an advertisement, young man A thinks that he has insufficient funds to invest now, and hopes that he will work hard to make money now and have the opportunity to invest in the future. Although young man B is also empty-handed, he realizes that this is a rare opportunity and must not be missed out. So he tried everything he could to borrow money around and scraped together enough money to become a partner in the firm. A few years later, he not only paid back all the money he borrowed, but also made a handsome profit and became a shareholder in the company. As the company continued to grow, so did his wealth. Looking back at the young man, although he made a certain amount of money after a few years, he lost an excellent opportunity to change his destiny in life. It can be seen that opportunities are equal to everyone. When the opportunity comes, if you are slightly negligent and hesitant, it is tantamount to handing over the opportunity to others. Some opportunities are missed and you can come again, but some opportunities are missed once, and you will miss a lifetime. The Jewish people know that instantaneousness is a distinctive feature of opportunity, and because opportunity is fleeting, it is often difficult to grasp, so make a decisive decision and strike quickly. Seize the opportunity and be bold. Jews believe that going through risk is a necessary stage for all successful people who go beyond the ordinary and stand out. So the Jews never waited for the moment, they were all believers in positive action. After graduating from college, Jew Sanford Weir applied for the recruitment of the brokerage many times, but ended in failure. But Wall was an ambitious young man who never bowed to his fate, and he soon threw himself into a new venture. In 1955, Wall worked as a messenger on Wall Street, earning $35 a week. The next year, he became a stockbroker. In 1960, he and others raised $30,000 to start a company. Since then, Weir has made big plans on Wall Street. As the business continued to expand, the company grew, and Vail later took control of the entire company. Wall's judgment is extremely accurate and his eyesight is sharp. He can seize many favorable opportunities and act boldly, thereby making his career continue to develop. In the 1970s, when stock markets had been volatile and stock prices were erratic, smaller brokerages often failed to protect themselves and closed down, but Vail's brokerage, instead of suffering losses, expanded further. He not only took the opportunity to annex a large number of smaller firms, but also took over some of the big firms that were struggling. When Law Broads was taken over by Weir, his peers raved about him. Law Broads, which is as economically powerful as Wiles Hilson, is also an investment firm, but its management methods are somewhat backward and its organization inflexible. Seeing this, Weir proposed a merger with Law Broads. During the merger negotiation process, Wall first hid behind the scenes to manipulate, and then personally went out at a critical moment to give full play to his talents, and finally achieved a successful merger. In 1974, under the painstaking management of Weir, Hilson Law Broads was established, and it became the second largest securities firm on Wall Street. Wall continued to develop on this basis, so that the company's sales in 1981 reached $936 million. That's how Wall got out of trouble and developed a career that cemented his place on Wall Street. However, Weir did not go into annexation lightly. Everyone gets nervous when it comes to merger negotiations, because there are pitfalls everywhere, he used to say. Talmud Collection, Part 1, Rising in Adversity, 9. Susie accompanies you to read. In June 1981, Wall did something unpredictable when he sold the Hilson Company, which he had worked so hard to build for 20 years, to American Transit Corporation, which had sales of $8 billion. While Amtrak is a large company that does things like charge cards, traveler's checks, and banking, Vail is just getting into the business and isn't being reused. Therefore, many people think that Weir has suffered a great loss, but after a period of time, people have to be amazed by Weir's decision. Vail is now second only to chairman and president in the company's position, and his personal annual income is as high as $1.9 million, and his total shareholding is $27 million. Of course, Vail is also conscientious in developing the MRT company. Under his single-handed planning, the MRT Corporation purchased a foreign banking institution affiliated to the South American Trade Development Bank with $550 million. This banking institution operates foreign exchange, jewelry trade, currency market, banking business, etc. This big business is not only a proud thing for Weir to talk about, but also greatly enhances Weir's prestige in the MRT company, making him a popular figure on Wall Street. Since the company's chairman is often out of town, the real power of American Transit is in Weir's hands. Under Weir's leadership, the company's leaders and employees are united and work together to make MRT Corp's profits continue to increase. Weir's management company is well-mannered, and the outstanding point is that it is good at coordinating the relationship between superiors and subordinates. He often said, the responsibility of the leader is to encourage the subordinates. I like to live in harmony with the subordinates and listen to their voices. Similarly, the subordinates have the responsibility to express their opinions, find out the problems in time, and prevent the problems from accumulating and eventually becoming unmanageable. The situation. When the leader is to act decisively, he can't be vague, make the subordinates at a loss, or let some people take advantage of the loophole. Whereas many successful experiences, but the most important thing is that he can seize the moment and do it right away. When he first started his business, he made a decisive decision on whether to merge or not. Later, although he suffered a small loss, he gained a lot of benefits. He merged with the MRT Corporation and has now become the company's number 2 person. A brave man, luck favors him, and taking risks is a kind of courage, and courage manifested in people. Adventure and harvest often go hand in hand. There are advantages in danger, and danger in danger. Once you see it, act boldly has become the motto of many successful people in the business world. Some people even believe that action is the main factor to become a successful person, and a person must learn to face the positive meaning of action and regard it as the only condition for success. Because success is like a cold beauty, only those men who show their love and passion can attract her. If you want to get rich, you need to be adventurous. You have to think beyond others to win. If your ideas are the same as others, you will not succeed. Taking risks is when you have the guts to do something when others are afraid to do it. When others don't know where the hope is, you have found fortune. Do it now can affect every aspect of your life. It can help you do what you don't want to do, but must do, and it can help you do what you want to do. It allows you to seize those rare opportunities that, once lost, will never come back. Set clear goals. A group of lumberjacks walked into a forest and began to clear the bushes. They worked hard to clear a bush. When they straightened up to enjoy the fun after work, they suddenly found that the forest next to them. That's what they need to clear up. How many people are just like these lumberjacks at work, often just digging their heads down, not even realizing that they are not cutting down the forest they need to cut? This seems to be busy, but in the end, you find yourself running away from your goals. This is a very frustrating situation, and it is the most common mistake many inefficient, ignorant of the great work methods make, and they tend to waste a lot of time and energy on something useless. Talmud Collection, Part 1, Rising in Adversity, 10. Susie accompanies you to read. Any action must have a goal and a plan to achieve it. When you start work in the morning and don't know what kind of work you have to do that day, it's easy to be like the lumberjack above, wasting time on things you shouldn't be doing. Without goals, there can be no tangible action, much less practical results. Having goals reduces distractions and allows you to focus on the things that matter most. The first thing a good employee does when they enter the office every day is to plan their work for the day. In a Jewish factory, one day, after the shift foreman asked his production section chief how many tons the shift produced that day, the section chief replied that it was 5 tons, so he wrote a 5 on the ground and left a mark. Chalk. When the foreman of the evening shift saw the word 5 on the ground, he asked what it meant. A worker said, "I heard that this is the number of tons produced by the day shift." The next day, 5 was rewritten to 6. The competition started, and the numbers were increasing every day, until one shift produced 9 tons of steel, and the plant's shift production never dropped back to 5. That is to say, no matter what we do, we should have our own ultimate goal from the beginning, and knowing where our destination is from the beginning, we also know where we are now. If you can do that, then you've been moving towards your goals, you've been right every step of the way, and no matter what day you do, it doesn't go against the most important thing you've set yourself up for goal. Everything you do contributes meaningfully to the end goal. Jews believe that if you start with an end goal in mind, you will develop a different vision. It allows you to no longer confine your vision to a specific thing, and will be more rational and rigorous, less emotionally invested, and everything will be simplified. It will allow you to gradually form a rational way of judgment and develop a good work habit. The successful Jew knows exactly what he wants to achieve before he does anything, what things are necessary and what things are insignificant in order to achieve that purpose. They always start with the ultimate goal in mind, so they can always do more with less, with excellence and efficiency. Successful Jews not only have ultimate goals from the beginning, but their goals are very specific. They do not make a schedule, but a work list, and the more complex work will be broken down and divided into several small items. They often use the segmentation method in long-distance running to divide a long distance into several small segments. Each segment has a symbolic thing. It can be a report or a design drawing. even if it is only for the purpose of adding a kind of flower to the back garden, also leaves footprints on the road to success. For most employees, the planning cycle can be set as 1 month, but the work plan should be broken down into weekly plans and daily plans. Half an hour before the end of each working day, take stock of the completion of the day's plan, and sort out the work ideas and methods of the next day's plan. It must be noted that when formulating the daily work plan, the flexibility of the plan must be considered. The plan cannot be made at 100% of the ability, but should be made at 80% of the ability. This is determined by the nature of business work, because every employee encounters unexpected situations every day, as well as temporary tasks assigned by superiors. If your daily plan is 100%, then, when you do not complete the task, it will inevitably crowd out the work plan you have made the next day, and the original plan will have to be postponed. This will definitely affect the entire work plan for the next day, and even the current month, thus falling into a passive situation of tomorrow after tomorrow. Over time, your plan loses its seriousness, and your superiors think you're not a very capable employee. Talmud Collection, Part 1, Loved One's Work, 1. Susie accompanies you to read. Jew Begard worked for a financial guarantee company, and in 3 years of work, he won the reputation of unbreakable. He has his own set of work principles, that is, today is the end of today's work. He handles everything meticulously and ensures that they are done with high quality the first time. With his love for his work and hard work, Begat was promoted to the team leader of this department. Because of his ability to listen carefully to his colleagues, understand the concerns of his subordinates, and lead his department to perform well in every task, Burgert's group has won praise and has become a company recognized by the company as a team to be entrusted with. On the contrary, there is an operations department on the 3rd floor with a large number of people, but the performance is not satisfactory. They form a sharp contrast with Begat's team, and thus become the focus of criticism. In order to make a comprehensive change in the company, the boss decided to promote Begat to the business manager of the 3rd floor. A few weeks later, Burgert took the promotion cautiously and reluctantly, and despite the company's high hopes for him to take over the 3rd floor, he took the job. The development of the work is naturally very difficult, but Begat quickly adjusted his mentality and turned his dislike of the job into a love. At the same time, his positive emotions deeply affected the employees, and in this spiritual support inspired by and inspired, Begart's department quickly changed and eventually became a model for the company. There is a saying among the Jews, choose what you love and love what you choose. As an employee, Begat forced himself to fall in love with the job he chose and accepted, and through his own efforts, made great contributions to the company. Contribution, but also wrote a shining brush for his career. In fact, anyone can do some boring work. Even if it gives you a great work environment, any job can become boring if it is always the same. Many employees who work in big companies have extensive knowledge and professional training, have an enviable job, and get a good salary, but many of them do not love their work and regard it as a tight-knit spell, having to come out and work just to survive. They are tense and premature, and work is not fun for them. Jews think that a job is interesting or not, depending on your opinion, and we can do it well or badly, we can do it with joy and pride, or we can do it with grief and disgust. How to do it is entirely up to us. So as long as you're working, why not let yourself be full of energy and enthusiasm? Every employee should learn to love their job. Even if you don't like this job, you should do everything you can to change and love it, and use this love to discover the vitality, enthusiasm, and great creativity in your heart. Force. In fact, the more you love your work and the more determined you are, the more productive you will be. When you have this passion, going to work is no longer a chore, work becomes a pleasure, and many people will want to hire you to do what you love more. If you have a passion for your work, you will derive great joy from it. It is very pleasant to imagine that you are working 8 hours a day and you are swimming happily. Quill was a mechanic in an auto repair shop, and from the first day he entered the shop, he began to rant about, "It's so dirty to fix this, look at what I've got on me, it's so exhausting, I hate this job, it's a shame to do the repair work for what I'm capable of." Every day, Quill is in the mood of complaining and dissatisfaction. He thought he was tormented, toiling like a slave. Therefore, Quill peeped at the master's eyes and actions all the time, and when there was a little space, he would be lazy and slippery to deal with the work in hand. Talmud Collection, Part 1 Loved One's Work, 2. Susie accompanies you to read. A few years have passed, and the 3 workers who entered the factory with Quill, each relying on their own craftsmanship, either to find another job, or to be sent to the university for further study by the company, only Quill, still complaining, be the repairman he despises. Jews believe that in order to be successful, no matter what kind of work you do, you must have a passion for your work. If you, like Quill, despise and hate your work, and give it a cold look, then you won't get anywhere. Maybe some jobs in some industries don't look elegant and the working conditions are too poor to be recognized by society, but please don't lose sight of the fact that usefulness is the true measure of greatness. In the eyes of many young people, only civil servants, bank employees or white-collar workers in big companies can be called gentlemen, and some of them are even willing to wait a long time to seek a position as a civil servant. However, at the same time, he can completely find his own position and find his own value in real work through his own efforts. There is no distinction between high and low work itself, but there are differences in attitudes towards work. To see if a person can do things well, just look at his attitude towards work. And a person's work attitude is closely related to his own temperament and ability. The work a person does is the expression of his attitude towards life, and the career of his life is the expression of his ambition and ideal. Therefore, to understand a person's work attitude, to a certain extent, is to understand that person. If a man despises work as a low thing, he will never respect himself. Because I look down on my work, I feel that the work is hard and boring, and naturally I will not do it well. In today's society, there are many people who do not respect their work, do not regard work as the only way to create a career and a tool for personality development, but as a provider of food, clothing, housing and transportation, and think that work is the price of life, and it is helpless and inevitable. Toil, what a wrong notion. Those who look down on their work are often those who are passively adapted to life, and they are unwilling to strive to rise up and improve their living environment. For them, civil servants are more decent and authoritative, they don't like business and service industries, they don't like manual labor, they think they should live easier, they should have a better job, and they should work more freely. They always stubbornly believe that they are better in some aspects and have a broader future, but in fact they are not. Those who look down on their work are actually cowards in life. Compared with the easy and decent civil service jobs, business and service industries require harder work and require more practical abilities. When people are afraid to take on the challenge, they make a lot of excuses, and over time they look down on their work. These people may have been very lazy in their school days, and once they pass the exam, they put their books aside, thinking that all life was open to him. They have many misconceptions about what the ideal job is, if they have any ideals at all. Rybert once warned such people, it is very dangerous if people only pursue high salaries and government positions. It shows that the spirit of independence of the nation has dried up, or more seriously, if the nationals of a country are only the painstaking pursuit of these positions will make the whole nation live as slaves. I am born to be useful, and laziness will only bring us great misfortune. Some young people use their talents to create beautiful things and contribute to society. Others have no life goals, shrink their hands, waste their natural talents, and can only survive in their old age. I could have created a brilliant life, but it was a huge regret that I missed out on success. A farmer may become a figure like Washington, or he may face the lust all day long until he grows old. The Talmud Part 1, Don't be in a hurry. Susie accompanies you to read. At work, many people always bow their heads and do things. They are in a hurry like nature's ants, but they don't have much substantial gains. For them, being hasty and rash is the best portrayal of themselves. Recklessness is an act of indiscretion, the inability to think through anything and to make hasty decisions on the spur of the moment, sometimes recklessly. Reckless people are lazy to think and act rashly. In order to quickly get rid of the inner pain and tension caused by psychological struggle, they make rash decisions without considering the subjective and objective conditions and consequences. One thing is not done, and another thing is done, or several things are done together. Successful Jews do nothing in a hurry, because in the rush it is easy to make mistakes. For some questions that I do not understand, I will definitely ask them clearly and make them clear. At the same time, they know how to arrange work and develop a precise work schedule, so their work efficiency is very high. As one successful Jew said, you should make a plan for the day every morning. Just 5 minutes of thinking can make your day's work seem very efficient. Take an example from marketing work. In the early stage of a new product launch, finding a dealer is a very important job, but what would you do in the face of an unfamiliar city and market? Are you eager to walk around the streets after getting off the bus, or do you make a visit plan and a reasonable route after passing the investigation? With hundreds of dealers in every city, it's impossible for every customer to visit. Experienced marketers will select 20% of the customers who have the intention, network, and strength for key visits, and spend 80% of the time communicating with 20% of the key customers. At the same time, in order not to give up those potential dealers, small dealers dealing with related products only need to simply distribute new product investment information. No matter what job you do, prior research and analysis will help you find the best way to achieve your goals. A good watch walks very regularly, neither too fast nor too slow. A successful Jew is never in a hurry, nor is he procrastinating, nor is he rash or hesitating. He's always methodical, doesn't rush, has no backlog, and never procrastinates. Instead of doing it as soon as they have an idea, and then adjusting it when they find a deviation, they figured out how to do it from the beginning, and thought about everything and sorted it out. People who rush to get things done because they don't have a sense of time usually spend more time doing things that didn't get done the first time after the fact. If you really don't have time to get everything done, get the most important things done. Some people think it's easy to do things without rushing. Just pay attention every time you do something. In fact, it is a habit for a person to do things in a hurry. You will find that a person who is in a hurry does everything recklessly. They do things with their own intuition. If you want to change the shortcomings of rushing things, the first thing is to make plans and goals when you do everything, and form a habit. Talmud Part 1, Be proactive in doing things. Susie accompanies you to read. Prominent Jews learned early on that they had to fight for everything and take responsibility for their actions. No one can guarantee your success, only you. No one can stop you from succeeding, only you. Regardless of any industry, if you want to climb to the top, you need to actively and silently accumulate a long time before you succeed. It requires long planning and solid efforts. Do you want to climb to the top of the ladder of success? You must always maintain the spirit of taking the initiative to face your work. Even work that is unchallenged and uninteresting pays off in the end. Many companies have struggled to develop their employees into people with high job self-esteem. Employees with high work self-esteem will have the courage to be responsible and have the ability to think independently. They are not like machines, they do what they are told to do. They tend to be creative and get things done well. Employees with low self-esteem at work, who stick to the rules, fear making mistakes, and at best do their best to stay true to the company's rules. They tell themselves, why should I interfere with what my boss didn't tell me to do? No extra bonus. These two different ideas clearly lead to different job performance. Spontaneous people will not only complete their tasks satisfactorily, but will faithfully consider their boss, give him as much advice and information as possible, and they will be promoted and appreciated for it. If you work harder than others, you will have more opportunities. In previous industrial times, the ability to follow orders was very important, but now individual initiative is more valued. When you know what to do, take action now, do it. You don't have to wait for someone else's supervision and explanation. I do not have time. I'm too busy to do it. I'm afraid now is not the best time, why don't we wait? Often, these commonplace words can cost you several times over. No time is just a shield for the lazy and an excuse for the cowardly and incompetent. In this world, there are two kinds of people who will never be promoted. The first kind of people will not obey orders. The other kind of people will only obey orders. The first type of people do things very reluctantly after being told many times. The other type of people, second only to spontaneously doing what should be done, is being told what to do and doing it immediately, just start doing it. These people don't get a lot of credit and they don't get a lot of money. There is also a group of people who are only forced to do things when they are in poverty. Like being whipped and kicked from behind, they are ignored, and they work hard and earn little. They sat there, constantly complaining about the harshness and stinginess of their bosses, about social injustice, and hoping for an opportunity to come to them. There is also a group of people who, even if you walk up to them and show them, still don't do their job well, so they're always out of work. Opportunities for success are always looking for those who can take the initiative to do things, but many people do not realize this at all. They have long developed a habit of procrastination and laziness. Success will come only when you offer a truly useful service proactively and sincerely. And every employer is looking for people who can take the initiative and rewarding them for their performance. Do it now. Use this quote to warn yourself when you realize that the vices of procrastination and laziness are showing up in you. You can start with any small thing. It's not how important the thing itself is. The great significance is to break through your bad habit of doing nothing. Whether a person has the initiative in his work and whether he has the spirit of pursuing perfection is an essential difference for work. I know a lot of smart people who do their job well, but are never appreciated by their bosses. Why? They don't want to take orders, they think they are smart, and they see through his employer's intention to squeeze employees. When the boss arranges this kind of person to work, more often, they always simply answer, "I don't want to go. Can you arrange other people?" Even if all their talents are buried, in my opinion, come on, it doesn't deserve sympathy. Every boss likes motivated, empathetic employees, and people love to work with them. Start working harder for others from now on. Don't wait for others to tell you. Do more than you do, and serve more than others expect, so you can attract the attention of your boss and get a raise and a promotion. People who work harder without their bosses will be rewarded more. If you only perform well when others are paying attention, you will never reach the pinnacle of success. The strictest standards of performance should be set by oneself, not demanded by others. If you expect more from yourself than your boss expects from you, then you don't need to worry about losing your job. Likewise, if you can meet the highest standards you set yourself, promotions are just around the corner. We often find that people who are considered to be overnight successes actually worked in obscurity for a long time before they became famous. Success is an accumulation of hard work. Regardless of the industry, reaching the top usually requires a long period of hard work and careful planning. If you want to get to the top of the ladder of success, you have to always be proactive and take the lead, even in the face of unchallenging or uninteresting work, and it will pay off in the end. When you develop this automatic habit, you have the potential to be a boss and a leader. Those in high positions are because they have proven themselves to be responsible and trustworthy with their actions. The most fundamental difference between those who achieve great things and those who just get by is that successful people know how to take responsibility for their actions. No one can make you successful, and no one can stop you from reaching your goals. The so-called initiative refers to being ready to seize opportunities at any time, showing work performance that exceeds the requirements of others, and having the wisdom and judgment to break the rules when necessary in order to complete the task. Talmud Part 1, Doing Things Conscientiously, 1. Susie accompanies you to read. An advert for a teacher in a British newspaper. The job is easy, but it's all about doing your job with all your heart. In fact, not only teachers, but all work should be done with dedication and due diligence. And this is the foundation of professionalism. No matter what kind of career a person is engaged in, he should do his best and do his best to achieve continuous progress. This is not only the principle of work, but also the principle of life. Without responsibilities and ideals, life becomes meaningless. No matter where you live, even in poverty and hardship, if you can put your heart and soul into your work, you will eventually be financially free. Those who achieve success in life must have persevered in a particular field. Knowing how to do one thing well is much better than knowing a little bit about many things. In a speech at a Texas school, a president told students, "More than anything else, you need to know how to do one thing well. If you can do better than people, then you will never be unemployed." A successful operator said, "If you can actually make a pen, you should make more money than you can make a crude steam engine." If you are determined to succeed, you must ensure that you are on the path to success. You can choose the life of being a monk and hitting the clock for a day, or you can pursue a perfect life. Working hard and focused is the healthiest training for any employee. At the same time, it is also the best training and gospel for a company. There is a first sales company in the United States. The boss instructed 3 employees to do the same thing: go to supplier A to investigate the quantity, price, and quality of their company's fur. The first employee returned 5 minutes later to report. He did not go to investigate in person, but inquired about the supplier's situation to his subordinates and came back to report. 30 minutes later, the second employee came back to report. He personally went to supplier A to learn about the quantity, price, and quality of the fur. The third employee came back to report after 90 minutes. It turned out that he not only went to supplier A to learn about the quantity, price, and quality of furs, but also selected the most valuable products from supplier A according to the company's purchasing needs. Detailed records were made and contact was made with the sales manager of supplier A. On the way back, he also went to 2 other suppliers to learn about the business information of fur, made a detailed comparison of the situation of the 3 suppliers, and worked out the best purchase plan for fur. The first employee was just perfunctory and sloppy to deal with it, while the second was passive at best. There is only a third person who actually acts dutifully. Simply think, if you were the boss, which one would you hire? Which one would you appreciate? If you want a raise and promotion, as a boss, who are you willing to give the opportunity to? If you want to be a successful employee worthy of your boss's trust, you must strive for precision and perfection. Taking one's work seriously and conscientiously is the personality quality of successful people. Many people have been puzzled by a question, although they are more capable than others, but their achievements are far behind others. Don't wonder, don't complain, but ask yourself some questions first. Are you really on the way forward? Do you study the details of your professional field as carefully as a painter studies a canvas? In order to increase your knowledge, or to create more value for your boss, have you read professional books seriously? Have you done your due diligence in your field of work? If you can't answer yes to these questions, then that's why you can't win. If something is right, do it boldly and conscientiously. If it is wrong, don't do it at all. Talmud Part 1, Doing Things Conscientiously, 2. Susie accompanies you to read. No matter what career you are in, you should be proficient in it. Let this be your motto. Make up your mind to master all the issues in your career field and become more proficient than others. If you're a connoisseur of the job, you can earn a good reputation by being well-versed in all of your business, and you've got a secret weapon for potential success. Someone asked a great man about the relationship between personal effort and success. How do you get so much work done? I'll only focus on one thing at a time, but I'll do it thoroughly. If you are not well prepared for your work, how can you blame others and society for your failures? Now, what needs to be done most is the word proficient. It takes thousands of years of evolution for nature to grow a gorgeous flower and a plum fruit. But in the United States, young people read a few law books and try to deal with difficult cases, or after 2 or 3 medical classes, they are eager to do surgery, you know, that surgery saves a precious life, what? Once you develop the bad habit of giving up halfway, being absent-minded, and being lazy in your student days, and using some small tricks to smuggle through and deceive teachers, once you enter the society, it is impossible to complete any tasks well. Always being late for bank errands, people will refuse to pay his bills, always delaying appointments and disappointing people. If a person thinks that little things are not worth taking seriously, then if he thinks about the book, he must be full of loopholes. Some people never organize their papers and letters seriously. All the manuscripts and letters are piled up on the desk. When doing things, they will be unorganized, not paying attention to order, and not thinking carefully. As a result, even their most basic positions, principles, and attitudes are lost, and others' confidence in themselves is lost. Such people are destined to fail, and their families and colleagues will feel frustrated and disappointed for them. If such a person becomes a leader, it will have an even worse impact, and his subordinates will surely be infected by this vice. When they see that their boss is not a meticulous and careful person, they will often follow suit. In this way, individual flaws and weaknesses permeate the entire business and affect the development of the company. A sage said, "If there is something you must do, put your heart into it." Another wise man said, "No matter what job you have at hand, do it with all your heart." In the eyes of the Jewish people, those who cannot do things well, lack the same qualities in their souls. He will not cultivate his own personality, his will cannot be firm, and he cannot achieve the goal he pursues. Those who are greedy for fun and want to cultivate the Tao, who think they can have both sides, will not only fail in both enjoyment and Taoism, but will also regret the beginning. In a sense, it is better to pursue fame and fortune wholeheartedly than perfunctory cultivation. In short, if you want to be in an irreplaceable position in the company, you can only perform your duties with the greatest sense of responsibility and well-trained skills, and give full play to your own strength for the company. Prioritize things. Professor Samuelson is giving his last class to graduating students. This class was a bit different from the previous classes. There was a big iron bucket on the lecture table and a pile of fist-sized stones next to it. The students didn't know what the professor was going to do. Today we only do a small test. The professor put the stones into the iron bucket one by one. When the bucket could no longer hold a stone, the professor stopped and asked, "Do you think the bucket can still hold anything?" "Cannot." Students answer. "Do you all think so?" the professor asked. Then, he slowly took out a small bucket of rubble from under the table. He grabbed a handful of gravel, placed it on the surface of the iron bucket full of stones, shook it, then grabbed a handful of gravel, put it in, and shook it again. This is repeated several times until the small bucket of gravel is fully loaded into the iron bucket. Talmud Part 1, Doing Things Conscientiously, 3. Susie accompanies you to read. "Can this iron bucket still hold anything?" the professor asked again. After the last experience, the students became cautious. "It's okay, okay." "That's right," said the professor, taking a small bucket of fine sand from under the table, pouring it on the surface of the iron bucket, and shaking it slowly. After about half a minute, the fine sand was no longer visible on the surface of the iron bucket. Can the iron bucket still hold things? Should, can't. Although the students answered like this, they didn't have a clue in their hearts. The professor looked excited. "That's right." This time, he took out a small pot of water from under the table. I saw him slowly pour the water into the iron bucket. When the water in the pot was finished, the professor raised his head and asked with a smile, "Can anyone get up and talk about what this experiment shows?" One student immediately stood up and said, "It shows that no matter how full your schedule is, you can find time to do more." It makes sense. But it doesn't talk about the substance. Students, think about it. In the following time, many students expressed their opinions, but they did not get to the point. Finally, Samuel said, "It tells us that if the first thing to put into the iron bucket is not the stone, but the crushed stone, sand and water, then you have no chance to put the rocks in the iron bucket. And when you put the rocks in first, the iron bucket will have a lot of space for the rest that you didn't expect." In the future in your career, you have to distinguish between what is rock and what is crushed rock, sand and water, and always put the rock first. A person is often entangled in all kinds of trivial matters and chores at work. Many people are exhausted and distracted by these things because they have not mastered efficient work methods, and they can never calm down. Do the best thing to do, or get blinded by the seemingly urgent things, don't know which ones are the best things to do, and end up wasting a lot of time in vain. The big rock, a vivid metaphor, is like the things we encounter in our work, some of which are very important, and some of which can be done or not done. Important work is hard to get done if we lose our priorities and distract us from trivial matters. In a series of to-dos based on achieving goals, which ones should you start working on first? What matters should be deferred or even left out? To this question, the answer given by a large company is that things should be prioritized according to their importance. The so-called importance refers to the contribution to the achievement of the goal. The more important things that contribute to the achievement of the goal, the more they should be prioritized. The less important things that contribute to the achievement of the goal, the less important they should be deferred. Simply put, it is based on the principle of doing what I am doing now brings me closer to my goal to judge the priority of things. In this large company, everyone has developed a do it according to the importance of things habit of thinking and working methods. Before starting every job, it's always a habit to figure out what's important, what's secondary, and what's insignificant, whether they're urgent or not. This is true of every job, every day of work, even a year or more of work plans. People are accustomed to prioritizing things by their priority rather than measuring their importance first. In this way of thinking, they often divide their daily tasks into 3 levels as follows: the must, i.e. the most urgent, thing to do today. Something should be done today, i.e. something that is somewhat urgent. The things you can do today, i.e. the least urgent things. But unfortunately, in most cases, the more important things are less urgent. For example, putting forward suggestions to improve the operation mode to the superiors, planning for long-term goals, and even personal physical examinations, etc., often because they are not urgent, those must do, such as non-stop phone calls, reports that need to be completed immediately, limitlessly. Delayed. So, if you want to do good things, you must master one of the principles: do important things, not urgent things. Talmud Collection Part 1, Do a Little More Each Day. Susie accompanies you to read. It is not enough to be wholehearted and conscientious. You should also do a little more than your own work, a little more than what others expect, so that you can attract more attention and create more opportunities for self-improvement. You're just doing your job for what you're paid for, and you won't be able to get people to judge you favorably. However, when you are willing to work for more than what you are paid for, your actions will encourage everyone involved in your work to rate you well and will increase the demand for your services. You are certainly not obligated to do things outside your purview, but you can also choose to do it voluntarily to drive yourself forward quickly. Taking the initiative is a very precious and highly valued quality. It can make people more agile and more active. Whether you are a manager or an ordinary employee, a do a little more everyday attitude can make you stand out from the competition. Your bosses, clients, and customers will pay attention to you, trust you, and give you more opportunities. There are dozens or more of reasons why you should get into the habit of doing a little more every day, despite the fact that few people do it. 2 of the reasons are the most important. First, after establishing the good habit of doing a little more each day, you already have an advantage over those around you who haven't yet developed the habit. This habit leads to more people asking for your services by name, no matter what industry you are in. Second, if you want to get your right arm stronger, the only way to do it is to use it for the hardest work. Conversely, if you don't use your right arm for a long time and leave it pampered, the result is that it becomes weaker or even atrophied. Struggle in a difficult situation can generate great power, which is the eternal law of life. If you can do a little more than your job, then you can not only show the virtue of diligence, but also develop an extraordinary skill and ability to make yourself more powerful to survive and get out of trouble. Society is developing, companies are growing, and the scope of individual responsibility is expanding. Don't always shirk responsibility by saying, "This is not my job." When extra work is assigned to you, consider it an opportunity. Go to work early, don't think that no one notices, but the boss is watching with wide eyes. If you can come to the company a little earlier, it shows that you take this job very seriously. Arrive a little earlier every day. You can make a plan for the day's work. When others are still thinking about what to do that day, you are already ahead of others. If you want to be a successful person, you must establish the concept of lifelong learning. It is necessary to learn professional knowledge and constantly expand one's own knowledge. Some seemingly irrelevant knowledge often plays a huge role in the future. And doing a little more every day can give you that learning opportunity. If it's not your job, and you do, this is the opportunity. Someone once studied why we can't identify opportunities when they come, because opportunities always pretend to be problems. When a customer, colleague, or boss presents you with a problem, it may be creating a precious opportunity for you. For an excellent employee, the organizational structure of the company, who should be responsible for this problem, and who should complete this task are not the most important. The only idea in his mind is how to solve the problem. The next time a customer, coworker, and your boss asks for your help by doing something extra than letting someone else handle it, actively lend a helping hand. Try to think in a different light, like another role. You are the person responsible for this matter. How will you better solve these problems? Doing a little more every day, maybe not for the purpose of getting paid, but more often than not. A Jew works in a hardware store and is paid $75 a month. One day, a customer bought a large batch of goods, including shovels, pliers, saddles, plates, buckets, baskets, and so on. This customer will get married in a few days, and it is a local custom to buy some living and labor utensils in advance. The goods were stacked on the wheelbarrow, and the cart was full, and the mules were struggling to pull them up. In fact, it was not the Jew's responsibility to deliver the goods, and he delivered such a heavy load for the customer entirely of his own accord. Accidentally on the way, the wheel sank into a mud hole that is neither deep nor shallow. He tried all his strength, but the car still remained motionless. A good-hearted businessman happened to pass by in a carriage and helped him pull the carriage out of the mud pit. It was late when he struggled back to the store with an empty cart, but the boss didn't praise him for his extra work. A week later, the businessman approached him and told him, "I found that you work very hard and are very enthusiastic, especially I have noticed that you are careful and attentive when you unload the goods. Therefore, I am willing to provide you with a $500 a month position." The Jew accepted the job. Jews believe that people should do more extra work in the actual work. Maybe these extra efforts are the beginning of your success. But unfortunately, most people feel that as long as they do their due diligence and complete the tasks assigned by the boss, this is especially true for young people who have just stepped into society. If you're a freight handler, you might be able to spot an undetected error on the shipping list that's unrelated to your responsibilities. If you're a weighman, you might be able to question and correct a scale error so that the company doesn't suffer losses. If you're a postman, you may be able to do something beyond the scope of your duties other than ensuring that letters arrive in a timely and accurate manner. These jobs may be the responsibility of professional technicians, but if you do it, you sow seeds of success. There are many people around us who only do their own work and draw a clear line between their internal and external duties, or they want to get paid for doing a little more, but they don't know that this is a great improvement in their work ability. Obstacles. Over time your boss will lose your favor. In many cases, extra work is a test for employees, and being able to do it well is also a manifestation of ability. How much you give, how much you get is a well-known law of cause and effect. Jews will not only work hard to do their own work, but also try their best to do some extra work. Maybe this investment won't be rewarded immediately, but don't be discouraged. You should pay a little more as always, and the reward may inadvertently appear in unexpected ways, a promotion or a raise. The Jewish creed is that even if you are not officially told to be responsible for something, you should try to do it well, even if you screw it up. As long as you dare to take responsibility, then you are a good person, position, and pay will follow. Talmud Collection Part 1, Do the Little Things Diligently. Susie accompanies you to read. In life and work, there are no shortcuts to solve problems, deal with affairs, plan markets, and manage enterprises. A lot of work is made up of trivial, complicated, and small things. Once these things are done and done well, it is not always possible to see any achievements. Once they are not done well or smashed, it will affect other work, or even bring down a major event. Therefore, we must not be sloppy and underestimate our work. Maybe you will ask, is it too monotonous to do some trivial work every day, and will it have much value? In fact, this problem is very good to illustrate. If we observe a cathedral window from the outside, the cathedral window is covered with dust, very dark, the brilliance is gone, and only the feeling of monotony and dilapidation is left. But as soon as we cross the threshold and enter the church, we immediately see brilliant colors and clear lines. The sunlight jumped and jumped through the windows, forming beautiful pictures. Everything has a very deep meaning in life. As a mason or mason, you may find poetry in bricks and mortar. As a librarian, you may be able to make some intellectual progress while organizing books. As a teacher, you may be tired of the step-by-step teaching work, but as long as you see your students, you may become very patient, and all your troubles are thrown away. The work that everyone does is made up of small things, but it should not be perfunctory to deal with the small things in the work or despise slack. Remember, there are no small things at work. All successful people do the same simple little things as we do. The only difference is that they never think they are doing the simple little things. What is not easy is that you can do simple things well thousands of times. What is not easy is that you can seriously do things that everyone thinks are very easy. The words are simple, yet profound. Such a unique understanding of it not easy and not easy is refreshing. Whether it is for a company or an individual, the most important thing is to do the repetitive and simple daily work finely and professionally, and persevere for a long time, to be in place and solid. So what does it mean to be in place and be solid for a long time? To give an example, evaluating the strength and weakness of a person's ability cannot be measured only by lifting a 200-pound barbell at a time. If they make up their minds, many people can do it. But it's not easy to do a simple thing consistently and consistently. For example, holding an embroidery needle, no one can do it, but if you are asked to hold it in one position, walk a few kilometers or hold it for a few hours, how many people can do it? Successful Jews believe that good qualities, good habits, are built up over time. The brilliance of success comes from the usual study and training. They especially believe in the words of Voltaire, "It is a grain of sand in a shoe that wears people, not the mountains in the distance." On the road of life, it is necessary for us to pour out that grain of sand in our shoes at any time. In life, it's the little things that break you down, not the big challenges. Many people have the experience that when disaster strikes suddenly, people often instinctively generate a huge resistance force because of tension and fear. However, when trivial things bother you, you may be at a loss, because they are small details of life that people generally don't pay attention to. However, it is these seemingly trivial things that can constantly consume people's energy. In order to achieve a career, a person needs to do every little thing in daily life. As the saying goes, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Those who always think about doing big things and ignore the little things will not be successful. Jews often teach their children that if they want to be an aspiring young man, they must consciously start from every little thing around them. Even a small good deed is better than a person who sees goodness as small and does nothing. Because the hard things in the world must be done in the easy, and the great things in the world must be done in the small. The daily work of soldiers is small things such as Q training, tactical drills, patrols, and wiping firearms. The daily work of hotel waiters is to smile at customers, answer customers' questions, clean rooms, and tidy sheets. It's such trivial matters as answering the phone, arranging reports, and drawing drawings. Are you tired of it, meaningless and uninspired? Have you dealt with it perfunctorily because of this, and felt slack in your heart? This can't be your excuse. Remember, this is your job, and there are no small things at work. To make everything perfect, you have to put in your passion and effort. Jew Brown was originally a clerk of the Standard Oil Company of the United States. When he was on a business trip and staying in a hotel, he always wrote Standard Oil for $4 per barrel under his signature, and he was no exception in his letters and receipts. After signing the name, it will definitely write those words. He was called $4 a barrel by his colleagues, but no one called him by his real name. When the chairman of the company, Rockefeller, knew about this, he said with emotion, "I want to see a staff member who works so hard to promote the company's reputation." So he invited Brown to have dinner. Later, when Rockefeller stepped down, Brown became the second chairman. Signing Standard Oil at $4 a barrel at the time of the signature is a very small thing. Strictly speaking, this little thing is not within the scope of Brown's work. But Brown did, and insisted on taking this little thing to the extreme. Among those who ridiculed him, there must be many people who are more capable and talented than him, but in the end, only he has achieved success in his career. The best people are those who find ways to complete the task, the best people are those who will not give up until they reach their goals, and the best people are for a simple and firm idea, repeat it over and over, and finally make it a reality. People, this is the least known but most important skill of a productive employee. And those who talk about their will and belief all the time, often only talk on paper, they dare not face the cruel reality, they shrink back in the face of adversity, they are cautious and erratic. There is no doubt that such people will never be successful, they don't even have the most basic, healthy mindset for successful execution. Success is doing simple things repeatedly. To be successful is actually not difficult, just repeat simple things and develop a habit. Once you have a simple and firm idea, as long as you keep repeating it, it will eventually make it become a reality. This is the best answer given by Jack Welch, the former president of G in the United States, on how to succeed. Everything is worth doing. Don't underestimate everything you do, even the most ordinary thing. You should go all out and do it with due diligence. If you can successfully complete small tasks, it is also possible to complete big things. If you climb up step by step, you will not easily fall. This is also the secret to real strength through work. Talmud Collection Part 1, Do One Thing Well in Your Life. 1. Susie accompanies you to read. A person's success is sometimes purely accidental, but who would dare to say that it is not a necessity? Successful Jews often say that it is enough to do one thing well in one's life. It means, focus on doing one thing well. Since human time, energy, and brain power are limited, when you choose one or two goals in your life or a period of time, you should invest all your time, energy, and brain power in this area. There are some experts or professionals in the society who are not even clear about the common sense of life, but they have deep attainments in a certain aspect. This is because they save time for other efforts and concentrate on doing one or two things. They put in a lot of time and energy in these two areas, so they are successful and have more returns than others in this regard, which is also a shortcut. When you are talking to him about some topics that have nothing to do with him, he will not have the slightest reaction on his face, nor will he take a word, as if he has not heard at all. This kind of person knows how to save time, energy, and brain power. Try not to discuss some meaningless things with others is also a kind of economy. This kind of people can achieve a career. So the best way is to concentrate on one thing at a certain stage, put other unimportant things aside, and set a new goal after completion. Humans have no less than 14 billion brain cells, and even successful Jews have less than 10% of their brain potential developed. It can be seen that it is not too difficult for a person to do one thing well in his life. The key is to see if he can stick to it to the end. Some people don't think about the long term, they only think about the present. The wind comes with the wind, the rain comes with the rain. Do this today, do that tomorrow, do whatever you see, and want to join in the fun. As a result, they often end up empty-handed and accomplish nothing. Pursuing only one thing well in life is a way of being a person, a style, or a way of living. Let us find the coordinates of our own life, and persevere in doing one thing that we can do well. In this way, this life will not be in vain. The same is true of us ordinary people. It is important to be diligent and persevering. As long as we firmly grasp our big goals in life, go down step by step, and go step by step, we may achieve great success. There was a young Jew who lived in a small town in Israel and was the janitor of a unit. Perhaps because his work is too light, in order to live a fulfilling life, he often reads some books on history as his hobby. In this way, he read the Torah for more than 60 years, and also read the history books for more than 60 years. His hard work pays off. After so many years of hard work, he has acquired deep attainments in history. Since then, his reputation has spread far and wide. He has only a junior high school education and was awarded the title of academician, becoming a world-renowned historian. This Jewish example of success tells people, do one thing well in your life. The universe is infinite and life is limited. Everyone should concentrate their limited energy and limited time to do a real thing that should be done and can be done well. After a goal is determined, you must gather all your mental and physical strength, focus on it, stick to the original intention until you succeed. Never procrastinate. Human nature itself is indulgent and undisciplined, and the performance is that the persistence of goals, the control of time, etc. are not in place, and things cannot be completed on time. When procrastination has begun to affect the quality of work, it can degenerate into a form of self-loathing. When you procrastinate on a project, take the time to sharpen tons of pencils, or plan to start a project as soon as you're laying the foundation stone for self-loathing. Clever excuses, or deliberately doing errands to avoid a task, can only make one sink deeper into this bad habit. If today is unclear, it will inevitably accumulate, accumulation will delay, and delay will lead to degeneration and decadence. Delaying what needs to be done wastes work time and creates unnecessary work stress. Talmud Collection Part 1, Do One Thing Well in Your Life, 2. Susie accompanies you to read. Jews know that shopping is a battlefield, and work is like a battle. To be invincible in the marketplace, you must have a capable and efficient team. Prominent Jews believed that those who procrastinated were unlikely to achieve much. Procrastination is such a bad work habit that some people can spend hours at the gym, bar, or shopping mall without getting tired at all. But look at the way they go to work, listless and complaining. Going to work in such a state of mind will only feel more and more stressful at work. Why some people are so good at making excuses and yet not able to get the job done is a very strange thing indeed. Because no matter how many ways they use to avoid responsibility, what should be done must be done. And procrastination is a rather tiring ordeal, and as deadlines loom, the pressure of work increases, which can make people feel even more exhausted. Procrastination is because of human inertia. Whenever we have to work or make a decision, we always find some excuses to comfort ourselves, and we always want to make ourselves more relaxed and comfortable. Some people can decisively overcome inertia in an instant and take the initiative to face challenges. Some people are caught in the quagmire of fierce battle, pulled back and forth by initiative and inertia, overwhelmed and unable to decide. Time is just like this, a second wasted. Everyone has such an experience. The alarm clock wakes you up from your sleep in the morning, thinking about your plan, but at the same time feeling the warmth of the quilt, constantly saying to yourself it's time to get up, and constantly giving find your own excuses, wait a little longer. So, in the midst of anxiety, I lay down for another 5 minutes, or even 10 minutes. Procrastination is the indulgence of inertia. Once a habit is formed, it will wear down people's will, make you lose more and more confidence in yourself, doubt your perseverance, doubt your goals, and even make your character indecisive. Procrastination is also sometimes caused by overthinking and indecision. Appropriate caution is necessary, but too much caution is indecision, and things like waking up in the morning don't need any thought. We need to do everything possible not to procrastinate. When we know we have to do something, we do it immediately, and never give ourselves a second to think. Don't let yourself start a war with inertia. The best way to deal with inertia is to not allow inertia at all. Often at the beginning of things, there are always positive thoughts, and then when the question, "Can I?" pop up in my mind, inertia appears, and the war begins. Once the war begins, the outcome is difficult to say. Therefore, as soon as a positive idea appears, act immediately, so that inertia has no chance of taking advantage of it. If those who spend all day thinking about how to deceive can put half of that energy and creativity on the right track, they have the potential to achieve great things. Get over the habit of procrastinating and eradicate it from your personality. This habit of putting off until tomorrow what you should have done last week, last year, or even a dozen years ago is eating your will, and unless you get rid of this bad habit, you won't be able to achieve anything. Achievement. A successful Jewish businessman recounts an event that shaped his life when he was young. One day, he was playing outside, and when he was passing by a big tree, something suddenly fell on his head. He reached out and grabbed it, and it turned out to be a bird's nest. He didn't look carefully, and threw it on the ground. The bird's nest fell to the ground, and a small sparrow, waiting to be fed, rolled out from it. He liked it so much that he picked up the nest, put it in, and took it home together. When he got home and walked to the door, he suddenly remembered what his mother said, "You can't keep small animals at home." So, he gently put the little sparrow behind the door, walked quickly to the back room, and asked his mother's permission. Talmud Collection Part 1, Do One Thing Well in Your Life, 3. Susie accompanies you to read. At his repeated requests, the mother made an exception and agreed to the son's request. He happily ran to the door, but unexpectedly, the little sparrow was gone. Not far away, a black cat licked its mouth, with bird feathers at the corners. He was sad about it for a long time. From this incident, he learned a great lesson: as long as it is what he thinks is right, he must act immediately, and must not be indecisive. Those who cannot make decisions have no chance of doing wrong, but they also lose the chance of success. Forget my work. The most boring thing is to have nothing to do, and the most pleasant thing is that people are constantly busy with work. Jews advocate work. They believe that working diligently or even intensely all day will bring them endless fun, and if there is nothing to do all day, wandering around will be a very uncomfortable thing. The Jews believe that lazy people do not make a difference, and that both God and people reward the diligent. Therefore, the Jewish way of life is to develop the habit of working every day. When Sarnov, the telegraph magnate, was a child, his family was very poor. When he was in elementary school, in order to lighten the burden on the family, he used school hours and holidays to work. When he was about to graduate from primary school, his father passed away, and in this case, he had to drop out of school to work as a child. At the age of 15, he began to step into the society, and took the burden of the family's life on his shoulders. While earning a meager salary to support his family, he began to teach himself. Later, he found a job delivering telegrams in a post office. He worked very hard, delivering 20 telegrams a day, and sometimes running miles to deliver one. When he got home, it was 2 or 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. He was tired and hungry, and there was almost no energy in his body. He hurried to bed after a little meal, and in order to deliver more telegrams, he had to get to the telegraph building at 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning. But he never forgot his desire to achieve a career in the future. So he began to learn how to operate International Morse code, a technique that few people could master at the time. With only a junior high school education, it is very difficult for him to learn such advanced technology. However, with his amazing determination and perseverance, he mastered this difficult technology, so he was promoted to an operator. At the company's institute, he completed electrical engineering and became a transceiver for the Marconi Radio Company, the most powerful radio station in the world at the time. In April 1912, when the large luxury passenger ship Titanic, which shocked the world, was killed, he was the first person in the world to receive information about the sinking of the ship. He stood by the telegraph for 72 hours, sending and receiving messages without interruption. Long-term telegraph work has made him keenly aware that the marketization of radio technology has broad prospects. The company believes that he has certain abilities, so when he was 30 years old, he was promoted to the general manager of the radio company. His outstanding achievements were very rare at the time. All of this is due to his tenacious work ethic. The Jewish tycoon Rockefeller worked very hard. He usually worked 15 or 6 hours a day, and sometimes even 18 or 19 hours. In his life, he worked an average of 76 hours a week, and often others were off work. Well, he hasn't left the office yet. He said, if you don't want to do anything, you can work 8 hours a day, but if you want to do something, your work starts when others leave work. When someone asked him why he could work 20 hours a day, he said, 20 hours a day is not enough, I need to work 48 hours a day. He is always busy with his work and has almost no free time at times. People said that Rockefeller only slept and ate when he didn't talk about work. His tireless work has naturally paid off handsomely. Talmud Collection Part 1, Do One Thing Well in Your Life, 4. Susie accompanies you to read. The Jewish nation is one of the hardest working nations in the world. They take their work very seriously and never know what it means to be tired. They can work hard for a long time without complaining. I don't know how many Jews have become rich under the impetus of this tenacious spirit. All these outstanding people have such tenacious and selfless fighting spirit. You can see in these outstanding people that they can generally work silently for a long time without being known to outsiders. People seem to have forgotten them long ago, and they seem to have nothing to do with this world. Eventually, one day, they will achieve brilliant achievements in their careers. Attitude determines personal destiny. An Englishman has been working in a fast-moving consumer goods company for 2 years. He has been in a tepid state, and the salary is not high, but he can learn things, train people, and the salary is a so-so. But in the process of communicating with some old friends recently, he found that everyone is doing well, and seems to be better than himself, which makes him start to be dissatisfied with his current state, and consider how to raise a salary with the boss or find an opportunity to change jobs. Finally, he found an opportunity to have tea with the boss alone, and straightforwardly asked the boss for a raise. The boss smiled and ignored it. As a result, he couldn't get enough of his work anymore and began to perfunctory. A month later, the boss handed over his job to other employees, presumably ready to clean the door. He hurriedly handed in his resignation. What he did not expect was that in the next few months, he did not find a better job, and the salary offered by the recruiting unit was even worse than the original one. Due to the dislocation and imbalance of mentality, he lost his decent job, and his next job was not as good as before. The experience of a Jew is just the opposite of that of an Englishman. After this Jew came to work in an import and export company, the speed of promotion surprised everyone around him. One day, a close friend of his asked him this question with a strong curiosity. After listening, he shrugged indifferently and replied, "Well, it's very simple. When I first started to work in my boss's company, I found that every day after get off work, everyone went home, but the boss still stayed in the office to work and stayed late. In addition, I also noticed that during this time, he often looked for someone to help him bring his briefcase to him or do some important services for him. So I made up my mind that after get off work, I would not go home and stay in the office. No one asked me to stay, but I think I should, and I can provide Mr. Durant with whatever help he needs if needed. That's it. After a while, the boss keeps me up. It's become a habit to call me when something happens." 2 different mindsets, 2 opposite outcomes. For 2 people's career path, mentality played a decisive role. People with a passive attitude, they just blame and complain, and just run away. They don't think about work. What is their work? What is the job for? How can we do our job better? They just passively cope with the work for the work's sake, don't put all their enthusiasm and wisdom into the work, and just complete the task mechanically. It is impossible for such employees to make good grades at work and ultimately own their own careers. Many well-managed companies are creating opportunities for employees to become shareholders in the company. Because it has been found that when employees become business owners, they are more loyal, more creative, and work harder. Treat your work and your company with a proactive attitude, and you will do your job with due diligence and be dynamic and creative in your work, and you will be someone you can trust, someone your boss would love to hire, and someone who might be the person who becomes the boss right-hand man. More importantly, you will eventually have your own business. Talmud Collection Part 1, Do One Thing Well in Your Life, 5. Susie accompanies you to read. Jews believe in one truth that never changes. Treat your work with a positive attitude, and your work will pay you back in a positive way. Look at everything positively. The greatest weakness of human beings is self-deprecation, that is, selling themselves cheaply. People with this problem are very common in real life. For example, Jim sees a job in the newspaper that he likes, but he doesn't act, because he thinks, "I'm afraid I can't do it, so why bother?" For thousands of years, philosophers have advised us, know yourself. However, many people interpret it as recognizing only the negative side of yourself, and most self-assessments include too many shortcomings, mistakes, and incompetence. It's good to recognize your own shortcomings, and you can use them to improve, but if you only look at your negative sides, you will get into confusion and make yourself worthless. Therefore, we must understand ourselves correctly and comprehensively, and use a positive heart to solve the problems we face. Kester is an ordinary repairman, and although his life is barely tolerable, it is still far from his ideal. Once, he heard about a Detroit maintenance company hiring workers, and decided to try it out, hoping to get a better paying job. He arrived in Detroit on Sunday afternoon, and the interview was scheduled for Monday. After dinner, he sat alone in the hotel room. For some reason, he thought about it a lot and recalled everything he had experienced in his mind. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable annoyance. He is not a mentally retarded person. Why is he still accomplishing nothing and promising nothing? He took out a pen and paper and wrote down the names of 4 friends who he had known for many years, who had higher salaries and better jobs than him. 2 of them were former neighbors who have now moved to high-end residential areas, and the other 2 are his former bosses. He asked himself, compared with these 4 people, in addition to being worse than them in work, where else is he inferior to them? Smart? In good conscience, they are really not much better than themselves. After a long time of thinking and reflection, he realized the crux of the problem, the defect of self-character and emotion. In this regard, he had to admit that he was a lot worse than them. Although it was 3 o'clock in the morning, his mind was surprisingly clear. He felt that he saw himself clearly for the first time, and found that he could not control his emotions many times in the past. And many more. All night, he sat there self-examination. He found that since he was sensible, he was a person who was extremely incompetent, arrogant, unwilling to make progress, and lived by, he always thought that he could not succeed, and never thought that he could change his character flaws. Since your ability is not bad, as long as you get rid of these faults, your treatment will also improve. Therefore, he made up his mind, and since then, he will never have the idea that he is inferior to others, and never devalue himself. The next morning, he went to the interview with competence and was successfully hired. In his opinion, the reason why he got the job is not unrelated to the contemplation and awakening of the previous night that made him more confident. Within 2 years of taking office, Kester gradually built a good reputation. Everyone thought he was an optimistic, witty, active, enthusiastic person. The ensuing economic downturn has put individual emotional factors to the test. By this time, Kester was one of the few people in the industry who could do business. When the company adjusted it, Kester was given a sizable share, and his salary was increased. In interpersonal activities, positive words can also play a key role in the success or failure of an event. For example, if you say to a group of people, "I believe this plan will work," they will be excited and ready to try again. But if you say, "Unfortunately, we failed," what picture will they see? They really see the shock, disappointment, and sadness that the word failure conveys. If you say, "We made a big investment," people see the profits rolling in, and it's a happy picture. Conversely, it's going to cost a lot of money, and people see the money flowing go out and can't come back. Successful Jews identified 4 common self-regulation methods. Talmud Collection Part 1, Do One Thing Well in Your Life, 6. Susie accompanies you to read. 1. Describe your feelings in great, positive, pleasant words. When someone asks you, "How are you feeling today?" and you answer, "I'm not feeling well," or "I'm tired," "I have a headache," "I wish it was the weekend," others will feel very oops. You have to practice doing this. It's very simple, but it's incredibly powerful. When someone asks, "How are you feeling today?" or "How are you?" answer, "Very good." "Thank you, how about you?" Saying you're happy at every moment makes you feel really happy, and it gives you more weight and earns you more friends. 2. Encourage others with positive words, and praise people whenever you have the opportunity. Everyone wants to be affirmed and is eager to be praised by others, so encourage your wife or husband every day to say something compliment to her or him. Pay attention to compliment the partner you work with. Sincere compliments are a success tool. Use them consistently. 3. Describe others in bright, cheerful, favorable terms, and when you're talking to someone about a third party, praise them constructively, such as "They told me he did a great job," or "I listened to him." Say he's a very nice person, and definitely avoid saying destructive things, because someday a third party will know what you're saying, and it will in turn hit you back. 4. Present your plans to others in positive words. When people hear something like, "We have a great opportunity," "This is great news," hope naturally arises in their hearts. But when they hear, "Whether we like it or not, this task must be done," they feel dull and bored inside, and their behavioral responses are affected. Therefore, success is not very far away. Only when people see hope and see success can they win the support of others. Don't dig graves, build castles. Don't just look at the present, look at the future. This Jewish approach to self-suggestion will have a huge effect. Because you are better than you think, do you know your own strengths? Strengths are any talents, abilities, skills, and personality traits that you can use that enable you to continue to grow and contribute. However, everyone always thinks that it is wrong to talk about one's own strengths, and it will appear less modest. In fact, denying one's own strengths in some respects is both dishonest and inhumane. Affirming your own strengths is not bragging, on the contrary, it is honesty. What are your strengths? Are you clear? Do you know all your strengths? Can you name all these advantages? When asked about their strengths, they might say, "I don't know, but I think I should have strengths." But when asked about their weaknesses, they're quick to say a lot. Many people have been taught a concept: it is absolutely necessary to talk about their own shortcomings, and it is wrong to talk about their own strengths. Hopefully, you can really figure out what your strengths are, because to be successful you have to make good use of your strengths. For example, if someone praises you for cooking well, you may say, "No, it's not really good," or "It's nothing special." But to cook well, you must have a certain talent. Cooking well requires quite a few things: creativity, timing, and organizational skills. Cooking vegetables well is also closely related to the happiness of other people's lives. If someone says to you, "You're very good at talking on the phone," you might say, "It's nothing special. It's easy to talk on the phone." But you know, there are many people who find it very difficult to talk on the phone, so making a good phone call is something to be proud of. Of course, finding your strengths isn't easy. One of the famous sayings that Jews regard as the Bible in the shopping mall is, "Do not be stingy in praising others, and do not forget to praise yourself." There are times when we are all afraid to express our feelings. If you don't have the habit of admiring each other in your family, don't be discouraged, you can still try to change. It may not be easy to change in a short time, but as long as you practice and experiment patiently, you will be able to achieve final success. The Talmud Part 1, Do One Thing Well in Your Life, 7. Susie accompanies you to read. Good at self-reflection Jewish businessmen believe that, to a large extent, due to their own weaknesses, people are easy to fail in the process of doing business, because the weaknesses of human nature are the most likely to make people irrational, so you must be good at self-reflection. In the depths of everyone's heart, there are some hidden weaknesses that are not easy to detect. This inner weakness often drives a person to do things that are not beneficial to themselves. If we are unaware or indifferent to our own shortcomings, we will only end up making ourselves fall even worse. If a person wants to improve his cognitive ability and workability, he must self-reflect. The most striking feature of the blind is the lack of self-reflection and the inability to fundamentally clean up their mistakes. A person who makes too many mistakes will be farther and farther away from success. The Jewish businessman Lodel had a personal file in his filing cabinet with "Stupid Things I Did" on the cover, and in it was a transcript of some of the stupid things he did. He sometimes asks the secretary to record it for him by dictation, but sometimes these things are private, and they do it very stupidly. Every time Loder took out that fool's book, he had to reread his criticism of himself. This has a great advantage, enabling him to constantly reflect on his mistakes, so as to better manage himself. Speaking of his secret to avoiding mistakes, Lodel said, "I've had a notepad for several years, where I've kept track of appointments throughout the day. I often set aside weekend nights for self-examination, evaluating my work during the week. Performance, so I'm generally not at home on weekend nights. After dinner, I open my notepad alone and go through all the interviews, discussions, and meetings in my head over the week. I keep asking myself, at that time, what am I doing right and where am I not doing it right? What else can I do to improve my performance? What lessons can I learn from this experience? This weekly review sometimes makes me very unhappy. Sometimes I can hardly believe my recklessness. Of course, as I get older, this happens less often. I have always maintained this habit of self-analysis. It has a great effect on me, great help. If a person loses the ability to reflect, he will not find his own problems, let alone save himself. If a person does not reflect or manage himself frequently, it is easy to pass the blame on to others and make self-righteous mistakes. Introspection has many benefits, the most important of which is that it allows us to see ourselves more clearly. In a quiet state of mind, we can see the facts, including our new ways of doing things, our responsibilities for problems, and our ways of covering up our mistakes. In short, introspection is a means to improve a person's cognitive ability and ability to do things, and introspection makes the answer appear in front of your eyes. Reflecting on this usually requires little or no effort on your own. Flexible. Housing in Israel was so tight that several German Jewish merchants had to use a scrapped train car as a temporary shelter. One night, the Jewish merchants did not sleep wrapped in quilts, but huddled up and pushed the carriage back and forth in the cold wind. A local Jew felt very strange. "Your behavior makes me feel strange?" The cartman explained to him patiently, "Because someone wants to go to the toilet, it is written in the carriage, it is forbidden to use the toilet when parking. That's why we kept pushing the carriage." Anyone who has ever ridden a train knows that the toilet cannot be used after the train has stopped. At first glance, you might think that those few Jews were sticking to the rules, ignorant of flexibility, and subjecting themselves to such a big sin, not only the freezing, but also the poor sanitation. However, from another perspective, it is not difficult to find the flexibility of Jewish businessmen to comply with the regulations and form, while not really changing their original activities. These few Jews living in the train carriages are just like the Jews who have lived in the societies of other nations for a long time. It is forbidden to use the toilet while parking. This provision was made by the railway department. These Jews did not have the right to legislate, so naturally they could not abolish this provision. In truth, the Jews in their respective countries were often confronted with laws or established rules that should have been naturally abolished, but actually acted there, and if they announced their abolition of these rules and did not abide by them, they would bring, I'm afraid it's far more than just environmental sanitation. Therefore, the regulations cannot be abolished, but it is reasonable to use the toilet. A smart Jewish businessman came up with such an idea: let the train move. Talmud Collection Part 1, Do One Thing Well in Your Life, 8. Susie accompanies you to read. Being good at making use of everything is a common distinctive feature of Jewish people who are successful in their careers. Due to historical reasons, the conditions and environments they live in are very different, but no matter which continent they are in, whether they are engaged in business, science and technology, culture and art, or even agriculture, a large number of outstanding talents have emerged. Jews can adapt to the environment, take advantage of all favorable conditions, and give full play to their potential, which is an important reason for their success. Jews believe that in this life, people are inseparable from their objective environment and their own subjective conditions. Changing the entire objective environment is a matter of the entire society. Individuals or enterprises are powerless and can only adapt to the objective environment. Therefore, we must make good use of the objective conditions. As for the subjective conditions, it can be changed according to the initiative of people, which depends on one's own efforts and good use of the subjective conditions. Some things in a person's self cannot be changed, such as the color of the skin, the height of the body, the background of birth, and so on. Everyone also has some conditions that can be changed, such as educational level, work ability, physical strength, etc. As long as you study hard, pay attention to methods, and properly exercise and maintain, you can improve your cultural level, enhance your work ability, and strengthen your body. Some people do not fully understand themselves and cannot give full play to their potential. They always pray for or expect what they do not have, and it is difficult to achieve a career. The Jews have made great achievements in using all objective and subjective conditions, which is the result of their self-knowledge. Einstein was an ordinary kid in elementary and middle school, and he didn't have any amazing grades. But Einstein was self-aware that physics was his favorite subject, so he chose physics in college. Because of his own conditions, whichever his strengths, he finally achieved amazing results in physics. But when Israel invited him to be president, he politely declined, because he knew very well that he had no conditions to be president. Godwin, a Polish-born Jew, is the owner of the world's largest production center in Hollywood. He was good at using all favorable conditions to develop his own business, which made his life legendary. Born in Warsaw in 1882, Godwin lost his father at the age of 11, and his family life was in trouble. In order to make a living, he wandered to London, England, and worked as a child laborer in a blacksmith shop. He bears hardships and stands hard work, never avoids dirty and tiring work, and has cultivated a strong physique through labor. He did not have the opportunity to study in school, so he used his spare time to learn cultural knowledge. After he came to live in the United States, he went from working part-time to running a glove factory by himself, and finally developed into the boss of a Hollywood production center, a rich man. Godwin's development process can be said to be the epitome of the growth of many Jews. Jews firmly believe that in this world, as long as you have this heart, you can find many potential conditions that can be utilized. They also believe that a lot of opportunities in life exist around you and your potential conditions, and the key lies in whether you have developed the will and vision to develop these conditions. The one who always laments that he has no chance is a pitiful and pathetic blind man. In the mid-1940s, Israel was established in a desert area with extremely harsh environment. However, Jews can make full use of their own technology and talent conditions to transform deserts, create drip irrigation methods, and transform a lifeless baldland into a country with developed agriculture. The agricultural products produced can not only be self-sufficient, but also become a source of foreign exchange for their exports. Important source. In any investment and trading activities, Jews will not be sloppy, and a thorough feasibility study must be done in advance. Once you decide to make a certain transaction or investment, you must formulate short-term, medium-term, and long-term plans, and use these three sets of plans as an adaptable strategy to observe the development of the situation and adopt it accordingly. After the short-term plan is made and invested, even if they find that the situation predicted in advance is quite different from the actual situation, they will not be shaken in the slightest, and they will continue to actively invest in the implementation according to the original plan. After the implementation of the short-term plan, although the effect is not as good as expected, they will launch the second set of plans, continue to make additional investment, and try to complete the implementation of various strategies. If the effect of the second set of plans is still unsatisfactory after in-depth implementation, and there is no definite fact and basis to prove that it will improve in the future, then the Jews will not hesitate to give up this business or investment. Some people can't help but ask, if the two sets of plans that have already been implemented are suddenly abandoned, isn't it a waste of all previous efforts and a loss of a lot of investment? But the Jews don't see it that way. They think it's wise to give up the business, but they get rid of the mess and don't bother about it anymore. Talmud Collection Part 1, Do One Thing Well in Your Life, 9. Susie accompanies you to read. We cannot help but admire that Jewish businessmen can change their strategies and tactics according to the changes of the external environment, especially the changes of their competitors. The competition in today's society is extremely fierce. In order to survive and develop in this torrent of competition, enterprises must learn to be flexible. Good at learning from each other's strengths, successful Jews pay great attention to comprehensive and balanced development. They believe that it is difficult for a person to succeed if he has only one specialty but lacks a variety of comprehensive abilities. Therefore, we must constantly learn from each other's strengths and make up for our weaknesses so that we can have more capabilities to better adapt to this society. Jews believe that if they only focus on developing their own strengths, they will easily overlook genuine interest and balanced development. Although this will make your expertise more and more prominent, it will make your weaknesses weaker and weaker. A student with excellent academic performance does not necessarily make a difference in the future. In Jewish families, parents will not let students with good grades take time to participate in extracurricular tutoring. Instead, they encourage them to jump out of the book and participate in other activities so as to master some of themselves. lack of very useful life skills. They believe in the barrel principle, using the same number of wood slats to make a barrel. Only when each slat is the same length can it hold the maximum volume of water. If the length of the slats is different, no matter how long the water is only fit to the shortest slats. Similarly, we can also use this principle to measure a person whose average ability is only on par with the weakest point. Remember this barrel principle, you will understand the necessity of learning from each other's strengths. But this doesn't mean that people give up their expertise, but it means that in addition to expertise, they should have other abilities in a relatively balanced manner. For example, researchers cannot patronize research, and they should also have certain communication skills. The Jewish people are scattered all over the world. For them, it is very important to master multiple languages and understand the mainstream cultures of various countries. Jews are very adaptable, and most Jews also know how to learn from each other's strengths, and this is the magic weapon for the Jewish nation to develop rapidly in the world economic tide. Smart Jews can easily see the good in others and learn from each other's strengths in social interactions. The Jews believed that as long as they had general common sense, they could cope with all kinds of people, even if they did not have all kinds of specialized knowledge. Because even if I can't deal with it well, I always ask questions, and the questioning can make the other person open up. If you are facing a doctor, although you don't know anything about medicine, you can use indirect methods to open up the situation, from the symptoms of cholera to cold food, vitamins, supplements, etc. If there is no special situation, you can continue to talk about this topic. If you encounter a teacher, ask him about the situation of the school, the quality of the students, and tendencies. In short, the Jews believe that the best way to open up the conversation is to ask questions. They think that the question must be paid attention to. Ask questions that the other party knows. Ask the questions that the other party knows best. When you are not sure whether the other party can answer your question, it is best not to ask. If some questions cannot be answered satisfactorily, they can continue to be asked, but some are not suitable to be asked. A successful Jewish businessman once said, "If I can't learn something from anyone in social interaction, it's a failure in my life." This is thought-provoking, because people who are humble are often accepted by others. Welcome. Questioning not only opens up the conversation, but also increases knowledge. In addition, questioning is also a kind of modest performance, but also shows respect for each other. If there is something unclear about something, you might as well ask others for advice, and you must not be smart, because this will only make you suffer. A person who candidly seeks advice from others can win the favor of others the most. The most important thing in common questioning in social situations is a humble attitude and a gentle tone. Don't hold any prejudices. Instead of asking, "Do you like him a lot or do you hate him?" ask, "What's your impression of him?" But some may wish to be prejudiced first. When you meet someone who appears to be 40, it's much better to ask, "Are you 30 this year?" The Talmud Part 1, Do One Thing Well in Your Life, 10. Susie accompanies you to read. In society and in the workplace, Jews are able to discover the advantages of others and continue to learn, so that their abilities are continuously enhanced, so that they are favored by their bosses and colleagues, and they can integrate into the mainstream society as soon as possible. The magic weapon of success, self-improvement. In their long wandering career, the Jews have gone through ups and downs and suffered unprecedented hardships, but they have never succumbed to their fate, tenaciously maintained their characteristics and national cohesion, and composed one after another magnificent hymn, which is exactly what this nation, a clear proof of the self-improvement, national character, and the strong sense of life. The outstanding representative of the Jews, Marx, fought for the cause of communism all his life. During his life, he was expelled many times and experienced a life of starvation and cold, but these difficulties never wavered his career. In order to complete his masterpiece Das Kapital, Marx spent 40 years of hard work. If there is no self-improvement belief and indomitable perseverance, let alone 40 years, even if it persists for 4 months, it will be difficult to achieve. On the eve of his death, Marx said, "I have dedicated all my property to the revolutionary struggle. I never regret it. On the contrary, if I had started the course of my life again, I would still do it." Marx, Einstein, and Freud are 3 giants who have influenced the course of the world. The most controversial among them is Freud, who has been misunderstood by many people. On the one hand, he was worshipped as an idol, and on the other hand, he was reprimanded as a swindler and a lunatic. When his interpretation of dreams was first published, almost no one cared. Interpretation only sold 600 copies, and only received a fee of $200 before and after. Such a thing is extremely rare in the history of science, and during that time he has been viciously attacked by many people. Some people compare his theory with yoga and Christianity, and others compare it with witchcraft. What annoyed him most was that many people who knew nothing about psychology lashed out at his theories. He said, "Anyone who doesn't understand physics dares to comment on Einstein's theory of relativity, but all men, women and children dare to comment on my theory, whether they understand psychology or not." But Freud, he was not knocked down. In a situation of isolation and helplessness, he struggled for nearly 10 years, and published several important works one after another, and finally his theory shocked the world. World chain store pioneer Lubin, who dropped out of school at an early age due to his poor family, came to California with the gold rush at the age of 16. He raised some money to open a small grocery store, and under his conscientious management, he finally embarked on the road of chain operation. The representative of Jewish merchants in business and financial management is Rothschild. Before he made his fortune, he worked in a duke's mansion for 20 years. For 20 years, he dutifully did his job, but at the same time endured the duke's contempt for his Jewish identity. Due to his unremitting efforts, he finally became a financial giant controlling the lifeline of the European economy. Barani suffered from bone tuberculosis when he was young. Because his family was poor and could not afford medical treatment, his knee joints were permanently stiff due to lack of treatment. After painful thinking, he decided to study medicine. After going through all kinds of hardships, he finally won the Nobel Prize in Physiology and Medicine. Father of Esperanto Zamenhof, the famous Jewish poet Heine, the writer Gordimer, the movie star Dustin Hoffman, the musician Perlman, etc., are all strong in life. In the face of bad luck, he never bowed his head, dared to challenge, and finally succeeded. It can be seen that the spirit of self-improvement is the magic weapon for inspiring people to forge ahead and achieve success. Success takes courage. Jews believe that if a person wants to achieve great achievements in his career, he must have a certain amount of courage. Hughes, the world-famous airplane king, made his dream come true with his superhuman audacity. In June 1966, the world was in an uproar when an American unmanned spacecraft landed on the moon for the first time. For a long time, the moon landing has only been a myth in people's hearts. Now that it has been realized, why not make people rejoice? The maker of this spaceship is Hughes Aircraft Manufacturing Company. Talmud Part 1, Do One Thing Well in Your Life, 11. Susie accompanies you to read. Howard Hughes' name is his household name in America as Washington and Lincoln. Because he is a rare rich man in the United States who enjoys world prestige, he is a hero in the eyes of Americans. His life is full of legends. Howard Hughes was born on December 24, 1905 in Houston, the son of an oil speculator. When Hughes was 16, his mother tragically died in a medical accident. 2 years later, his father also died, leaving behind a fortune of $750,000. Hughes, who was only 18 years old, obtained a loan from the bank not long after his father died, and bought the part of the inheritance inherited by his relatives and friends with cash, so that he owned all the assets of the Hughes Company and became it as the sole owner and succeeds the chairman of the company. Young Hughes was interested in film, but his initial foray into the industry didn't go well, which made him more persistent. Howard Hughes loved flying planes because it allowed him to fly freely in the sky. Once, when he was soaring in the sky in a private jet with a single man, he thought, why not make a film about air combat? He remembered that in the First World War in 1918, Lieutenant Colonel Daining of the British Air Force led several fighter jets, which took off from the battleship and bombed the German Air Force base in East Germany. The bombing was very successful, sinking 2 German airships and 2 ships, while the British lost only 1 aircraft. Hughes decided to bring this air battle to the screen. At that time, there were no movie stunts showing aerial combat, and he was going to use a real plane to make an aerial battle movie called Hell's Angels. For the film, he leased dozens of planes, including British AC-5 fighter jets, Camel bombers, French Spartan fighter jets, and German Fokker fighter jets, which cost him $2.1 million alone. In addition, there are more than 100 pilots and 2,000 extras. The number of photographers accounts for almost half of the total number of Hollywood photographers. The American film industry was very surprised by what he did. After filming Hell's Angels, Hughes participated in an American short-range flying competition where he won the championship with a speed of 302 kilometers per hour. However, he was not very satisfied with this result and was determined to break the world record. In 1927, the American pilot Lynn By flew across the Atlantic in only 33 hours and 30 minutes. The whole world was a sensation, and Americans regarded him as a hero. In order to break the record set by Lindbergh, Hughes began to devote himself to the development of new aircraft. He had two outstanding aircraft designers, Otic and Palmer. Otic is a mechanical engineer who also has a passion for flying. Otic had a lot of bold ideas in his mind, and he applied them to aircraft manufacturing as much as possible. In that secret aircraft factory, they continued to improve the shape of the aircraft using the best 1,000 horsepower Pratt & Whitney engine, and it took 1 year and 3 months to finally manufacture the wing. The new aircraft, with a length of 7.6 meters and a fuselage of 8.2 meters. Because the fuselage is very short, no one knows how long it can fly in the air, and no one dares to sit on it and test it. Hughes decided to go out in person. In September and December 1935, when all the preparations for the test flight were completed, it was almost dusk. The referee technician in charge of the speed test suggested flying again tomorrow. Because the flying backlight is dazzling now, it is easy to have accidents. Hughes didn't want to wait any longer. He had already put on his flight suit, jumped into the cabin, started the engine of the plane, and the plane slowly flew into the blue sky. The first test speed reached 556 kilometers. The referee technician told him over the radio that he did not fly horizontally this time, which violated the rules of the Aviation Association, so it doesn't count. So, Hughes circled in the air and made a second-level flight. The speed has reached 566 kilometers per hour, and you have created a new world record. The referee technician's voice came through the headset. Hughes, who was very excited, did not land immediately and continued to fly, because he wanted to fly with better results. The third time was not as good as the last time, only 542 kilometers. He is not reconciled. Fly again. 567 kilometers. Another world record. Still unwilling to stop, Hughes continued to fly again and again. Suddenly, the engine stopped. Only then did he realize that the main fuel tank had run out of oil. He hurriedly pressed the button for instant refill. But it was too late. The engine had stopped working. The plane dashed toward the ground at an uncontrollable rate of vertical fall. Fortunately, the plane made a safe landing in a beet field, and Hughes was not injured. Even as Hughes made his adventurous flight after flight, his father's oil rig patents and film career continued to create a steady stream of fortunes for him. No one knows when he became interested in TWA shares, and by around 1937, Hughes owned 87% of the company. Hughes's adventurous flight did not stop there. He chose and improved a 12-passenger Electra 14 aircraft developed by Lockheed to challenge the one-week flying record around the world. On July 10, 1938, Hughes and 4 crew members took off from Bennett Airport in Brooklyn in a modified Electra 14. After 3 days and 19 hours and 17 minutes of long-distance flight, Hughes' plane finally flew back to the United States and returned to the place of departure. The 25,000 people who welcomed Hughes back were already waiting at Bennett Airport in Brooklyn. When they saw Hughes, the crowd boiled, and people kept cheering for him. During World War II, after the U.S. military recaptured the island of Guadalcanal in the Pacific Theater, seaplanes began to show their talents. Hughes designed this model KH-1 giant seaplane with a total length of 97.5 meters, a height of 15.2 meters, and a self-weight of more than 300 tons. Equipped with 8 Pratt & Whitney 2800 engines with propellers on both wings, it is the largest Big Mac aircraft ever built in the world. At the time, it was hard to believe that such a big plane could take to the sky, but Hughes let the facts speak for him, and he succeeded. In April 1948, Hughes personally drove the Big Mac to sprint on the sea for a while, and then took off steadily. This historic shot was captured on film cameras as a permanent memorial. The United States once again caused a sensation. After flying around the world, Hughes once again established a heroic image in the hearts of Americans. In 1965, Hughes Aircraft Company introduced an 85-pound commercial communications satellite with 6,000 line round-trip telephone capabilities and 12-color television capabilities. Thus, a TV telephone network was established between Europe and the United States. Hughes married twice and had no offspring. After his death, General Motors acquired a $5.2 billion stake in Hughes Aircraft. The huge sum goes to the Howard Hughes Medical Research Consortium of Hughes Aircraft Company, which has thus become the world's largest consortium of funds. It is precisely because Hughes has extraordinary courage that he has achieved great success in his career. The Talmud Part 1 Learning from Failure 1. Susie accompanies you to read. Success is found in constant failure and exploration. A truly smart person is good at learning from failure. In order to create something positive in your life, you need to change the way you do things. The Jewish people believe that it is impossible for everyone to avoid failure, and in the face of failure, we must keep our heads clear. There are many people who have lost everything they have, but they are not failures because they have an unyielding will. They never mind temporary success or failure. Failure only makes them more mature. Paul Domeier is a well-known American entrepreneur. He specializes in acquiring companies that are facing crisis. These companies have been rectified in his hands, and they have all come back to life and have made a lot of money. In 1948, 21-year-old Paul Domeier left his native Hungary and came to the United States. At that time, he had nothing. The only capital was a strong body. It's not too difficult to find a job in the US to make ends meet, but the aspiring Domeier won't stop there. In a year and a half, he changed jobs 15 times. The reason why he did this was not to pursue Chimuchi's ambitions, but to gain a deeper and deeper understanding of the United States, to increase his abilities as soon as possible, and to learn to do things he would not do. Finally, Domeier officially started working in a factory that made daily necessities. He worked extremely hard, and at the same time, did a lot of extraordinary things. The boss was moved by his persistent and hardworking spirit. One day, the boss called Domeier to the office and said to him, "There are still a lot of things waiting for me to deal with. I want you to manage this factory, you won't object?" Domeier was very happy after hearing this. Confidently said, "Of course I will not object. I think I will manage it well. Thank you for your trust in me." Domeier became a factory supervisor, and his weekly salary rose from $30 to $195. This figure was not a small income at the time, but it was not what he pursued. He had to work hard towards a bigger goal. Although I can learn some management experience in this small factory, it is very limited after all. Domeier believes that to be an entrepreneur, one must not only learn to manage factories, but also must be familiar with the market and understand the psychology and needs of customers. One of the most important departments of an enterprise is the sales department. Entrepreneur. So, after half a year, he quit the job and decided to be a salesman. After he became a salesman, his vision really broadened a lot. In the process of dealing with various customers, he has exercised his communication skills, enriched his experience in selling products, learned how to penetrate and analyze the psychology of customers, and at the same time have a deeper understanding of the local customs. For a young man from a foreign country, this undoubtedly accumulated a large amount of intangible wealth. In just 2 years, Domeier used his own hard work and ingenuity to weave a huge sales network and became the richest salesman in the area. At this time, Domeier made an astonishing decision. He bought a handicraft factory that was on the verge of bankruptcy at a high price and owned 70% of the shares. That is to say, the factory has become his holding company, and he can basically reorganize and reform according to his own ideas. Damier firstly implemented the rectification from the two links of production and sales. He believes that in terms of production, it is necessary to reduce costs, improve efficiency, and reduce expenses. He fired some of the employees who had lost confidence in the factory's prospects, and for those who remained, he increased their workload and increased their wages. In terms of sales, because it is a handicraft, he implements a sales promotion system, increases product prices and maintains reasonable profits, strengthens sales services and improves factory reputation. Why do you always like to buy some businesses that are about to go out of business? Someone asked Mill. His answer was very clever. If someone else's business fails, it is easy to find the reason for its failure. As long as you find out the shortcomings and mistakes that caused the failure and correct them, you will get a turnaround and make money again. Much less effort than starting from scratch. As a result, fellow entrepreneurs call Paul Damier the magic wizard of the corporate world. Talmud Collection Part 1 Learning from Failure 2. Susie accompanies you to read. Jewish businessmen believed that failure in business was mainly caused by one's own reasons, and that the situation could only be changed by changing yourself first. There is such a fable in the Talmud. In the dog family, an aspiring puppy announces to the whole family that he is going to cross the great desert. All the dogs came to congratulate him, and amidst cheers, the pup set off with enough water and food. 3 days later, the bad news came that the puppy died in the desert. Why did this ideal puppy die in the desert? Check the kettle, there's still water in it. Check the food, there's a lot more. After research and analysis, it was concluded that the puppy was suffocated by urine. Why does a puppy suffocate in urine? The reason is very simple, because puppies have a habit of urinating beside tree trunks. There are no trees in the big desert. The poor puppy was suffocated for 3 days, and finally died of urination. This story tells us that habits influence destiny. A person's living habits and behaviors are developed over many years. It is difficult to change. If you can learn to change, then you will not fall into the situation of failure. Have the right and healthy attitude towards failure. The Jews emphasized that everything is useful, and the quality of things depends on people's exploration, transformation, and change of them. Good things are not absolutely good, and they must have some flaws. Bad things are not absolutely bad, they also have their own special purposes. A Jewish parable illustrates this point. One day, on a hot day, a farmer bent over to weed his yard. He was sweating profusely from exhaustion, and beads of sweat kept running down his cheeks. The farmer couldn't help complaining, "Disgusting weeds. My yard must be beautiful without them. Why did God create these nasty weeds to affect the beauty of my yard?" There is a grass that has been pulled up in the yard, and it said to the farmer calmly, "You think we are hateful. Maybe you have not thought of it at all. Our role is very big. Now, let me talk about it. When we put our roots into the soil, we are cultivating the soil. When you pull us out, the soil is already plowed. In addition, when it rains, we can prevent the soil from being damaged by the rain. Wash it off. When it's dry, we can stop the strong winds from blowing up the dust. We're your yard guards, and without us, you wouldn't be able to enjoy planting and viewing flowers at all, because strong winds will blow away the soil. The rain will wash away the soil, so I hope you can remember the benefits we have brought to you when you see the flowers blooming." After hearing these words, the farmer could not help but admire these grasses. From now on, he will never look down on anything again. The same is true of people. There is both a strong side and a vulnerable side. However, in the fragile side of people, there are often many useful factors. The same goes for adversity and prosperity, failure and victory. Everyone can make a difference. The key is whether they work hard. In Jewish society, Jews not only commemorate the day of victory, but also the day of defeat and humiliation. Some people may find it incomprehensible to the Jews, and even laugh at them, but almost all Jews believe in one thing: just remember the day of failure, and there will be great power. The Jews believed that the more you suffered and the more defeats, the stronger you became. Bitter herbs and unleavened bread were eaten at Passover to reminisce about the suffering of the time. Everyone's development is not smooth. There are both successes and failures. Jews generally have a tolerant and accepting attitude towards failure. Jews believe that if a person forgets the bitterness of failure and only indulges in the sweetness of success, then one day he will taste the bitter fruit of failure again. Because success can make people feel complacent and slack, failure can motivate people to forge ahead. Recalling failures can draw lessons from them and make yourself successful. Abandoning failures is abandoning successes. Talmud Collection Part 1 Learning from Failure 3. Susie accompanies you to read. In the eyes of the Jews, failure is not terrible. As long as one can keep improving oneself, failure will be a rare opportunity. In the face of failures and setbacks, the Jews established the law of perseverance and victory. Have a correct and healthy attitude towards failure. Don't be afraid of failure, and understand that success can only be achieved by experiencing failure. Stop staring at mistakes and failures. You should look far, aim at lofty goals, and make use of your own faults or failures. When you suffer failure, you must not be discouraged, but persevere and persevere. When you find that this road is blocked, you must find a way to find another way out, so that you can adapt to the environment and the trend. We must be good at waiting for opportunities, take advantage of opportunities, and wait for opportunities. Continue to struggle to achieve success. Jews believe that survival of the fittest and survival of the fittest are the laws of nature. In order to gain a foothold in this society, one must compete. Oneself competes with others, and at the same time, competes with oneself. Although a person can control himself, he cannot control time. Therefore, time belongs only to those who keep running. Therefore, they are busy for life, and they move forward step by step for the goal in their hearts. If you stop running, you will fall behind others, more likely to lose the will to move forward, and will eventually be abandoned by society. There was such a story. Dutch fishermen go out to sea to catch sardines, and after they catch the fish, they put them in a fish tank and transport it back to the dock. If the fish hadn't died, they could have sold for a very high price. However, in general, the sardines die before they reach the port. Therefore, the fishermen tried every means to get the fish back to the harbor alive. However, all but one of the fishing boat's efforts were fruitless, and the sardines died before they reached the port. But the captain of the fishing boat has been reluctant to disclose this secret until after his death. People visited his fish tank and discovered the secret. There was only one more catfish in the fish tank. Why put catfish in a sardine tank to keep sardines alive? It turned out that when the catfish was placed in the fish tank, because of the unfamiliar environment, it swam around uneasy, causing friction everywhere. The sardine found a strange guy in his territory, and naturally became nervous, so he kept swimming. In this way, the sardines were transported to the port alive and well. This is the catfish effect. It tells people that if you want to keep life tenaciously, you have to keep swimming. If you want to be invincible in the competition, you have to keep fighting. A reporter asked a famous mountaineer, "You are already the most successful mountaineer. Why do you want to climb that mountain that no one dares to climb?" "Because the mountain is there," replied the famous mountaineer. Indeed, the meaning of life is to keep running, to charge towards higher mountains. Only those who keep exploring and struggling will win the initiative for themselves and make a difference in their career. If you are content with momentary happiness or indulge in momentary success without thinking about progress, you will eventually fall behind others and achieve nothing. Throughout history, Jews have been discriminated against and persecuted. Despite this, they have never been passive and pessimistic, but have been aggressive and constantly struggling. They have a very strong sense of time, and think that depression and sitting still are the most foolish things that will only waste time and make possible wealth and opportunities lost. People who exercise regularly will have this experience. In long-distance cross-country, if you stop on the halfway, take a rest and start running, you will feel powerless. If you insist on running forward, facing the goal that is getting closer and closer, you will be filled with power. That's how people are, and only through continuous struggle can we achieve success. Confidence makes you successful as long as a person has self-confidence, then he can become the kind of person he wants to be, and a person must always maintain the self-confidence of success. Talmud Collection Part 1 Learning from Failure 4. Susie accompanies you to read. Talmud says, "Believe in yourself, and you will be invincible." If you cannot overcome one fear every day, you will never learn the first lesson of life. In the eyes of Jewish businessmen, self-confidence is an affirmation of oneself and a belief in oneself. Self-confidence makes others respect and trust you. If you don't trust yourself, how can you expect others to trust him? In the eyes of Jewish merchants, when you are hit by setbacks, if you think you are still standing, then you are really standing. If you think you are knocked down, then you will really be knocked down. If you want to win, but you don't think you have the strength, you won't win. If you think you're going to lose, you're going to lose. If you're ashamed, you're not going to be strong. No matter the circumstances next, you have to believe in yourself. Rely on yourself, tap yourself, and develop yourself. Only you are the master of yourself. Isabella, a Jew, decided to act as an agent to sell prefabricated homes because she saw that the real estate sales were going well. At that time, many people persuaded him not to do it, saying that she could not do well. All her savings at the time were only $30,000, and she was told the minimum capital investment was many times her savings. The competition is so fierce now, can you handle it? Besides, how much practical experience do you have in selling prefabricated homes? Not to mention business management, her friend advised her. Ms. Isabella was confident in herself. She admits that the competition is fierce and that she really lacks funds and experience. But, she continued, I've collected a lot of information that shows that the prefab industry is expanding, and I've thoroughly researched the competition I'm likely to encounter. I know I can do a better job of selling than the town. Good on anyone. I also expect to make some mistakes, but I'm sure I'll get ahead of others soon. So she acted without hesitation. In the end, her unshakable confidence won the trust of both investors, and it also landed her an almost impossible offer. A manufacturer of prefabricated homes agreed to sell a small amount of cash without the need for cash stock supply to her. In this way, Isabella achieved great success. That year, she sold more than $1 million of prefab homes. It is because of her confidence in herself that she was able to achieve these achievements. It can be seen that all victory begins with the will and confidence of the individual to win. As long as a person has self-confidence, then he can become the kind of person he wants to be. In daily life, the strong are not necessarily the winners, but the winners belong to those who have confidence. A person must always maintain the self-confidence of success. Tell yourself before every action, this time will be successful. Confidence will grow with each goal you achieve. As your confidence grows, you will set your goals higher and, through hard work, achieve greater success. Only 100% is qualified if the water temperature rises to 99 degrees Celsius, it is not boiling water, and its value is limited. If you add another fire and raise it by 1 degree Celsius on the basis of 99 degrees Celsius, the water will boil and a large amount of water vapor will be generated to start the machine, thus obtain huge economic benefits. 100 things, if 99 things are done well, and one thing is not done well, and this thing may have a 100% impact on a certain unit or a certain person. The problems that arise in our work are indeed only some details or trivial matters that are not completely done in place, and it is precisely these details that are not in place, which often have a greater impact. For many things, a small gap in execution often leads to a big difference in results. Many executors have not done their work properly, and even quite a few people have achieved 99%, which is only 1%, but it is this slight difference that makes it difficult for them to achieve breakthroughs and success in their careers. 1% of the failure slips away from the hands, and 100% of the failure is in the hands of the user. To this end, employees must consciously change from passive management to active work, let the rules and regulations become the conscious behavior of each employee, and eliminate the signs of accidents in the bud. Talmud Collection Part 1 Learning from Failure 5. Susie accompanies you to read. The CEO of a domestic real estate company once recalled, in 1987, a Jewish engineer from a foreign-funded company that cooperated with our company. In order to take a panoramic view of the project, he could have photographed it upstairs, but he just walked 2 kilometers on foot. When I got to a mountain, I took good pictures of the surrounding landscape. When I asked him why why he did it, he only replied, "When I go back, the board members will ask me questions, and I have to tell them about the whole project. Get the job done, or you don't get the job done." The Jewish engineer's personal creed is, "What I do, I won't let anyone worry." Anything, only 100% is qualified, 99 points is unqualified. 60 points is defective, half-time taste. Therefore, in order to do things best, leaders must have a high standard in mind, not a general standard. Before deciding something, it is necessary to conduct a thorough investigation and argumentation, solicit opinions widely, and try to take possible situations into consideration so as to avoid 1% loopholes as much as possible until the expected effect is achieved. The big things in life are all accumulated from the small things. Without the accumulation of the small things, the big things cannot be achieved. Only when people understand this will they start paying attention to the little things that they used to think are insignificant, and start to cultivate the virtue of meticulousness in doing things, and strive to become a person of great influence. Being meticulous means treating the little things as carefully as the big ones. Many small things in life contain truths that cannot be ignored. The idea that small things can be ignored is the root cause of our inability to do things well. It not only makes our work imperfect, but our life also unhappy. Every boss knows how rare it is to be meticulous. Bad work style will always spread around the company. It is very difficult to find employees who are willing to do their best and be meticulous. It is rare for an employee to do their best in the little things. Here's what a Jewish father admonished to each of his children: no matter what kind of work you will do in the future, you must go all out and be meticulous. If you can do this, you will not worry about your future. There are careless people everywhere in the world, and only those who start well and finish well are in short supply. Many bosses in malls have spent years trying to find someone who can do the job. These bosses do business that doesn't require great skill, but rather careful, conscientious work. They hired employee after employee, but frequently fired them for being careless, lazy, incompetent, and not doing their job well. At the same time, many unemployed people in society are complaining that the current laws, social benefits, and fate are unfair to them. Jews believe that the reason why some people fail to develop a meticulous work style is that they are greedy for enjoyment, prefer to do nothing, and betray the principle of due diligence in their work. A person's success depends on whether he strives to be the best in everything he does. No matter what work a successful Jew does, he will never be reckless. Therefore, you should hold yourself to the highest specifications at work. If you can do your best, you must do your best. If you can do 100%, you must do more than 99%. As long as you do your work more perfect, faster, more accurate, and more focused than others, and use all your intelligence, you can attract the attention of others and realize your desires. You are your own worst enemy. No one can make you depressed but yourself. Have you ever felt like you were your own worst enemy? Many people have the experience that no matter what they do, the result is often not what they want. If something goes wrong, you have to blame yourself. But just as you are your own worst enemy, you can also be your own best friend. When you realize that the only person in the world who can control your success or failure is yourself, then you can turn an enemy into a friend and be your own best friend. Talmud Collection Part 1 Learning from Failure 6. Susie accompanies you to read. When you have a certain character, you can accept yourself, and your heart matures, you will be happy to find that you have become your best friend. Set a long-term goal and set about developing your abilities and fixing your mistakes. When you start taking action, you learn that the person who truly supports you on your path to success is yourself. There is a famous saying, "A person's thoughts determine his behavior." This sentence summarizes the whole content of life, and the truth is all human beings. A person's inner thoughts can be fully reflected through their actions, and all thoughts come together to form their unique and rich personality. Just as there is no sprouting without the germination of seeds, people's external words and deeds are sprouted from the seeds of hidden thoughts in their hearts, whether they are natural behaviors or deliberately done by humans. There is no exception to this. If action is the flower of thought, then pleasure and pain can be seen as the fruit of thought. Therefore, whether to harvest happiness or pain, it all depends on your own thoughts. Thoughts create individuality, and a single thought often determines the fate of a lifetime. If people harbor wrong thoughts, pain will follow one after another, like a wheel running over. If the heart is sincere, happiness will follow like a shadow, always by your side. Human beings are the product of natural creation, not relying on opportunistic growth. Just like the causal cycle of all things, thought also contains the principle of cause and effect. Noble personality is formed not by personal hobbies and opportunities, but as a natural result of pure thought, a reward for long-term mindfulness. In the same way, a despicable and arrogant personality can be said to be the result of long-term accumulation of misconduct. There is a down-and-out person who really wants to make a difference in his bad situation, but he is cheating and slipping at work, and he copes with it. He thinks his salary is too low, and he should be lazy at work. Such a person does not know how to change the situation, and his lazy, self-deceiving thoughts not only fail to escape poverty, but also plunge him into even more hardship. This story illustrates the truth that you are the cause of your environment, though people don't usually realize it. There are plenty of examples of people who fail to look forward to good life goals, while constantly complaining about their situation, blaming it all on others. Only when people truly understand the great role of the mind, the environment will not be an excuse for failure. Once the attitude to work changes, the work situation will also change. By building up your beliefs, enriching your knowledge, and placing yourself in a more challenging environment, you will have more opportunities. Just remember, you have to work hard at everything. Don't think that you can step on two boats and take all the advantages, because even if you succeed in doing so, it must be short-lived and will be lost soon. Just as students must master one subject before they can move on to the next, you need to develop your abilities to the fullest before you have the fruitful results you can dream of. Because if our abilities are abused, ignored, or underestimated, no matter how strong our innate abilities are, they will slowly diminish because what we do is not worthy of them. Transcend oneself. Transcending others is not true transcendence. Transcending one's former self is true transcendence. In the eyes of the Jews, man has two lives. One is given by his parents, and the other is the essence of his own life. The essence of one's own life must rely on creativity. And old habits hamper creativity. Therefore, creativity can only be achieved by going beyond this old habit. The Jews have a story that teaches people to go beyond themselves. There is a father and son who are both rabbis. The father is gentle and considerate, the son is conceited, arrogant, and achieves nothing. One day, the son complained to his father about this. After listening to his son's complaints patiently, the father said, "Dear child, as a rabbi, the difference between you and me is that when someone asks me for advice on something they don't understand, I can patiently explain it to him. We are very satisfied with the question and my answer, but you, when someone asks you a question, both parties are not satisfied. The questioner is not satisfied because you say his question is not a problem. You are not satisfied because you can't give him the answer, so it's useless to blame others. You have to put down the shelf yourself." Talmud Collection Part 1 Learning from Failure, 7. Susie accompanies you to read. "You mean I have to go beyond myself?" "Yes," replied the father, "the one who truly surpasses himself will gain something." The thought of surpassing oneself has been deeply engraved in the Jewish mind, so the Jewish nation has become the most diligent nation. The reason is very simple. If you work hard and strive to surpass yourself, then one day you will naturally surpass others. People must grasp their own inner motivation. Go beyond yourself and you will have the motivation to keep moving forward. If you want to surpass yourself, you must break the routine, dare to move into new fields, and have an adventurous spirit. Just as the Jewish scientist Albert Einstein said, only by constantly thinking about new things can people keep their minds flexible. Jews believe that things beyond themselves cannot be relaxed for a day, try to learn different things, and combine them to generate new insights and wisdom. After these different things influence each other, there are often many new ideas. People have endless creativity, but some people have brought it into full play through persevering learning, and more people have let this talent wasted because of laziness. Strauss, the founder of the famous Macy's department store, was the nation's foremost Jewish billionaire in the 1930s. He was born in a poor family in Germany. After immigrating to North America, due to poverty, he had to drop out of school after the first year of junior high school and work in a grocery store. Although he did not read many books, he was deeply influenced by the Jewish traditional education, and he was determined to create a career for himself through hard work, and he continued to fight for it. When he was 14, he worked in a grocery store during the day and taught himself culture at night. He is smart, diligent, and conscientious in his work, so he is deeply appreciated by his boss. He went from being a handyman to a bookkeeper, to a salesperson, to a sales manager, and finally to a company manager. Income has greatly improved. But he was unsatisfied and slack. He then used his savings to open a small department store called Macy's. Due to Macy's rich experience in this field, coupled with his efforts and extensive supply and sales channels, Macy's has developed very rapidly. In just a few years, it has become a medium-sized department store with a certain amount of fame. But he is still not satisfied with the achievements he has made, and he is determined to make Macy's a first-class department store in the United States and even the world. So he started to research the market, and after a period of hard work, he came to the conclusion that a customer-centric approach should be implemented in a buyer's market like North America. On the one hand, he asked the company's sales staff to have a good understanding of the company's products, sincerely serve customers, and let customers return with satisfaction, demonstration, new product user trial, fashion show, and other promotional means. Strauss's move boosted the company's development and made it stronger. At the time, Macy's performance and credibility were far ahead of other companies. It is in this continuous and enterprising 30 years of operation that Macy's has grown from small to large and eventually became a world-class department store. Strauss's life experience tells people that only by constantly surpassing themselves and constantly allowing themselves to meet challenges in new life and environment can they maintain their immortal creativity and maximize their potential. Success stories. 3 servants. A long time ago, a rich man was going on a long journey. Before leaving, he called his servants together and entrusted them with his property. According to the ability of each of them, he gave the first servant 10 taels, the second servant 50 taels, and the third servant 20 taels. The servant who got the 10 taels used it in business and earned 10 taels. Likewise, the servant who received 5 taels also earned 5 taels. But the servant who got the 2 taels buried it in the ground. After a long time, their master came back to settle with them. The servant who got the 10 taels came with another 10 taels. The master said, "Well done. You are a man of many things. I will put you in charge of more things. Now go and enjoy your reward." Talmud Collection Part 1 Learning from Failure 8. Susie accompanies you to read. Likewise, the servant who received the 5 taels came with his other 5 taels. The master said, "Well done. You are a man of certain things. I will put you in charge of many things. Now go and enjoy your reward." Finally, the servant who got 2 taels of silver came and said, "Master, I know that you want to be a strong man, harvesting the land that was not sown, and harvesting the land that was not sown. I was afraid, so I buried the money in the ground." The master replied, "Lazy and immoral person, since you know that I want to reap the unsown land, and the unsown land, then you should deposit the money with the banker, so that I can get it when I come back. My share of interest, and then give it to those who have taels. I will give to those who have a lot, and make them richer, and to those who have nothing, even what they have will be taken away." The technique of pasting broken vases. A poor Jewish worker worked for the farm owner. While carrying things, I accidentally broke a vase on the table. When the farm owner saw it, he demanded that he must pay compensation, but the food and clothing of the workers were still a problem. How could there be money to compensate the vase? The worker was very distressed about this. He had no choice but to come to the church and ask the priest for a solution. After the priest understood the situation, he said, "I heard that there is a technique that can stick broken vases together. Why don't you learn this technique? As long as you can repair and restore this vase, won't the matter be solved?" After listening to this, the worker shook his head and said, "How can there be such a technique? The vase is broken and it is impossible to restore it. The priest instructed him and said, "Let's do it. There is a stone wall behind the church, and God is there. As long as you speak your request out loud to the stone wall, God will grant you. Go." So, the worker came to the wall and said loudly to the stone wall, "God, please help me. I believe that with your help, I will be able to glue the vase." As soon as the worker finished speaking, God responded immediately, "The vase must be glued." The worker really heard God's promise, so he bid farewell to the priest confidently, and moved towards the superb technique of restoring the vase. After a year of unremitting efforts and serious study, he finally learned the technique of pasting broken vases. As a result, he restored the farm owner's vase to perfection, which is amazing. On this day, the workers came to the church again, ready to thank God for his help to him. The priest took him to the stone wall behind the church again, and said to him with a smile, "Actually, you don't have to thank God." The worker looked at the priest in puzzlement. Why not? Without God's help, I would never have possessed such superb skills. The priest smiled and said, "Actually, there is no God here at all. The person you really want to thank is yourself. You know, this stone wall has the function of echoing. The voice of God you heard at that time was actually your own voice. And you are your own God." People should be brave enough to be their own God, because the people who can truly control their own destiny are us, not others. When you believe that you can change your destiny, you will continue to strive towards your goals and finally win. You hide your potential, your future holds in your hands, everything is waiting for you to start to act, to achieve every impossible task. One minute once, a young man called Benjamin, a famous educator, for advice. On the phone, he said that he yearned for success, but did not know how to achieve it. In order to better explain the problem, Benjamin made an appointment with the young man about the time and place to meet. When the young man arrived as promised, Benjamin's door was open, and he saw that the room was messy, which surprised the young man. Before the young man could speak, Benjamin said, "I'm so sorry, look, my room is too messy, I want to clean it up, please wait outside for a minute, then I'll call you in again." After saying this, Benjamin gently closed the door. The Talmud Part 1 Learning from Failure, 9. Susie accompanies you to read. In less than a minute, Benjamin opened the door again, and enthusiastically let the young man into the living room. At this time, the young man saw another scene. Everything in the room had become orderly, and there were 2 glasses of red wine that had just been poured, and the microwave was still swaying in the faint scent of perfume. When the young people were about to talk about the problems they encountered in life and career, Benjamin said very politely, "Cheers. You can go." The young man was stunned for a while holding the wine glass, but I haven't asked you for advice. Aren't these not enough? Benjamin glanced at his room and said with a smile, "It's been another minute for you to come in." 1 minute, 1 minute. Said the young man thoughtfully, "Oh, I see, 1 minute can do many things and change many things. Thank you for making me understand this profound reason." Benjamin looked at him and smiled comfortably. The young man drank the wine in the glass, thanked Benjamin repeatedly, and left happily. Different destiny. 2 countrymen are going out to work. The Jews bought tickets to Boston, and the Irish bought tickets to New York. When I got to the station, I found out that New Yorkers are very indifferent, and they want to collect money every way. Boston people are very simple, and they will be especially sympathetic when they meet people sleeping on the street. The Irishman thought, Boston is better. If you don't have money, you won't starve to death. Fortunately, you know early, otherwise you will fall into the fire pit. The Jews thought, New York is better. They can make money in everything, even show people the way. Fortunately, they haven't gotten into the car yet, otherwise they would have lost their chance to become rich. In the end, the 2 met at the ticket exchange place, exchanged tickets with each other, and went to the place they wanted to go. In Boston, the Irish found it to be really good. He did nothing for a month when he first arrived there, but he didn't go hungry, because he didn't have to worry about getting food here. Jews who went to New York found that New York was full of opportunities. As long as they were willing to use their brains and put in a little more effort, they could live and breathe. With the countryman's feelings and understanding of soil, the next day, he came to a wasteland in the suburbs, filled 10 soils containing sand and leaves, and presented it to New Yorkers who love flowers in the name of flower pot soil. Peddling. He made 6 round trips to the suburbs that day, netting $50. A year later, he actually owned a small facade with flower pot soil. In the process of running the business, he made a new discovery. Some shops have beautiful floors, but their signboards are relatively dark. After inquiring, he found out that this is the result of the cleaning company only responsible for washing the floors and not the signs. He thought it was a great opportunity, so he bought a ladder, buckets and rags, and started a cleaning company, specializing in scrubbing signs. Today his company has more than 150 employees, and the business is expanding outward step by step. Soon he took the train to Boston for a tour. On the side of the road, a rubbish picker reached out to him and begged. When the eyes of the two met, they were both stunned. Because 5 years ago, they exchanged tickets once. Touchstone. In a big fire, the famous Alexandria Library was destroyed, and people found a remnant of a book in the ruins. Unfortunately, the academic value of this book is not high, and the government intends to auction the book. Since everyone knew in advance that the book had little academic value, they were reluctant to buy it. In the end, the book was purchased by a Jewish student. This book is not only of no academic value, but also extremely boring in content. When the Jewish student had few other books to read, he often took out this book and read it. After reading it, the book was broken. A small note fell out of the spine of the book, and it said the secret of the touchstone. A touchstone is a small pebble that can turn any metal into pure gold, and it looks no different from any other pebbles, lying quietly on the sand. However, touchstones are warm to the touch, while pebbles in general are cooler. Talmud Collection Part 1 Learning from Failure, 10. Susie accompanies you to read. The Jewish student was overjoyed when he learned the secret. In order to find the touchstone, he rushed to the sea and picked the pebbles, but they were all cool to the touch. The Jewish student gradually became a little disappointed, and he angrily threw the pebbles he picked up into the depths of the sea. The days went by like this. Every day, he would throw pebbles at the seaside, and the strength of throwing the pebbles became stronger and stronger, and the pebbles were still farther and farther away. Years later, Jewish students found a warm pebble by the sea. However, he had formed the habit of throwing it as soon as he got it, and when he realized that it was a warm pebble, he had already thrown that rare touchstone into the deep sea. Annoyed, he dived to the bottom of the sea and searched for days, but found nothing. The Jewish student was finally disappointed. He returned to the capital with a heavy heart. At that time, the centennial celebration of the founding of the country was being held in the country. The king took this opportunity to set up a ring to find the most powerful person in the country. The champion would be named an earl, and you can get a lot of gold and fertile fields as rewards. Jewish students thought about their own experiences of throwing cobblestones over the years and felt that the opportunity had come. The Jewish students followed the crowd to watch the fun, and they looked around and felt that their strength should be stronger than these people. So he went to the stage to participate in the competition, and in the end he defeated all the contestants, won the champion of Hercules, and got the reward of the king. The Jewish student becomes a wealthy and respectable count, and his fortunes change all at once. Since the book had brought him good luck, he decided to take apart the spine, rebound the book, and save it. After he opened the spine of the book, he found another note in the spine, which read, "There is no real touchstone in the world. Your attitude towards life is the touchstone." When you keep complaining that you don't have a chance, maybe you can't grasp the opportunity when it really comes to you. Sell yourself. After graduating from university, the Jewish youth Gila went to meet an entrepreneur and tried to sell himself to the general manager to work in the enterprise. The general manager was experienced and stubborn. He didn't take Gila seriously at all, and without a few words, the general manager said in a positive tone, "No way." Clever Gila frowned. Suddenly, he had an idea and decided to change the subject to deal with the general manager's rebuttal. What the general manager means is that your company is full of talents and can make the company continue to develop. Even if outsiders have great skills, it seems that there is no need to borrow them. Besides, it is still unknown what a mediocre person can do. It's better to stay away from it than to risk it, right? He asked, softly, casually. Gilare interrupted abruptly here, and just smiled and looked directly at the general manager. For a minute or two, they were both silent. Can you tell me your experiences, thoughts, and plans? The general manager finally said. Gilla joined him again. Oh. I'm really sorry, I was too presumptuous just now, please forgive me, but is someone like me worth talking about? After speaking, Gilla was silent again. You're welcome, the general manager said to him sincerely. So Gilla systematically told the general manager about her experience, education, and views on the business development plan of the company. After the general manager listened to his words, his attitude changed immediately, from serious to kind. Before leaving, the general manager said to him, "Young man, you have been hired. You will come to work tomorrow. Please maintain the enthusiasm and perseverance of the past, and do it well." Room without a house number. There was a room on the 8th floor of the company without a house number, and none of the employees knew what was in that room because they never went in. No one is allowed in this room, the general manager once told each employee when they first arrived, without explaining why. On this day, the general manager explained the above instructions to a group of newly recruited employees. Why? A young man whispered. No reason. The general manager still didn't say why. Talmud Collection Part 1 Learning from Failure, 11. Susie accompanies you to read. After returning to work, the young man has been wondering all the time. He feels that there must be something wrong, and he decides to find out. After get off work at noon, he did not go to eat first, but came to the 8th floor. He lightly knocked on the door without a house number, but there was no response. He slowly pushed the door again, but the door was unlocked. He pushed open the door, and in the center of the room was a table with a magazine-sized card on it. The young man approached the table, and he saw the card that read, "Give the card to the general manager." Colleagues advised him not to trouble himself, and quickly put the cards back on the table. But he didn't, and went straight to the general manager's office on the 11th floor. The next day, the young man sat in the position of the manager of the company's sales department. Rising sun, a man with a sad face, came to God and said, "Lord, I am a rich man, but everyone seems to hate me very much. Life is like a war, full of intrigue. Help me." "Then stop fighting," said God. The rich man stopped fighting, and it wasn't long before he came to God for the second time. "Lord, but I still feel the pressure of life, it's such a heavy burden." "Then let go of your burden," said God. The rich man was very angry, and soon he lost everything, including his wealth and his family. He came to God for the third time. "Lord, I have lost everything, and only sorrow is left in my life." "Then don't be sad." The rich man, who was not rich, seemed to expect that God would say this. This time he was neither angry nor disappointed. He came to live in a mountain. One day, he suddenly came out of grief and burst into tears. He cried for days and nights until the tears dried up. He looked up and saw the warm sun shining on the earth. He came to God again. "Lord, what exactly is life?" God smiled and said, "It's a new day when you wake up. Haven't you seen the rising sun?" 9 to 12 o'clock, a wealthy Jewish businessman opened a different kind of debt repayment company in a small Midwestern town, putting up an advertisement that said that no matter who had a debt or not, it would only be paid at 9 a.m. on a certain day. Come to his office between 12 o'clock and he will pay all the debts for that man. The news spread quickly, and many people in the town came to watch, but few people really believed it. Most people suspected that there was a fraud. On that day, the wealthy businessman was sitting at his desk at 9 o'clock, but no one came in until 10 o'clock. Around 11 o'clock, a person walked into the office, hesitated for a long time, finally knocked on the door, went in and asked, "Are you really going to pay off someone's debt?" "Of course." The rich businessman replied, "Does anyone owe you money?" "Yes," said the visitor. "Then did you bring an IOU or other proof?" the rich businessman asked. The man showed the IOU, and the wealthy businessman immediately signed a check to him with an amount that was just enough to cover the amount owed, and accepted the IOU. Before 12 o'clock, 2 more people came and their debts were paid. There were still many people gathered outside the office. When they learned that all this was true, they all ran towards their homes, but when they returned to the office with the IOU, they found that the wealthy businessman had left the office early. Wake up, 12 o'clock has passed. The Talmud Collection, Part 1, The Encounter of the Honest Man, 1. Susie accompanies you to read. There was a simple and honest man who never killed a fly in his life. Later, he fell ill and died. When he came to the gate of heaven, he saw a long queue of people waiting to enter heaven. Of course he came last. Not long after, a monk came. In order to enter heaven as soon as possible, the monk gave a lot of reasons. Soon, the honest man was persuaded and hurriedly gave his position to the monk. Honest people think that even in heaven, it is better to be convenient to others. Soon, another person came, and he also took care of him. Later, everyone who came from behind cheated on him. His reputation for kindness quickly spread throughout the ranks, and was carried on as a permanent tradition among the ever-changing crowds. Centuries passed, and then people no longer asked him to step down, but swaggered in front of him. Faced with this situation, this honest man is about to go crazy. So, he simply left the team and came to roam in the wilderness. One day, near dusk, God came out and met an honest man. "Lord, didn't you promise heaven to good people?" said the honest man in a begging tone. "Yes," replied God, "but that's for the man who has the courage to move forward, not the man who waits for someone to send him to heaven." The professor and the beggar, the two were praying to God at the same time, "Almighty Lord, let me be young again." After God heard this, he summoned them and asked them to tell the reason. The first said, "I am a famous professor. Although I have a lot of knowledge in my head and are respected by many people, I have never felt the slightest happiness. Because all my precious youth are endless, of studying and endless books. I don't have enough time to enjoy the feeling of being in love, and I don't have the energy to go to the dance hall for excitement. All I have is knowledge and pedantry, and I'm really thinking about that kind of happy and dashing days. I want to be young again." The second said, "I'm a beggar. I've never felt happy in my life, and I'll be looked down upon by others wherever I go. When I was young, I wasted all my time in boring jokes. I have been nurtured by knowledge, and I have not felt the pleasure of labor. All I have is hunger and ignorance, and now I am envious of knowledge and creation. Lord, make me young again. Go, I'll make you young again." God waved his hand and agreed to their request. The two returned to the world again, and their lives began at the age of 18. The professor put all the books aside and indulged in fun every day. The beggar indulged in endless books and swam in the ocean of knowledge. Soon, he was admitted to his ideal school. In the blink of an eye, 10 years later, God called the two of them again and asked them how they felt young again. The professor looked ashamed and couldn't say a word, because he has become a beggar. The beggar said, "Thank God. After so many years of hard study, I have become a well-respected professor, and I finally feel the joy of life." Pessimists and chefs. Once upon a time, there was a pessimistic Jew who was full of complaints about his life every day. In his opinion, no matter what he did, it was very difficult. Once a problem was solved, new problems would arise. He didn't know how to deal with life. He was tired of fighting and wanted to give up on himself. He had a friend who was a cook, and when he learned of the situation, he wanted to cheer him up by taking him into the kitchen. The cook first poured water into 3 pots, and then put them on a high fire. Before long, the water in the pot boiled. The chef puts the prepared carrots in the first pot, the eggs in the second pot, and the ground coffee beans in the last pot. The chef dipped them into boiling water and boiled them without saying a word. The Talmud Collection, Part 1, The Encounter of the Honest Man, 2. Susie accompanies you to read. The pessimistic man smacked his lips and murmured in his heart, "What on earth is he going to do?" After about 20 minutes, the cook turned off the heat, scooped the carrots out into a bowl, scooped the eggs into another bowl, and scooped the coffee into a cup. After these things were done, the chef turned around and asked him, "Old friend, what did you see?" "Carrots, eggs, coffee," he replied. The cook asked him to come closer and touch the carrots with his hands. He reached out and touched them, noticing that they had softened. The cook asked him to pick up the hard-boiled egg and break it. After peeling off the shell, all he saw was a hard-boiled egg. Finally, the chef asked him to drink the coffee from the cup. Tasting the fragrant coffee, the pessimist asks doubtfully, "What does this mean?" The chef explained that all three things face the same adversity, boiling water, but they responded differently. Carrots are firm, strong, and uncompromising before they are put in the pot. But after entering the boiling water, it softened and weakened. The egg turned out to be brittle, but after being boiled in boiling water, its innards hardened. Powdered coffee beans, on the other hand, are unique in that when they go into boiling water, they change the water. "Which of them would you be willing to do?" the chef asked him. "How do you react when you face adversity?" The pessimistic person left. He knew the good intentions of his friends, and he also understood the meaning of adversity in life. Since then, this pessimistic man has gradually become stronger, smiling and facing every day in his life. The process of harvesting, there were two brothers who were down-to-earth urbanites who had never seen fields and meadows. One day they decided to go to the countryside to have a look. On the way, they saw a farmer plowing and were curious. They wondered, what the hell is he doing? He turned the soil up and dropped the seeds in. It's supposed to be level ground covered with tender grass, why dig it up? Later they saw the farmer planting grain along the furrow. This man must be insane. Why throw such good seeds into the soil, they cried. I hate the country. Only weird people live here, said one of them with disgust. So he left the country alone. But a few weeks later, his brother in the country saw a change. The plowed ground sprouted shoots, more alive than before. The discovery excited him. So write to his brother and ask him to see this great change as soon as possible. He was very happy when his brother came. As time passed, they saw the young shoots turn into golden ears of wheat. Now the two of them finally understood the farmer's intentions. When the wheat ears were gradually ripening, and the farmer took out his sickle and began to harvest, the impatient brother shouted again, "This farmer is crazy." It took many months of hard work to get this beautiful wheat, and he actually went to harvest it himself. I don't like it. Such a fool, I'm going back. The patient brother continued to stay in the country. He saw the farmer put the wheat into the barn and skillfully separate the kernels from the husks. He was amazed that the farmer had harvested 100 load of wheat. Only then did he know that everything the farmer did was justified. Mortals see only the beginning of God's work. So they don't understand nature and ultimate creation. Man scooping seawater. A man dropped a precious diamond into the sea. So he took a bucket and started scooping the sea, and he worked tirelessly for 2 days and nights. On the morning of the third day, the sea god came to him and asked him, "Why are you scooping up seawater?" The man said, "My diamond fell inside." "When are you going to scoop?" Sea god then asked. The man replied, "Bop up the sea until you find my diamond." So Poseidon took out the diamond and gave it to this man. In vain it is said that after Jesus ascended to heaven, one day he quietly returned to the earth to observe. On the street, he saw a drunk man lying on the side of the road. The Talmud collection, Part 1, The Encounter of the Honest Man, 3. Susie accompanies you to read. Why are you spending your life on alcohol? Jesus asked. The drunk man said helplessly, I was blind, and Jesus healed my eyes. Now I don't know what to do. After a while, Jesus met another old man, bent over, sitting under the eaves, weeping. Jesus asked him why, and the old man said, "I was already dead, and Jesus raised me up, but what can I do if I live?" Jesus said with emotion, "Oh, people really waste my hard work. Why don't they know how to cherish and use them?" Wisdom of life: be a grateful person. Outstanding Jews are grateful people. A person's growth should be grateful for the kindness of parents, the kindness of the country, the kindness of teachers, and the kindness of the public. Jews believe that gratitude is not only a virtue, but also a basic condition for a person to be a human being. Some young people today, ever since they came into this world, are under the care of their parents and under the guidance of their teachers. They have not made any contribution to the society, but they are full of complaints, complaining endlessly, seeing this is not right, seeing that is not good, seeing kindness and righteousness as grass. They only know the grace of heaven and earth, but do not know how to give back, which shows their innermost feelings poor. Some middle-aged people in modern society, although they are cultivated by the state and supported by their bosses, have not exerted their specialties and contributed to the society, and they are also dissatisfied with the reality. Therefore, it is difficult for such a person to be a competent employee in society and a kind parent in the family. Lambs kneel for milk and crow's feet back, indicating that animals are grateful, let alone human beings who are the spirit of all things. From home to school, from school to society, it is important to have a grateful heart. We teach our children that from a young age, we want them to know the so-called one porridge and one meal. When thinking is hard, one thread, one should know that material resources are difficult. The purpose is to let him know how to be grateful. Gratitude has become a common social morality. However, people can be grateful for the help of a stranger, but turn a blind eye to the kindness of the boss who gets along with each other day and night. Taking everything for granted as a purely commercial exchange relationship is one of the reasons for tensions between bosses and employees in many companies. It is true that hiring and being hired is a contractual relationship, but isn't there an element of sympathy and gratitude behind this contractual relationship? The boss and the employee are not antagonistic. From a business perspective, it may be a win-win relationship. From an emotional perspective, there may be family and friendship. There is a golden rule in the Jewish code of success: treat others as yourself. That is to think about everything from the standpoint of others and for the sake of others. A successful Jew said, when you are an employee, you should think more about the boss's difficulties and give the boss some sympathy and understanding. When you become a boss, you need to consider the interests of the employees and give them more support and encouragement. Many people do not understand this golden rule. When they work for others, they think that the boss is too harsh. When others work for themselves, they think that employees lack initiative in their work. In fact, nothing has changed, only the way of looking at the problem has changed. Jews believe that this golden rule is not just a moral law, it is a driving force that drives the improvement of the entire work environment. When you try to treat others as yourself and think more about your boss, you will exude a kind of goodwill that affects and infects those around you, including your boss. That kindness will eventually return to yourself. If you get a sense of sympathy and understanding from your boss today, it's likely to be a chain reaction of following this golden rule in your dealings with people in the past. Jews often educate their employees. Don't forget to thank your bosses and colleagues. Thank the people who live around you, because they give you a lot of help. Speak your gratitude out loud and let them know you appreciate their trust and help. Please note, don't keep it in your heart. Be sure to say it, and say it often. It can strengthen the cohesion of the company. Always be grateful. When your boss criticizes you, you should thank him for his teachings. When the salesman is rejected, you should thank the customer for patiently listening to his explanation, so as to have the next opportunity to patronize. The Talmud Collection, Part 1, The Encounter of the Honest Man, 4. Susie accompanies you to read. Jews believe that gratitude does not cost a penny, but it is a major investment that is extremely beneficial for the future. True gratitude should be genuine, heartfelt gratitude, not hypocrisy to cater to others for some purpose. Gratitude is a natural outpouring of emotion and does not ask for anything in return. It is not the same as beating a horse. Some people are deeply grateful to their bosses, but because of the fear of gossip, they bury this gratitude in their hearts, and even deliberately avoid their bosses to show their innocence. How childish is this idea? Gratitude is not only beneficial to the company and the boss, but to individuals. Gratitude is a rich life. It is a profound feeling that enhances one's charisma, opens doors of magical power, and unearths infinite wisdom. Gratitude, like any other desirable trait, is a habit and an attitude. Gratitude and compassion are close relatives. Always be grateful, and you will become more humble, respectable, and noble. Spend a little more time every day and be grateful for being a part of the company and for meeting such a boss. All things are relative, no matter how bad the situation is. I appreciate you and thank you should always be on your lips. Expressing your gratitude in a special way, giving your time and effort, working harder for your boss, is more valuable than material gifts. When your hard work and gratitude aren't being rewarded, be grateful when you're ready to leave your current company and look for another job. Not every boss, every job, is perfect. Think carefully before resigning. Every job you have ever worked on has a lot of valuable experience and resources. The joy of self-growth, a harsh boss, the frustration of failure, a thankful client, a warm work partner. These are all lessons worth learning in life. If you can go to work with a grateful heart every day, I believe that you will be very happy at work. Learn the gratitude of the Jewish people, and your life will have another vast world. Never make excuses. Prominent Jews believe that excuses are always just poor declarations of the weak. In the face of failure, don't make excuses for yourself. You must understand that you are only deceiving yourself. Successful Jews do not make excuses for their failures. One dark night, Tanzanian Olympic marathon runner Akwari struggled into the Olympic Stadium in Mexico. He was the last runner to reach the finish line. He was the only one left in the empty stadium. The internationally acclaimed record producer Greenspan was very puzzled after seeing all this from afar. He stepped forward and asked Akwari, "Since the result is a foregone conclusion, why do you insist on running to the finish line?" The young man from Tanzania replied softly, "My country sent me here from more than 20,000 kilometers to finish this race, not to start this race." Perhaps, in the eyes of many people, Akwari's actions are a bit stupid and slightly paranoid, but what makes a person is a high sense of responsibility and a positive heart that will never give up easily. There are no excuses or complaints. Duty is the criterion for all his actions. In real life, we often hear such excuses and complaints. "If it wasn't for, I could have arrived earlier, I'm too busy to do it. If it weren't for the delay in the last process, if so, we would have." We were not like this before. After a long time, all these excuses have become a logical thing, and become a reason for shirking and delaying. People are always thinking about their own gains and losses, picking on other people's mistakes, and being irresponsible as much as possible, in order to ensure their own interests. Not harmed, find all kinds of excuses to deceive the company, deceive others, and deceive yourself. Because, just when you are looking for all kinds of excuses, time has slipped away from you. The Talmud Collection, Part 1, The Encounters of the Honest, 5. Susie accompanies you to read. Prominent Jews warn us not to make excuses. In real life, what we lack is not someone who will find any excuse, but someone who will do whatever it takes to get the job done. In them, it reflects a responsible and dedicated spirit, an obedient and honest attitude, and a perfect execution ability. In fact, behind every excuse, there are rich subtexts hidden, but we are too embarrassed to say it, or even we are not willing to say it at all. Excuses allow us to temporarily escape difficulties and responsibilities and gain some psychological comfort. But excuses come at a great price, and they do us no less harm than any other vice. The Jews summarize the excuses that they often hear mainly in the following 4 forms. 1. I didn't promise to do this at the beginning, so it's not my responsibility if something goes wrong. I don't want to take responsibility. Many excuses always associate no, and no with I, the subtext of which is I have nothing to do with this matter. They are unwilling to take responsibility and take responsibility for themselves. Shirk the responsibility to others. In a team, there should be no distinction between me and others. An employee with a weak sense of responsibility cannot gain the trust and respect of his boss, nor the support and trust of his colleagues. If everyone develops the habit of making excuses, it will invisibly increase the cost of communication and weaken the team's ability to coordinate operations. 2. I've been very busy recently, I'll try my best. Procrastinate. A direct consequence of making excuses is the habit of procrastinating. In every company we find employees who look busy and do their jobs every day, but who take half a day or more of work that should be done in an hour. Because they treat their work as one task after another, they look for all kinds of excuses and procrastinate to escape. Every manager has a headache for such an employee. 3. We have not done this before, or this is not the way we do things here. Lack of innovation. Excuse seekers are always the old-fashioned. They lack an ability to work spontaneously and innovatively, so it is futile to expect them to be creative in their work. Excuses allow them to sleep comfortably on their previous experiences, rules, and mindsets. 4. I was never properly trained to do the job. Incompetence, lack of responsibility. This is actually making excuses for mistakes caused by incompetence or inexperience, which is obviously very unwise. Excuses can only make people escape for a while, but they cannot make people wishful for a lifetime. Unwillingness to take responsibility, procrastination, lack of innovation, incompetence, lack of responsibility. Look what hideous things hide behind those seemingly high-sounding excuses. In fact, whether at work or in life, people are people who don't like to make excuses. Just imagine, what would you think if you made an appointment with someone and he was late, and he opened his mouth and said there were too many cars on the road, or he got lost at the door, etc. There are only two kinds of actions in life, either to act hard, or to keep defending. No one likes to argue. People who say I think, I guess, I think, probably yes, think about it. What do you get out of these words? Successful Jews never look for excuses in life and work. But unfortunately, many people cannot escape the siege of excuses. When you don't get a job done, there are so many excuses out there to respond to you, to support you, and it's easy to learn to complain, shirk, take anger, and even be cynical. An excuse is a shield to perfunctory others and forgive oneself, a universal tool to cover up weaknesses and shirk responsibility. How many people put their precious time and energy into finding a suitable excuse and forget their duties and responsibilities? The Talmud Collection, Part 1, The Encounters of the Honest, 6. Susie accompanies you to read. The only benefit of finding excuses is to cover up your own faults and transfer the responsibility you should bear to society or others. Such a person will not become a competent employee in the enterprise, nor an employee that the enterprise can expect and trust. He is not a person that everyone can trust and respect in the society. Such people are destined to be nothing but losers. Those who achieve their goals and achieve success do not have extraordinary abilities, but extraordinary mentality. They can actively seize opportunities and create opportunities instead of retreating and looking for excuses when they encounter difficulties. For those who push 3 and 4 obstacles at work, complain all the time, and look for various excuses to excuse themselves, for those who cannot meet the requirements of customers to the greatest extent, and do not want to try their best to provide services beyond customer expectations, those who shirk their responsibilities and do not know how to criticize themselves, those who cannot complete the tasks assigned by their superiors well, and those who cannot complete their own work on time. Satisfied, the best medicine for the dissatisfied person is to straighten his sitting position, then face him, and tell him loudly and firmly, remember, this is your job. Remember, it's your job. Now that you've chosen this career, you've chosen this position, and you have to accept it for what it's all about, not just enjoy the benefits and joys it brings you. Even humiliation and scolding are part of the job. If a cleaner can't stand the smell of garbage, can he be a qualified cleaner? Remember, this is your job. Don't forget the honor your work gives you. Don't forget your responsibility. Don't forget your mission. A man who despises his work will be severely punished. Remember, this is your job. Former U.S. Secretary of Education William Bennett once said, "Work is what we do with our lives." How can we slack off, despise it, and trample on work? We should do our best to make it perfect with gratitude and awe. Unless you don't want to do it, or you're getting old, there's no reason why you shouldn't take your job seriously. When we encounter difficulties at work, when we try to excuse ourselves with all kinds of excuses, let this sentence wake up your sleeping consciousness. Remember, this is your job. Strength is not absolute. The Jews believed that people were weak and that people could make mistakes and commit sin. Judaism has a major holiday, Yom Kippur, which is essentially a reflection of Jewish recognition of the fragility of human nature. On this day, the Jews have to go on a hunger strike and pray all day long to repent. But at the same time, Jews believe that there is no absolute weak in social life, emphasizing that the weak also have their own advantages. A wild deer was left behind, walking aimlessly on the grassland. A tiger found the wild deer. It had been hungry for a day, so it slowly approached the wild deer under the cover of the grass. The wild deer didn't notice it at all. Suddenly, the tiger jumped out like a bullet and rushed towards the wild deer. Only then did the wild deer know that the danger was coming, and it avoided the tiger's attack at a very fast speed. After the tiger was empty, it turned and rushed again. The wild deer ran wild in order to survive. Soon, it found a bush and hid in it. Chasing prey in the bushes is not what the tiger is good at. It searched outside for a while, growled a few times, and staggered back to the original mound. As we all know, tigers are the powerhouses on the grasslands, and many animals cannot compete with them. There were also some animals who felt numb when they saw it, so scared that they didn't even have the strength to run. However, sometimes tigers fail to catch wild deer. Compared with tigers, wild deer are weak. In addition to wild deer, there are many weak people on the grassland. However, these weak people still exist today. It can be seen that in the animal world, the strong and the weak are not absolute, but many are only relative. This is an ecological balance. The Talmud collection, Part 1, The Encounter of the Honest Man, 7. Susie accompanies you to read. Like the animal world, in the human world, there is no absolute weak. In the examination room, the one with the highest score is the strong one. On the track and field, the one who runs fast is the strong one. However, the strong person in the examination room is not necessarily the strong person on the track and field, and the strong person on the track and field is not necessarily the strong person in the shopping mall. In the jungle of human nature, if you know why you are weak, strong, and others are weak and strong, you can actively use your own strengths to face the weaknesses of others, and skillfully avoid facing others with your own weaknesses. Strengths, then you are not an absolute weak. Only you are the most trustworthy in the real life of Jews. Almost all of them seek to survive and develop in turbulent adversity, and grasp their own destiny, which is a problem that every Jew is thinking about. The Jews were oppressed and discriminated against in their long-term wandering life, which made them establish a sense of independent life in the harsh environment. For offspring, when they are children, parents focus on cultivating their sense of independence. They only believe in themselves, not others, and no one is reliable. Everyone has a pure heart in childhood. They don't know the world. They think everything is good in the world. They believe not only in themselves, but in everyone around them. So simple and naive, it is difficult to cope with the ever-changing social reality. Because the Jews were born in adversity, the living environment was full of thorns for them. Knowing how to treat oneself and others is the premise of adapting to this environment. Therefore, Jews teach their children to believe in themselves and not in anyone but themselves. In order to achieve the purpose of making children distrust others, parents often play a disgraceful role, constantly lying to their children, and at the same time let children clearly realize that their parents are also lying to themselves. Every time they are deceived, they will make the children realize that their parents can't believe it, and their closest relatives can't believe it. Who else can they believe? There is a little story that illustrates this very well, about a father and his only son. A little boy was playing with his sister when his father came over, picked up the little boy, put him on a windowsill and said, "You jump down, Dad is here to pick you up." The little boy, thinking that his father was coming to play with him, cheered with joy, and jumped into his father's arms without hesitation. When the child jumped down and was about to fall into his father's arms, the father suddenly spread his arms, and the child fell heavily on the floor, crying. The little boy cried and said aggrievedly, Dad lied to me. Daddy is really bad. The father looked at his son with a strange look and said in a serious tone, "Son, this is a way of education unique to our Jews. Children don't have the guts to jump off the windowsill, but I used this way of agitation. You jump." I deliberately put my hand away. If this kind of thing happens a few times, you will gradually understand that father is not reliable. Don't blindly believe in father, only yourself it is reliable. For this reason, from now on, I will educate you in this way. In the eyes of the Chinese, this may be cruel, but the Jews think it is reasonable and normal. They said, after repeating this 5 or 6 times, they can't believe others. The purpose of this is to let them know that no one in the world can be trusted, including their own parents, the only one they can trust. One has only oneself. This kind of thinking of only believing in oneself is the basis for the formation of children's independent consciousness, which enables Jewish children to have the consciousness of independent existence since childhood. They believe that it is absolutely naive fantasy to rely on others to support themselves, believing that only they can support themselves. So no matter what the conditions, they can survive tenaciously. In all matters, the Jews were careful and thought carefully before making their choices, so they were rarely deceived. The Talmud collection, Part 1, The Encounter of the Honest Man, 8. Susie accompanies you to read. It is precisely because the Jews do not easily trust others and are not deceived by the appearance of many things, they are able to gallop in the market and achieve extraordinary achievements. Of course, the idea of Jews not trusting others is almost paranoid. They don't trust their parents, but they don't trust their wives either. According to Chinese tradition, this kind of thinking is terrible. If you don't believe in the people closest to you, won't your family break up? From another angle, how many of those rich people with huge wealth really have a wife who only loves him and is willing to be with him for life? As a Jewish lawyer put it humorously, if you marry a wife, she will beat my property. For my property, I might be killed at some point. Why should I risk my property and my life to get married? No wonder so many Jewish millionaires are single, so it is. Pursuit of progress. What is the difference between an angel and a mortal? In the eyes of the Jews, the characteristic of angels is that they can be permanently clean and uncorrupted, but they also have the disadvantage of never progressing and never ascending. Humans and angels are the exact opposite. The advantage is that they can continue to make progress, while the disadvantage is that they are easily corrupted. Therefore, the Jews emphasize that since people have this characteristic, they should make more use of their advantages and improve their shortcomings, so that they can continue to move forward. A woman goes to a rabbi to complain about her husband's misfortune. "Rabbi," she said bitterly, "my husband is a fool. He gives all his money to the poor. Please make him understand that it is wrong to do so." As she spoke, another poor man came in, and he said grumpily, "Rabbi, my wife is very sick, my children are starving, and my brother is rich, but he doesn't want to help us at all." Then the rabbi said to the woman, "Go back and bring your husband." And to the hungry poor man, "Go back and bring your brother." Both came. The rabbi asked the benevolent man, "Why are you so unrealistic?" "How short life is," the man replied. "So I was afraid that death would take away my right to do good. So I spread my money." "Then why are you so mean and cruel? Why don't you help your relatives?" the rabbi asked the rich brother. "Rabbi," replied the miser, "no one knows when you will die, and neither do I. What if I live to be 120? Do you want me to have nothing in old age?" The rabbi pondered for a moment, then said with a mysterious smile, "May God bless each of you to realize your worst fears." The rabbi's words meant that the virtues of a benevolent man should be carried forward, and the miser's shortcomings should be corrected, or let him personally feel the harm caused by his own shortcomings. People must have the courage to improve their shortcomings, so how to make progress? In reality, the Jews motivated themselves by what God called perfect man. Humans are by no means perfect, and perfect man is just an ideal. However, the rabbi's ideal of perfection is like a star that guides the direction of the ship on the vast sea. When sailors are sailing on the vast sea, they can't see the edge. At this time, they can follow a star in the sky and sail in the direction it guides, and then they can reach their destination. However, sailors can never reach that planet after sailing, but they still can't give up, and they still pursue the stars in order to get closer to it and let it guide the correct course. Therefore, for the Jewish people, although there can be no complete human beings in the world, they are eager to approach completeness in order to embark on the right path. Pursuing the progress of mortals and denying angels is the outstanding wisdom of the Jewish nation. It is precisely because of constantly taking the ideal perfect man as the goal of life that the Jews have become one of the most outstanding peoples in the world. The Talmud collection, Part 1, The Encounter of the Honest Man, 9. Susie accompanies you to read. The magic weapon of survival, solidarity, and mutual assistance. Jews were killed, expelled, humiliated, and forced to leave their homes and wander around. Their ability to survive the harsh risks of life and prosper more is inseparable from their willingness to help others. It can be said that this concept is an important magic weapon for Jewish survival. The Jewish nation's concept of helping others and helping itself is deeply rooted. They believe that the rich have the responsibility to help and the poor have the right to help. During the hard years of long exile, the rich Jewish people often consciously paid for the poor. In Jewish society, it has become a habit to help the poor. Even poor Jews who have no 3 meals a day have a small box for money, ready to give alms to poorer people. There must be charities in the Jewish community, and these charities are sustained by the donations of wealthy Jews. On different days of the week, poor Jewish students went to different Jewish homes for meals, a practice designed to allow these students to read with greater peace of mind. The mutual help among the Jews comes from the heart. They love their fellow man from the heart and help their fellow man from the heart. A Jewish rabbi said, "The only way to know if you truly love and love God is to see if you love your friends." The ancient Jews had several small rooms in the temple, which were called silent rooms or quiet rooms. The Jews put in secret what they prepared for the poor, and the poor come here and get help secretly, so that the recipient doesn't know who gave it, and the giver doesn't know who it is. In giving alms, the Jews valued and allowed the poor to maintain dignity while receiving help. To this day, the donations made by Jews around the world also bear the imprint of many Jewish laws. The piles of corn or sheaves of wheat that fall to the ground during the harvest season belong to the poor, and the crops that grow on the ground belong to the poor. Poor. The rich should leave a certain amount of crops, olives or grapes, for the poor to take. Helping each other became their survival law and enduring national consciousness. This solidarity and help among the Jews made other nations very jealous. Some people feel incomprehensible about this and ask why the Jews help each other in this way. The Jews will answer, if we don't help each other, should we wait for others to help us? Humiliation, survived, and prospered even more. Turn enemies into friends. In the Jewish mind, human beings are all descended from one ancestor and have the same origin. That is to say, the existence of human beings is universal, that is, all brothers in the 4 seas. Therefore, Jews believe that everyone should learn to love others. In history, although the Jews have experienced ups and downs and suffered unprecedented hardships, once the Jews have the ability to dominate the fate of the alien race, they will never use cruel means to persecute and insult other nations. On the contrary, they are able to treat others with a normal heart and even help them with love. For this reason, there is a Jewish adage, who is the most powerful? He who turns an enemy into a friend. The Jewish people believe that the best way to treat people is to forgive and accept those who have hurt you, because only then can you get what you hoped for in return. For this reason, the Jewish rabbis highly praised those who have been insulted without insulting others, and heard slander without fighting back. In the Talmud, there is a story of Joseph accepting his brother, which is regarded by the Jews as a model for how to behave. Jacob's son Joseph was ostracized by his brother and sold to Egypt as a slave when he was a child. Later, Joseph became the prime minister of Egypt. One year, there was a famine in Joseph's hometown, and his brothers fled all the way to Egypt. When Joseph found his brothers, he stepped forward and said, "Do you know me? I'm your brother Joseph. How is your father?" When the brothers saw Joseph, they were too shocked to say a word. Joseph said to his brothers again, "Please come closer." When the brothers approached, Joseph said, "Don't be surprised, I am indeed your brother Joseph." When the brothers confirmed that the person standing in front of them was Joseph, their legs went weak. At this time, the brothers heard Joseph say, "Now, don't blame yourself for selling me here. God sent me here to save my life. It has been 2 years since the famine in my hometown. We'll not be able to survive, not a grain of grain will be received on the land. God sent me earlier to keep you alive, to keep us all alive in a special way. So it was not you but God who sent me here." In Joseph's words, he described his youth's suffering as God's act of saving him, and got rid of his brother's self-blame. His philosophy of life is the outstanding living wisdom of the Jewish people for thousands of years. He is full of love for the whole human being and sincerely loves everyone. Therefore, Jews can forgive their enemies with love and repay their friends with sincerity. This is the greatness and nobility of the Jewish nation. Talmud Part 1, Make Helping Others a Habit. 1. Susie accompanies you to read. Successful people make helping others a habit. Because he is good at helping others, is willing to help others, and is used to helping others. Once he is in need, others will take the initiative to help him. Jewish people believe that being passionate about helping others will earn you friendship. When Joyce's law firm in the United States first opened, he didn't even have the money to buy a copier. As the waves of immigrants poured into the United States, he took on many immigration cases and was often called to the Immigration Detention Center in the middle of the night. He drove a battered car around town. After years of hard work, his career has developed greatly, his business has expanded, and he has been treated with courtesy everywhere. Unpredictable circumstances, and the difference of a single thought, Joyce almost lost all his assets invested in stocks. Even more unfortunately, at the end of the year and the beginning of the year, the immigration law was revised again, and the number of occupational immigration was reduced. At this time, Joyce received a letter from the president of a company. The letter said, he is willing to transfer 30% of the company's equity to him and hire him as the company and the other 2 branches. Lifetime legal agent. After reading the letter, he was surprised and delighted, unable to believe it was true. Joyce approached the door suspiciously. The president is a middle-aged Polish man over 40 years old. After seeing him, he asked with a smile, "Do you remember me?" Joyce shook his head, the CEO smiled slightly, and took out a wrinkled $5 money order from the large drawer of the desk. The business card on it was printed with Joyce's lawyer's phone number and address. He really couldn't remember this matter. The president looked at him and said slowly, 10 years ago, at the immigration office, I was queuing to apply for a work card. There were many people at that time, and we were crowded and quarreling there. When it was my turn, the immigration office was almost closed. At that time, I didn't know that the fee for applying for a work card went up by $5. The immigration office didn't accept personal checks, I didn't have any money on me, and if I couldn't get a work card again, the employer wouldn't hire me. At this critical moment, you handed $5 from behind you, and I asked you to leave your address so that I could pay you back later, so you gave me this business card. Joyce also slowly remembered this incident, but still asked suspiciously, what happened later? The president continued, I worked in this company later, and soon I invented 2 pens. I wanted to send this money order on the first day after I arrived at the company, but I never did. I came to the United States alone to conquer the world, and experienced many cold receptions and hardships. These $5 have changed my attitude towards life, so this money order cannot be sent so casually. Joyce never dreamed that a small act of kindness many years ago would be so rewarded that just $5 changed the fate of 2 people. Be passionate about helping others. Enthusiasm can make your personality more attractive, and helping others will be rewarded well. Open your heart, step out of your narrow self, and share the joy in helping others. Straightforward way of life. Successful Jews are very straightforward. They believe that in life and work, only by being frank and straightforward can one thing be done well. Outstanding Jewish businessmen require employees to have their own suggestions and different opinions at work, and to be able to speak out such suggestions and opinions, instead of expecting their bosses and colleagues to figure out what employees think. If you encounter any difficulties, you should raise them to the leaders in time, otherwise you will be the one who suffers, and you will be criticized if the task is not completed. In life, Jews will take the initiative to tell their own emotions and sorrows to the people they are familiar with in order to seek relief, so that it is easy to get understanding and help. People who are good at releasing inner pressure will also have a strong psychological endurance. Bearing humiliation is not Jewish culture. When a Jew was an intern, the attending doctor treated her very badly. She took the initiative to share her feelings with the attending doctor. After that, the attending doctor changed her attitude and established a healthy working relationship of mutual respect. In fact, in many cases, the reason why people cannot live in harmony is due to differences in personality or lack of communication. If they are expressed in a timely and open manner, they can often resolve previous suspicions. Jews don't gossip or take revenge on people behind their backs, they just speak up about how they feel. Talmud Part 1, Make helping others a habit. 2. Susie accompanies you to read. Another aspect of frankness, Jews believe, is the need to learn to say no. When they encounter something that is too difficult or impossible to do, they will refuse rather than do what they want. On the other hand, if he is rejected by the other person, he will not feel resentment towards that person, because he can take into account the difficulties of others. In this way, the two parties will not act against their wishes or make them unhappy, and can negotiate other alternatives to achieve mutual consent. Jews were taught to be frank and honest at an early age, and Jews who grew up in such an environment developed a frank and honest character. But Jewish outspokenness is not reckless and rude, much less arrogant and unreasonable. Jews are very particular about speaking skills. Even if they are not speculative in their words, they will be gentle on their expressions, tactful and polite, and will not lose their temper to others. In terms of cultural concepts, seeking common ground while reserving differences is very necessary. The Jewish people are very free of speech. They like to express their opinions or argue with others, but the ultimate goal is not to persuade or be persuaded by others. There are also many eloquent and articulate people among the Jews, but the purpose of their debates is just to reveal their own ideas, not to force others to accept their views. As long as they express their feelings in their chests, they will be satisfied. Although they do not agree with different ideas easily, they do not forget to praise each other for daring to express their opinions. Whether it's culture, customs, politics, or religion, talk and listen, they will never impose their views on others. Jews believe that the principle of seeking common ground while reserving differences is also applicable to contacts with relatives and friends, and it is more helpful to expand their social circle. They believe that in order to seek common ground while reserving differences, respect is the foundation, and patience and a tolerant heart are also needed. In this way, you can express your own opinions comfortably, and you can continue to learn new things from the different opinions of others. The most effective persuasion skills are sincerity and kindness. The Talmud says, mildness and kindness are always more powerful than anger and violence. Therefore, only if you have a sincere and kind attitude in yourself can you better persuade others. Sincerity is the foundation of being human. Those who have achieved great success share many characteristics, one of which is genuineness. If you are a sincere person, people will believe you and understand you. No matter what the situation is, people will know that you will not shirk or cover up, that you will not tell lies, and are happy to be close to you. So it's easy to get a good relationship. A fable says that once, when the sun and the wind met, they quarreled, and both thought they were the most powerful, but neither could convince the other. Finally, Feng said, "I'll show you the facts. I'm better than you. Did you see the old man in the coat? I have a way to get him to take off the coat." The sun hid behind the clouds, and the wind began to do its best, and it blew more and more, madly running towards the old man, but the old man wrapped his coat more tightly and moved forward slowly. When Feng saw this situation, he was very angry. He used all the strength of his body, blowing harder and harder, but it still didn't work, and finally Feng fell down in a dejected manner. The wind gradually subsided, and the sun smiled from behind the clouds and began to shine on the old man with a warm smile. Soon there were drops of sweat on the old man's face, and he immediately took off his coat. You see, the friendliness of the sun won out, while the fury of the wind didn't solve the problem at all. It can be seen that people are always willing to accept gentle and friendly people. In 1915, John Rockefeller Jr. became Colorado's most despised man. In order to fight for their own interests, the workers demanded higher wages from the Colorado Coal and Iron Company, and the angry and rude workers smashed the plant and smashed the machinery. In the end, the government dispatched the military and police to suppress them. There were many bloodshed incidents. The strikers were shot dead, and the bodies were scattered all over the streets. The scene was terrible. The strike lasted for 2 years and became the bloodiest strike in American industrial history. Talmud Part 1, Make Helping Others a Habit, 3. Susie accompanies you to read. In that atmosphere of hatred, Rockefeller, as the company's owner, tried his best to quell the anger of the workers, hoping that they would accept his opinion. He first spent a few weeks going deep into the homes of the workers, and even though some workers rejected him, he went under enormous pressure to visit every family member of the victims and became friends with them, and then he gave a wonderful speech to the workers' representatives. I am very happy today, and I will always remember this day, Rockefeller began. This is the first time I have had the pleasure of meeting the labor representatives, staff and supervisors of this great company, and we have all come together to discuss the future development of the company. If this party had been held 2 weeks ago, I would have been very unfamiliar with most of the people who are here today. I am only familiar with a few faces. Last week, I had the opportunity to visit all the sheds in the southern coal mine. I have had individual conversations with the representatives, and I have met with all the representatives except those who were not present. I have visited your families, met your wives and children, and today we meet here as friends. Strangers again, there is already a spirit of kindness and love between us, and I am delighted to have the opportunity to discuss our common interests with delegates. Since the party should be attended by labor representatives and factory employees, I can come here to participate in the party. Thank you for your support. Because I am neither a factory employee nor a labor representative, but I feel that I have a very close relationship with you. Because in a way, I represent the shareholders and the directors. Facing the workers who wanted to hang him from a sour apple tree a few days ago, Rockefeller spoke earnestly. His words were more humble and kind than missionary pastors. Come here to meet you. Today we meet each other as friends. I have visited your family, meet your wives and children. The speech was brilliant and received good results, not only dispelling the hatred of the workers, but also winning many admirers. Rockefeller put a lot of facts in front of the workers, explained the situation facing the company, and kindly persuaded the workers to go back to work. The workers accepted his advice and stopped talking about raising wages for the time being. Rockefeller kindly resolved the conflict between the company and the workers. He didn't argue with the workers, he didn't use rigorous logic to argue that they were wrong, and he didn't use political interference to frighten the workers. If he did that, it would only lead to more hatred and resistance. Rockefeller skillfully used the principle of the softness overcomes rigidity to resolve the anger of the workers with a friendly and amiable attitude, and finally turned the enemy into a friend. A friendly attitude is very effective in communication. There is also a story that the Jewish engineer Stubbs wanted his landlord to lower the rent, but his landlord was very difficult to deal with. Many people tried this, but they all failed. Everyone unanimously came to a conclusion: the landlord is impersonal and difficult to contact. Stubbs decided to give it a try. He wrote a letter to the landlord saying that the contract was about to expire and he would move out. In fact, he did not want to move out. If the rent could be lowered, he would like to continue renting. Within a few days, the landlord brought his secretary to find Stubbs. Stubbs greeted him at the door in a friendly manner, very warm. Stubbs didn't talk about the rent right away, but first emphasized that he liked his house very much, praised him for its good management, and hoped to live for another year, but the rent was a little high. The landlord had never met such a warm and sincere tenant, he just didn't know what to do. He began to complain to Stubbs, including one of the tenants who had written him 14 letters, some of which were so rude that they hurt his self-esteem, and another who threatened him if he didn't stop the snoring tenant upstairs. To retire. The landlord said happily, "I am so relieved to have a satisfied tenant like you." The Talmud Part 1, Making it a habit to help others. 4. Susie accompanies you to read. The landlord offered to cut the rent a little bit before Stubbs asked. Stubbs hoped to be a little less and said the amount he could afford. The landlord did not hesitate at all, and he agreed to Stubbs' request. When he was about to leave, he turned around and asked Stubbs, "Is there anything I need to decorate?" Stubbs later said of the incident, "If I had asked for a lower rent in the same way as other tenants, I am sure I would have encountered the same obstacles, and I have been able to succeed because of my kindness, compassion, and praise." The quality of sincerity and selflessness can add a lot of inner attractiveness to an outwardly unattractive person. The basic point of charisma is sincerity. Be more trustworthy and honest, you can gain more trust and understanding from others, get more support, help, and cooperation, so as to gain more opportunities for success, and finally stand out and ignite a bright life. Psychological research points out that everyone has a closed side in his heart, and an open side at the same time, hoping to gain the trust and understanding of others. However, openness is directional, that is, only open to people you trust. Treating people with sincerity can win people's trust. Finding an open heart and working hard to get a friend who helps you with all your body and mind is to exchange sincerity for sincerity. If you eliminate suspicion and defensiveness when interacting with others, and instead communicate with others sincerely, then you will make more friends. Human-to-human emotional communication is interactive. If a person wants to make close friends, he must first open his mind. To tell the truth and the truth, don't be secretive or hesitant to make people suspicious, and exchange your sincerity for the sincerity of others. Harmonious feelings between people are the exchange of hearts. The passage of time and the changes of the times have not weakened the light of a sincere in the friendship palace. We should communicate with everyone around us with a sincere heart, so that you will gain more friendship. Without sincerity, there will be no friendship at all. A sincere voice can arouse the resonance of a large group of sincere people. Good at cooperating. The Jews value the connection between people and have established a business network with high integrity. If a friend is very active in a certain field, everyone will actively help him. A family will come together to make money, and use the money to support a talented person and develop him into its own leader. If you use a football analogy, it can be said that the Jewish nation is a nation that has established a complete network of sponsorship groups for players on the field. A Jewish teacher gave his students an intelligence test. He put 6 ping pong balls into a can, each ball tied with a string, and asked to remove all the balls in the bottle in the shortest time possible. Each of the students in several groups wanted to be the first to take out the ball from the bottle, but the ball was stuck in the mouth of the bottle, and none of them could get out. Only one group managed to do it, and they did it by forming a team of 6 to get the balls to come out of the bottle one after the other. This test question tests whether the team has the spirit of mutual cooperation, which is what we often call team spirit. The Jewish teacher wanted to make students realize the importance of unity and cooperation through this question. Jews are perhaps the most collective and cooperative nation in the world. The Talmud is a great work of the Jewish nation and has far-reaching influence on the world. It is completed by many people, and it embodies the crystallization of collective wisdom. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers make the best zhugaliang, and Jewish cooperation is often a big cooperation of many people, which makes people have to greatly admire this collective spirit. And one of the reasons for the extraordinary wisdom of the Jews is probably not unrelated to this. Perhaps by the same fate, many Jews tend to be confined to a small circle of friends or fellow Jews. Although this circle is sometimes limited, it still makes many famous Jews quite familiar with each other, becoming academic confidants or rivals, promoting mutual competition and exchanges, and promoting common development. This may be another important reason for the continuous emergence of talents in the Jewish nation. Talmud Part 1, Make helping others a habit. 5. Susie accompanies you to read. Marx, Luxembourg, LaSalle, and Bernstein all had Jewish blood, and they maintained long-term cooperation and struggle, which promoted the development of the international communist movement. Szilard, Einstein, Oppenheimer, and Teller were also good friends. It was the joint efforts of these four people that created the atomic and hydrogen bombs in the world. In addition, Frank, Einstein, Niels Bohr, and Hertz were once best friends and enemies, and their outstanding achievements promoted the progress of the entire human sciences. Known as the master of semiotics, Cassirer is a philosophical leader in Western academia whose success is inseparable from the influence of his teacher, another Jewish philosopher, Cohen. The famous Jewish literary master, Zweig, was a very good friend of Freud, and Freud's shadow can be seen in his works. In economic circles, this tendency of Jewish tycoons is even more pronounced, and their business partners are generally chosen among Jews. Sarnoff, Katharine Graham, Meyer, William Paley, and others were once best friends and business rivals, each making a fortune in competition and friendship. American Hollywood giants Goldwyn, Mayer, Paramount, and other 5 major film companies have monopolized the entire American Hollywood, and they are all Jewish companies. From this, we can see that the Jewish nation is a nation good at cooperation. They are good at using unity and cooperation to develop their own cause. This may be the reason why they never disappear, despite the difficulties. Change your mood before changing jobs. Every job brings you some valuable experience, and they are the most important resources for your growth in life. Therefore, when you have the idea of starting a new business and changing your family, you might as well change your mood first, and look at your company, your work, and your boss from a new angle, and perhaps the idea of leaving your job will be dispelled. It is normal to change a few jobs in your career, but whether each change brings you a positive effect and whether it improves your life value, not just an increase in salary, is something that must be carefully considered before resigning. Question: many people blindly follow the trend, only seeing the superficial advantages of a new job, a new company, and a new boss, but without reflecting on their work attitude and mood, they easily give up their familiar jobs and end up in a worse working environment. When ordinary people are unsatisfactory in their careers, they often do not know the root cause, find out what their real problems are, and always expect the environment or others to change according to their wishes. Once the high expectations are lost, disappointment and helplessness will flood into my heart, my mood will become very low, and the idea of changing the family will arise. In this regard, my opinion is that if you reflect on yourself before changing jobs, maybe you will find that changing your attitude and cognition about work may be the most fundamental way to solve the problem. The researchers found that the reasons for switching the idea of the family are nothing more than the following: see which kind of situation you belong to, and prescribe the right medicine to eliminate the bad mentality. Salary is too low. You must know that your salary is often proportional to your contribution. If you can pay for a long time and be loyal to your career, your boss or supervisor will never turn a blind eye. In addition to tangible currency, salary income should also be considered invisible income, such as good interpersonal relationships, skill training, and rich work experience. The ability cannot be fully exerted. Do you know your expertise and interests? Is there still room for growth in the current company? For these issues, you should not only seriously reflect on yourself, but also communicate with your boss a lot. The sentence "I am born to be useful" is indeed a good sentence, but to be suitable for the right talents must be achieved through joint efforts with the boss. People have many talents. Only by doing one line of love and doing everything well, can we find more opportunities for development. There is a disagreement with the boss's management policy. The Talmud Part 1, make helping others a habit. 6. Susie accompanies you to read. If you think about it carefully, most of this disagreement is not the boss's reason. It may be that you are too stubborn, or you may not fully express your ideas. From the perspective of the boss, think about the development of the company more comprehensively. Maybe the vision will be broader, and you may be able to see many real problems. If you still can't convince yourself, try to adapt to the company's development plan, adapt to the company's culture and the boss's style, and wait for a better time to express your opinion. Working hours are too long. First, ask yourself whether the work efficiency is too low, or the business volume is too heavy. If it is the former, then the correct attitude is to work hard to improve your skills, to be more engaged in learning and self-improvement. If it is the latter, you should actively seek the boss's support and be able to propose specific solutions rather than escape. Dissatisfied with the workplace atmosphere of the company. Think about it, is it because you are too narrow-minded, or the working atmosphere of the entire company is too bad? If you don't solve the problem psychologically, you will feel depressed in any company. When you have a tense relationship with your boss and colleagues, don't always think from your own perspective, and you can see another vast ocean and sky. Try to use your generosity and humor to improve the working atmosphere. Insufficient education and training. A challenging job is bound to be stressful. Whether you can grow at work, training and education is not necessary. It often depends on your attitude. A good boss, a group of coworkers who get along well, may benefit you more than a rigid education. The promotion channel is rigid. Has anyone in the company been promoted recently? Is the boss cronyism, or is your ability poor? Don't be envious of others. Preconceive that the promotion of others is nothing more than relationships and flattery, but try to discover those excellent qualities and excellent abilities that you do not have, and constantly correct them according to your own problems. Inconvenient traffic. Can I get up early? Is it possible to change the habit of going to bed late? Everyone has inertia, but in terms of work attitude, only hard work will pay off. This is the most basic rule of success. Oddly enough, many people don't relocate around their jobs, but around where they live. Feeling uneasy about the industry outlook and the company's future. As the saying goes, there are companies that lose money in good times, and companies that make money in bad times. The prospects of a company or industry require professional and sober judgment and not be used as an excuse to avoid responsibility and pressure. Ask yourself whether you have accumulated enough professional skills. The ability and loyalty of employees are often best reflected in times of economic recession and poor company performance. Your ability is not confirmed. Sometimes we overestimate our abilities and blindly underestimate our talents. Self-respect will only be disgusting in the workplace. Talk more to your boss about your work ideals and ambitions, and take part in some major projects so that you may be able to have a correct assessment of your abilities. Resist the lure of money. Jews love money very much. They have a special feeling for money, but they only make money that belongs to them, instead of greed for money that does not belong to them. They can always maintain enough concentration in the face of the temptation of money. In a word, they will never let their souls be corrupted by money. The Jewish pursuit of wealth relies on their own minds and hands to earn it in an open and fair manner. In the eyes of the Jews, they should not take money that should not be taken, because it will only be hot. A Jewish woman went shopping in a department store, and when she came home with a bag full of things, she suddenly found a ring inside. She didn't buy this thing. She called her younger son to her side, told him about the incident, and took the child to find a rabbi for advice on how to deal with it. The rabbi told them a story from the Talmud. A rabbi made a living by cutting wood, which he transported from the mountains to the city to sell. To speed things up and save time studying Jewish texts, the rabbi decides to buy a donkey. The Talmud Part 1, Making it a Habit to Help Others, 7. Susie accompanies you to read. So the rabbi bought a donkey from the Arabs in the city. With the donkey, the rabbi's travel time between villages and towns was greatly shortened, and the disciples were delighted and helped take care of the donkey. Once, while washing the donkey, a diamond fell from the donkey. The disciples are very fortunate that this rabbi does not need to chop wood, and has more time to study and enlighten the disciples. However, the rabbi ordered his disciples to return the diamond to the Arab merchant immediately. The disciple did not understand. Isn't this donkey yours? The rabbi replied, I bought donkeys, but not diamonds. I only take what I deserve. The rabbi then went to the city himself to return the diamonds to the Arabs. The Arab asked back, diamonds are on donkeys. Why do you have to send diamonds back when you bought a donkey? The rabbi replied, there is a Jewish tradition that we only take what we buy. The diamonds were not what I bought, so they were sent here to give you back. After hearing this, the Arabs couldn't help but admire, your God is really great. After listening to the story, the woman decided to return the ring to the department store immediately, but did not know how to explain it to them. The rabbi told her, "I don't know if the ring belongs to the department store. If the other party asks why you are returning the ring, you only need to say one sentence, because we are Jewish. Please take the child with him and let him witness this with his own eyes and receive a special education." From this, we can see that money is very tempting to the soul, and it is very principled to resist this temptation. If the soul of a nation becomes dirty, the nation will soon perish. The way of life of the Jews is a kind of knowledge, and it is worth learning. Purity of the soul is the greatest virtue. Business people should keep in mind, seize their own money, and give up the money that does not belong to them. Jewish hospitality. Abraham is the legendary example of hospitality, and with the assistance of his wife Sarah, he quickly prepared a sumptuous meal for the 3 messengers of God disguised as wanderers. His graciousness was especially noble, because he was circumcised at the age of 90, in covenant with God, while still in recovery. Under his influence, the Jews were hospitable and regarded it as a virtue. While many of their norms were borrowed from the Romans and Greeks around them, they emphasized sincerity over mere courtesy. The Talmud describes a master who only pays attention to etiquette and lacks sincerity. He eagerly invited his neighbors to be a guest, but he was not really welcoming in his heart. He repeatedly wanted to give gifts to the neighbors, knowing that the neighbors would not accept them. Chania is such a bad host. Chania wanted to entertain the Roman nobles and decided to hold a banquet. He consulted Rabbi Eliezer Gorel. Rabbi Eli said, "If you're going to invite 20 people, be ready to host 25. If you're going to invite 25, be ready to host 30. He invited 25 people, but only prepared meals for 24 people. So he missed a dish. So he put a golden plate in front of the guest who had no dishes. The guest looked at the empty plate and was very angry. He threw the plate hard on the ground and said, "What do you mean? Do you want me to eat gold?" Hania went up to Rabbi Eliezer Gorel and said, "I really regret telling you about my treat. You taught me how to do it, and I didn't listen to you. However, I want to know, God revealed the secrets of the law to you scholars, and that also told you the secrets of making your guests happy?" "Yes, God told us," Rabbi Eliezer replied. "Then what are you talking about?" he asked. Rabbi Eliezer replied, "Learn from David. It is written, when Abner came to David's house in Hebron in the company of 12, David entertained Abel with a feast. And his followers, not simply he gave a feast, but also a hospitality to his followers." Talmud Part 1, Make Helping Others a Habit, 8. Susie accompanies you to read. What does a good guest say? How much care did the master take to make me happy? How much wine he gave me? How much meat he put in front of me? How much cake he gave me? But what about a bad guest? The master didn't bother me at all. I only ate a small piece of meat. I only ate a small piece of bread. I only drank a glass of wine. All he did was to please his wife and children. When the guest is graciously entertained by the host, some food should be left on the plate to show that the host has served more than necessary. If there is nothing left on his plate, one might say that the host was not well entertained. However, if the owner says to him, "Please finish this food, or you have to feed the dog," that would be a pity. At this time, he should obey the owner's wishes and finish the food. However, if the owner has to feed the leftover food to the dog, he is guilty of wasting food. Jewish revenge. When the Jews wanted to take revenge on their opponents, what methods did they use? An employee, Rotter, tipped off the manager that another employee, Schutz, stole money from the company. So the manager called Schutz into the office and said, "What's your monthly salary?" $120, Schultz replied. "Don't you think this amount of money is too little? I'm going to give you a longer salary." Rotter was very surprised when he heard it, and he asked inexplicably, "Manager, did you use this method to deal with thieves?" The boss nodded, then said to Schutz, "I've decided to increase your monthly salary to $180. Rotter couldn't restrain himself any longer. "Manager, why are you rewarding the thief? You know, my salary has been $120 for so many years. The manager comforted Rotter and said, "Don't worry, wait until this weekend to see you. I will scold Schutz so hard and make him lose his $180 monthly job, he will be heartbroken to death by then. And if it's $120 a month, he'll have no regrets." It is impossible for a nation to have no revenge, but it is also impossible for the Jews to spend money to retaliate. Although this joke is a kind of financial revenge to the thief, revenge is only psychological, because this money can be used by the thief. Out of reach. The above-mentioned method of revenge, which Jews called the most primitive method, because although the boss did not spend money, he did not make any money. For shrewd Jews, slaughtering the other side is the best way to retaliate. A fat police officer entered a kosher restaurant and said as he walked, "People say Jews are smart, what's the secret here?" The boss hated this rude guy very much, and naturally didn't want to talk to him about any tricks, so he said, "Okay, let me tell you, listen carefully, the reason why the Jews are smart is because they eat sweet and sour carp every day." Since then, the fat police officer has been eating sweet and sour carp at this kosher restaurant every afternoon. One day after half a year, the police officer suddenly scolded the boss with an angry face, "You bastard, the sweet and sour carp you sold me during this time was 1 yuan per caddy, and the menu clearly stated that it was 50 cents a caddy, how dare you play me and take me for a fool?" The boss was happy when he heard it. "Look, I didn't lie to you, right? Eating sweet and sour carp is effective. A smile is priceless, the Talmud says. A smile is a priceless treasure. Indeed, a smile can enhance friendship between people. A person who faces others with a smile, many people like to associate with him and are willing to be friends with him. A lot of people think it's hard to smile at everyone, but it's not. As long as you usually say to yourself, "I want to be a happy person, I like to smile," you can definitely do it. Before going to bed every day, you might as well learn from the Hotel King Hilton and ask yourself, "Did you smile today?" The Talmud Part 1, Making it a Habit to Help Others, 9. Susie accompanies you to read. Hilton's father died in a car accident, and the burden of the family fell on his shoulders. He wanted to be a banker and was determined to go to Texas to realize this dream. He wanted to buy a bank, and Hilton had only $5,000 at the time, but the bank manager offered $75,000, a dozen times more than his existing funds. Unexpectedly, 2 days later, the untrustworthy bank manager raised the price to $80,000. Hilton was very angry. He found a hotel called Millionaires to rest, but the hotel was full of guests. He saw a frowning man standing in front of the counter, and he hurried over and asked, "Are you here? The owner of the hotel? Why are you so unhappy?" "Yes, I am the owner of this hotel. How can I be so happy to have such a hotel? I have long wanted to throw away this damn hotel," the owner said weakly. Hilton had an idea and said with a smile, "Dude, congratulations, you have found a buyer." Hilton ended up buying the hotel for $40,000 when he only had $5,000 himself and borrowed the rest. After several years of careful management, Hilton's business has taken a big step forward. Once, he happily reported his grades to his mother. The mother's reaction surprised Hilton. She said coldly, "I see that you are similar to before, and there has not been much change, except that you put your tie on. It's just a little dirty. Actually, you have to look for something more valuable. In addition to being honest with your customers, you should also find a way to make everyone who stays at the Hilton want to come back. You want a simple, cost-effective way to attract customers so your hotel will continue to grow." After listening to his mother's advice, Hilton thought about it for a long time. He remembered the scene when he bought the Millionaires Hotel. Finally came up with a very effective method without any cost, that is smile. Hilton requires employees to warmly entertain customers. Even if they are tired from work or in a bad mood, they must face every customer with a smile, because passengers are always God. Hilton's business strategy was a great success, and his career continued to grow, eventually establishing the Hilton Empire. It is a miracle that Hilton's hotels survived even when many hotels closed during the economic crisis of the 1930s. No matter what kind of hardships Hilton's hotel encounters, the hotel staff always keep a smile on every customer. Learn to praise others. Outstanding Jews have always been empathetic and forgiving. They have a high degree of self-cultivation and self-control, and are willing to praise others. As a result, they are able to make more friends and keep their career moving forward. In real life, many people like to complain and blame others, which can only worsen the relationship between them. In many cases, sharp criticism and attack will not only have no effect, but will have a negative effect. Some people seem to have developed a bad habit of accusing and criticizing others at every turn, and some people take it even more quickly. Once a problem arises, their first thought is how to criticize others. The result is either hurting others, or being blocked back by others, causing them to be hurt by others. In fact, it is much better to know more about others and try to consider issues from the standpoint of others. This is much better than accusing and criticizing. Not only will it not hurt others, but it will also be harmless to oneself, and it will make people feel sympathetic, patient, and kind. Don't forget that in interpersonal communication we are dealing with people, and they all want to be appreciated by others. Giving joy to others is a legitimate virtue. Don't forget to compliment others as you go about your daily life journey. Jew Pamela Nadunan was in charge of supervising the work of a cleaner who did a very bad job. Many employees often laughed at him and deliberately threw all kinds of rubbish into the corridor to show that his work was not done. It is good. This put a lot of pressure on his mind, and he really didn't have the competence to do his job well. Talmud Part 1, Make Helping Others a Habit, 10. Susie accompanies you to read. Parmina tried various methods to get the cleaner to do the job, but to no avail. However, she found that the cleaner can sometimes clean a place, so she seized the opportunity to praise it in front of everyone. This approach worked, and the cleaner's work improved, and soon earned praise from others for doing a good job. Parmina has found the best way to motivate people, and she has also tried to praise and encourage others, with great results. She really appreciates that criticism and ridicule often mess things up, and sincere praise works best. Dayran is a person who knows how to communicate with people in the way of praise. Once, at a company meeting, a colleague made a report. His report was unremarkable, and he didn't get any applause. After the meeting, Darren met the colleague in the toilet, and he said to the colleague, "Your report just now is very good, simple, and to the point. I appreciate you very much." This colleague didn't expect his report to get anyone's attention, but Darren's few words made him feel good all day. Everyone who met Darren quickly formed a friendship with him. Darren often expresses his appreciation to other colleagues. When a boy wears new clothes, he will inadvertently say, "Oh, so handsome." When a girl has a new hairstyle, he will deliberately open his eyes. "I said, it turned out to be you. I thought it was some beauty here." It is conceivable that Darren gets along well with everyone in the company, and this good interpersonal relationship has brought him a lot of convenience. About the function of praise, everyone must be clear, so there is no need to say more. But here's an interesting fact: everyone loves to hear people compliment them, but not everyone loves to compliment others. Why is this? There is an inherent reason why many people do not praise others. He fears that he will be held morally responsible for such praise. Because in human psychology, taking the initiative to praise others can get benefits, which is a kind of speculative behavior, which may be a kind of villain behavior. The first reaction in his heart to complimenting others may be a gentleman is open-minded, and a villain is always affectionate, or a gentleman's friendship is as light as water. This kind of thinking exists not only in them, but also in some introverted people, afraid to do more aggressive things, because the fear is that such aggressiveness will achieve moral responsibility. If there is such a misunderstanding in your mind, then what I want to tell you is, you are overthinking it. The moral order of the world has long been established. In pursuit of harmonious interpersonal relationships, people have already used praise each other as a common and appropriate way of communication in their daily lives. Even if you don't like to compliment others, others will still compliment you. From this perspective, you should also praise others. Since you should praise others, then you should do a good job in the knowledge of complimenting others. There is a famous French writer who is known for never saying anything that embarrassing a lady. One day, an odd-looking lady thought she could make the writer concede defeat and came to visit. The lady asked the writer, "Sir, do you think I am beautiful?" Answering beautiful would be a lie, and answering not beautiful would surely embarrass the lady. The writer's answer was excellent. He said, "Every lady is an angel sent from heaven to earth, but unfortunately some angels come down to earth face down. Lady, this is not you. It's your fault." These remarks not only showed that the lady's face was ugly, but also did not embarrass the lady, and it was quite decent. When you praise the other party, you must master certain principles and skills, and understanding the other party's psychology is a prerequisite for praise. Compliment is to satisfy the other person's ego. Without understanding the other person's psychology, it is difficult to know what he needs. Therefore, you need to gain insight into the other person's preferences and let him hear the compliments he is eager to hear. Talmud Part 1, Making it a Habit to Help Others, 11. Susie accompanies you to read. Those successful Jews told us that when you are praising others, here are a few things to keep in mind. 1. Choose the person and thing that the other person admires or likes the most to praise. Talking to the other person about his most precious things is the best way to touch people's hearts, and when you do, not only are you welcome, but life-expanding. Never praise something out of nothing. If you do, it will make people feel that you are passing the horse and feel a sense of disgust. Second, praise the other party must be specific and appropriate. Because the more specific the praise, the more significant the effect will be. When we praise each other, we do not necessarily have to do a great thing, but a small advantage and strength of the other party. As long as we can give the appropriate praise, we can also receive good results. 3. Praise the other party to find the right time. To be good at grasping the opportunity, praise should be timely praise. Don't compliment others at the same time, unless it's someone the other party likes. Even if you compliment others, it's a foreshadowing for the other party, and it should be timely and appropriate. You must choose the right time to praise, otherwise, no matter how sincere you are, it is impossible to achieve good results, and sometimes it will play a negative role. 4th, the most important thing in complimenting each other is to be sincere. An unenthusiastic mouth and a cold face are the most disappointing, so the most important thing to do when complimenting someone is to be sincere. Sincerity is the most important measure in interpersonal communication, and everyone cherishes it very much. Dr. Carsley, who specializes in social relations in the United Kingdom, once said, "Most people choose friends based on whether the other party is sincere or not. A word or two of perfunctory words will immediately reveal your hypocrisy. Moreover, unwarranted praise will also make the other party feel that you have ulterior motives, thus causing him to guard against you. 5th, praise must appear natural. Compliments must come from the heart, and false compliments will not only fail to achieve good results, but will also lead to some troubles. Compliments are meant to make the other person happy. Therefore, when complimenting others, be sure to appear natural, not pretentious. If you don't grasp the proper use of words, you will not achieve the effect of making the other person comfortable. Therefore, it is best not to use those excessive terms when complimenting directly, but to be accurate and decent, and try to appear elegant and generous. Long tongue disgusting, the reason why people have one mouth and two ears is to let people talk less and listen more. Therefore, those who know the art of obedience are always respected, and those who only know how to keep talking can only be more disgusting. Although the tongue has no bones, it should also be very careful. Because once a word is uttered, it is like an arrow that is shot and cannot be taken back. A rabbi said to his servant, "Go to the market and buy me something good." The servant went and brought back a tongue. "Go to the market and buy me some bad things," the rabbi said to the servant again. The servant went and brought back another tongue. The rabbi said to him, "Why did you bring back tongues twice?" The servant replied, "The tongue is the source of good and evil. When it is good, there is nothing better, and when it is bad, there is nothing worse." The importance of being vigilant about your tongue can be seen in this Jewish story. Jews believe that a long tongue is far more troublesome than 3 hands, and that if a false story is circulated for a long time, it will turn into a rumor, and rumors will make close friends suspicious of each other. So don't use your mouth to discover what you can't see. At the same time, the rabbis also warned people, when you encounter a ghost, you must run away without hesitation. In the same way, when you encounter news on the road, you must also run away quickly. The Jews believed that the flames of all disputes would be extinguished when everyone was not talking about others behind their backs. Therefore, the Jewish nation hates talkative women with long tongues, and they hate rumors even more. It can be said that the Jewish nation is a taciturn nation. Jewish people think that people who like to express themselves and chatter are usually fools, and people who are obedient are smart people. So there is a Jewish saying, when the fool laughs out loud, the wise man smiles only a little. Talmud Part 1, Making it a Habit to Help Others, 12. Susie accompanies you to read. Jews believe that the tongue is like a sharp sword, which must be used with care, or you will not only hurt others, but yourself. Therefore, the Jews learned from the ancient sword saints, unless absolutely necessary, never draw swords and hurt people. Jews believe that you must think carefully before you speak, and you must not speak indiscriminately. Otherwise, instead of being beneficial, it is harmful. Jeff's company has been doing business with foreign trade companies for a long time, and the fat managers of foreign trade companies are like their god of wealth. One day, Jeff tried his best to persuade the fat manager to expand the business scope with them. Jeff became angry. As soon as the fat manager left, Jeff said, "Look at that fat man, stop at the gate of the company. Mosquitoes can only come in on their side." As a result, the fat manager forgot to take his bag and just came back. After that, although Jeff invited the fat manager to dinner many times and tried his best to apologize, the relationship never recovered to the previous level, and the cooperation was much less. This is the price of being short-sighted. Not only long-tongued women, many people have the habit of discussing right and wrong behind their backs, and most of what they talk about is fault. They mostly speak ill of others. This kind of attack is usually said on the premise of non-conflict of interest, so the critics feel that they do not bear the responsibility in the sense of morality, so they let themselves go, and do not reflect or stop this evil behavior of their own. This is because he did not realize the seriousness of what he had done, nor did he think that it would have serious consequences for him. For example, Jeff in the story, the figure behind the fat manager is "Look at that fat man, stand at the gate of the company, mosquitoes can only come in on the side." The authorities may not have a strong purpose of attack, just joking as the mundane life adds a few strands of laughter, but it actually hits people hard. You can imagine how angry the fat manager was when he heard it. This means that his dignity has been trampled on. In this story, the fat manager came back because he forgot his purse, which is more or less dramatic, similar to the plot handling in the movie. Don't think that this is just a dramatic plot and underestimate the consequences of being right and wrong behind the scenes. There is a word called rumor, which is to say that words can flow like water, from one mouth to that ear, and from that mouth to another person's ear. Sooner or later, your words about right and wrong will reach the ears of those being criticized. We may have all encountered such a thing. Confronts B and tells C's right and wrong. After 2 days, B and C get along alone, and show loyalty and tell A's right and wrong about him. After 2 days, C questioned A, "If you said something about me." A asked, "Who did you hear?" C said that B told me. Is this still false? After such a cycle, A blames B for betraying him, B blames C for stabbing him, and C blames A for talking about him behind his back and ruining his reputation. The result is mutual hatred between each other, and no one benefits. This is not a dramatic change. Something like this happens every day in our real life. Perhaps almost everyone has played the role of A, B, or C here and suffered, but some people have corrected this problem, and some have not, and continue to suffer from it from time to time. If you have suffered, you should change it, and it is stupid to be tossed with the same stone. This kind of gossip is usually created during small talk. Since it is a small talk, I want to relax and be happy, and I want to make some laughs. Vicious satire and sarcasm are undoubtedly the most effective at producing laughter. As in the above story, Jeff said, "Look at that fat man, stand at the gate of the company. Mosquitoes can only come in on their side. If the fat manager hadn't walked in at this time, the audience would have laughed out loud. In fact, there are too many ways to pass the time and create laughter. Vicious sarcasm behind others is the most stupid one. There are so many topics to talk about in the world. Why do you need to talk about people's right and wrong? There are thousands of ways of humor. Why risk sarcasm and satire? If you feel that there is nothing else to say other than discussing the right and wrong of people, then making a cup of coffee and drinking, closing your eyes and resting your mind is also a good choice. It is much better than taking risks to discuss the right and wrong of people. Talmud Part 1, Making it a Habit to Help Others, 13. Susie accompanies you to read. Therefore, the Jews are a nation that pays more attention to keeping their tongues and mouths less than other nations in the world. Some people joke that the Talmud must have so many warnings about the tongue because there are so many Jews who stumble over rap. Whether this is true or not, speaking less and listening more has become one of the wisdoms of the Jewish nation. Be wary of your tongue as you are a treasure. Keep your tongue silent, and life will be greatly rewarded. Learn to be patient. Here's what the Jews said about patience. People's cells change all the time and are renewed every day. Therefore, the cells that you were angry with yesterday have been replaced by new cells today. What you think about when you are hungry is the same as what you think about when you are full. Not the same. I'm just waiting for your cells to be replaced. The spirit of patience accumulated by the Jews in their 2,000-year history of persecution is very useful. In their patience, they have summed up the secret of the success of the Jewish victorious Jews. Humanity will change, and society will change with it. If society changes, the Jewish people will also recover. This is the optimism produced by the Jewish people in the 2,000-year-old process of patience, and it is also the national spirit born from Jewish history. Here's a story of Jewish patience. October 3rd, 1991, is a very ordinary day, but this day has an unusual meaning for the South African Jewish female writer Mortimer. On this day, she won the Nobel Prize in Literature in 1991. She is the 7th female writer to win the Nobel Prize in Literature since its establishment, and the first female writer to win in 25 years. This literary gold medal embodies her 40 years of blood and sweat. How could she not be excited about it? Mortimer was descended from Jewish immigrants. His father was a jeweler from the Baltic countries, and his mother was English. At the age of 6, she stared at her slender and soft body and dreamed of becoming a ballerina. She learned from others that a stage career can fully demonstrate a person's self-cultivation, thoughts, and emotions, and perhaps this is the career she pursues. So, on a rainy Saturday, she signed up to join the little ballet troupe. Things are not as easy as she imagined. Due to her poor physique, she cannot adapt to high-activity dances and is often troubled by some minor illnesses. After a long time, little Mortimer was forced to give up the pursuit of this cause. Although there are some regrets, this stubborn little girl secretly vowed that all roads lead to Rome, and she will definitely find her own way of success. However, instead of giving her a chance, fate forced her into a more and more painful abyss. At the age of 8, she had a serious illness and had to leave school, interrupting her studies. At night, she often shed sad tears alone, looking forward to the dawn. Later, she could only sit on the bed all day long with books as company. One day, the weather was fine, and Mortimer, who was lonely and distraught, secretly came to the street. She wanted to get a little happiness from the busy street. Suddenly, a wooden sign caught her attention, making her reluctant to leave for a long time. Spring's Library. She was very excited. The content of the textbook had already been read by her, and what she wanted most now was to be able to read more books. After that, she plunged headlong into the library and swam in the ocean of knowledge. The library bell rang, but she burrowed under the table, and when the door of the library was indeed locked, she got out and continued to travel in the sea of books, greedily consuming the nourishment of knowledge. Countless days and nights made her develop a strong interest in literature. Finally, she couldn't help but pick up the pen and write down her thoughts and emotions on paper. That year, she was just 9 years old, and her literary career began. Unexpectedly, at the age of 15, her first novel was published in a local literary magazine. In 1953, Gordimer's first novel, Days of Liar, came out. The profound ideological connotation and graceful tone made a sensation in the literary world at that time. Almost at the same time, the world literary circles turned their attention to this extraordinary female writer, Nadine Gordimer. Gordimer's career began to move forward. Talmud Part 1, Making It a Habit to Help Others, 14. Susie accompanies you to read. Since then, she has written more than 200 short stories and 10 novels one after another. Her prolific output and high quality have won her numerous awards. In 1961, her Friday's Footsteps won the British Smith Award. In 1974, she won the British Smith Award. Unexpectedly, he won the British Literature Award. In the face of these honors, Gordimer did not immerse himself in it and stagnate. On the contrary, she was more diligent in writing. She said, "I will soak the pen with my heart and soul, acure Black Lives Matter." The enthusiasm quickly paid off. Her famous work, The Pursuit of Decent, received the attention of the Swedish Academy of Letters as soon as it was published. Then, her masterpieces such as The World of the Fallen Bourgeoisie, The World of Stranger and The Guest easily entered the competition for the Nobel Prize in Literature. However, just when she was proud of the spring breeze and sailed on the wind, a wave accompanied by a whirlpool made her suffer several setbacks. The Swedish Academy of Literature nominated her for the Nobel Prize in Literature several times, but each time for some reasons not as she wished. However, she did not give up her pursuit because of this, and was still obsessed with her writing career. Finally, she broke out of the thorns and found a way to success. Appropriately showing weakness has many benefits. Savvy Jews do things that are always incredible. Sometimes, they openly admit their shortcomings and deliberately expose some aspects of their weaknesses to gain a communicative advantage in this way. Maybe it's incomprehensible. Jews are the smartest people. Why would they do such a stupid thing? In fact, if you taste it carefully, you will understand that this display of weakness by the Jews is also a clever communication strategy. Successful people in business and lucky ones in life will inevitably be envied by others. When this kind of psychological confusion cannot be eliminated for a while, appropriate showing of weakness can help those who are not as good as themselves to maintain psychological balance and facilitate communication. Smart Jews always give others the illusion that they are not smart. It's rare to hear something like, "I'm going to prove it to you," in the Jewish community. It's like saying, "I'm going to prove it to you, I'm smarter than you." They think it's actually provocative and makes, when others feel disgusted, a conflict will break out, which is detrimental to the development of the situation. In this case, it is almost impossible to change the other party's point of view. Therefore, it is better to obey the other party's meaning, which may get better results. Napoleon's housekeeper, Constant, wrote in summaries of Napoleon's private life that he often played billiards with Josephine. "Although my skills are good, I always lose to him on purpose, so that he will be happy in his heart." Take a lesson from Constant's words. Let our customers, friends, husbands, and wives win us over on petty arguments. Lincoln once rebuked a young officer who had had a heated argument with others, saying, "Anyone who is determined to achieve something will not waste time in private disputes." The consequences of disputes are not something he can afford. And consequences include loss of self-control and tantrums. Be more tolerant of things that have equal rights with others, and less of those things that are clearly right for you. Rather than fighting the dog and getting a bite from it, let it go first. Because even if you kill it, the bite won't heal. There was an Irishman named O'Harry who had attended Carnegie's classes. He had little education, but he always liked to argue with people. He worked as a car driver before turning to Carnegie after unsuccessfully selling trucks. After listening to his account, Carnegie found that he was always arguing with customers. If the other party pointed out the problem with the car, he would argue with the other party unceremoniously. O'Harry admits that he rarely loses verbal arguments, but has lost a lot of customers as a result. He later told Carnegie, "I always say to myself when I'm walking out of people's offices, I finally got a nasty breath and I fucked the bastard once. I did fuck him once, but I couldn't sell him anything." Talmud Part 1, Making It a Habit to Help Others, 15. Susie accompanies you to read. Carnegie's first problem was not how to teach O'Harry to speak, but to train him to be self-controlled and to show weakness appropriately. Later, O'Harry became a successful salesman, and here is what he said. If I walk into a customer's office right now and they say, "What? Wilder truck? No. I want a Hosey truck, and even if you give me your truck, I won't." I would say, "He-size stuff is really good, you can't go wrong with their truck, he-size car is a good product." Then he would have nothing to say, no room to raise the bar. If he said, "He-size car best," I'll say yes, he just needs to shut up. He can't keep saying he's the best car for an afternoon after I agree with him. Then we don't. When I talked about he-size, I started to introduce the advantages of Wilder. If I heard his words, I could not help it, I would immediately hit him back, I would keep picking on he-size's fault, and the more critical the other car is, the more the other party says it's good. The more heated the argument, the more the other party likes my competitor's product. Looking back now, I think the previous sales work was such a failure. I used to spend money on lifting bars a lot of time, now I'm tight-lipped, and it works. Galileo said, "You can't save people, you can only help them to discover." It can be seen that showing weakness is also a communication skill. At the same time, Ted Roosevelt also said, "If you are 75% correct in your judgment, you can act to the highest expectations." The Jews thought that if the ceiling for a luminary like this was that level, it would be enough to go to Wall Street and pant for gold. If you can't be sure that your judgment is 75% correct, what qualifications do you have to constantly accuse others of being wrong? In communication, people can use eye contact, tone of voice, or gesture to accuse others of their mistakes. This has the same result as verbal expression. If the other party does not agree with this point of view, it can only cause a counterattack, not a change of opinion. Therefore, Jews believe that one must be good at choosing the weak part in communication. Successful people talk more about their failures and real troubles in front of losers, giving people the feeling that success is not easy and success is not easy. High-status people try their best to show their ordinary side in front of low-status people. Let people feel that you are also an ordinary person. For people whose economic income is not as good as yourself, you can tell them about your difficulties, such as children's poor academic performance, poor health, etc., so that the other party feels that you also have many difficulties, some majors for those who are skilled in the art. It is best to declare that they are ignorant in other areas, and to tell jokes that they have made in daily life. As for those who have succeeded entirely by chance or objective conditions, they should bluntly admit that they are just flukes. Jews believe that showing weakness is sometimes manifested in actions. Even if you have the strength to compete with others in your career or some other aspect, you should try to avoid it. That is to say, some petty fame and fortune should be light and distant, because many people have already regarded success as the target of their own jealousy, and they can no longer make a fuss about petty fame and petty gain. People in. A reporter went to interview a rich Jewish man to get some information on the scandal of the rich man. However, before it was too late to greet each other, the rich Jewish man said to the reporter, "We can talk slowly, because the time is still very long." The reporter was surprised by the rich man's unhurried attitude. Soon, the servant brought the coffee. The rich man took a sip of the coffee, and immediately shouted, "It's too hot." The coffee cup rolled to the ground. After the servants had packed up, the rich man took out another cigarette. The reporter saw that he turned the cigarette upside down and lit it from the filter. The reporter hurriedly reminded the rich man, "Sir, you put the cigarette upside down." After hearing this, the rich man hurriedly took the cigarette right, but he knocked over the ashtray in the panic. The reporters were surprised by a series of appearances made by the wealthy, arrogant rich man. Suddenly, the original idea of challenging interviews faded away. In fact, all these are arranged by the rich man. When people find that a famous person also has many shortcomings, it will eliminate the resistance and develop a sense of closeness to him. Sometimes, showing weakness is forced, but this method of showing weakness has helped Jews a lot in their communication. In communication, if you want to make others feel good about you, as long as you expose some innocuous shortcomings in front of the other party subtly and without any traces, make a small appearance, and show that you are not a perfect and high-ranking big man. It will make people breathe a sigh of relief when they communicate with you, and they will not regard you as an enemy, and your communication activities can also be calm and comfortable. Talmud Part 1, Remembering Other People's Names. 1. Susie accompanies you to read. John McKay is an expert in human relations. He has made friends with a large number of famous people in the United States in his life, and these people are distributed in all fields of society, politics, journalism, business, sports. But can you imagine that his job is to sell envelopes? Talking about the successful experience, McKay recalled the words of his father, "If you want to be successful, from now on, you have to care about everyone you meet." Since then, he will see himself the names of everyone who came were memorized and their details were known. When it came to people's birthdays, he sent cards to congratulate them. Later, he designed a system with 66 blank questions, including name, gender, age, birthday, blood type, constellation, hobby, where to go to primary school, middle school, university, where to work, and a series of related materials from his family. Once, McKay went to a big business owner to sell envelopes, but no matter what McKay said, the boss wouldn't buy it. McKay has been dealing with this boss for 2 years and has never stopped contacting him. One day, he learned that the boss's son was in a car accident. He learned that the boss's son was 11 years old and worshipped basketball star Michael Jordan. McKay happened to be acquainted with the coach of Michael Jordan's Bulls team. So he successfully got a basketball with Jordan's signature and other players' signatures. McKay gave the basketball as a gift to the owner's son. After the child got the basketball, he jumped with joy. The boss asked his son where the basketball came from, and the child told him, "Uncle McKay gave it to me." The boss suddenly remembered that he had been in contact with him for 2 years. He didn't buy an envelope of McKay. His sincerity struck the owner, and the next day, he ordered a large batch of McKay's envelopes. In summing up his experience, McKay unreservedly said, "Be honest with everyone and remember their names." Carnegie, known as the Iron King, also succeeded by applying this law. Some people may think that he is an expert in steel manufacturing. If they think so, it is a big mistake. He does not know much about steel manufacturing. Hundreds of his employees know more about steel manufacturing than him. Why is he so successful? This has to be talked about since he was a child. As a child, Carnegie displayed extraordinary organizational and leadership skills. At the age of 10, he discovered an Achilles heel of human nature. Everyone regards his name as his life. On one occasion, he caught a female rabbit and then found a whole litter of bunnies, but he couldn't find enough food to feed them. How to do it? Carnegie was lost in thought. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. He told the nearby children that if they could find enough food for those rabbits, he would name the rabbits after them. This trick worked so well that many kids were scrambling to find food for the rabbit. This matter had a great influence on him, and he would use this skillfully in order to win the cooperation of others in his life and work in the future. Once he wanted to sell the steel tracks to the Pennsylvania Railroad, but after many unsuccessful attempts, he remembered the rabbit incident. At that time, Iger Thompson was the chairman of the railway company. Carnegie approached him and said that he was preparing to build a large steel plant in Pittsburgh and decided to name it Iger Thompson Steelworks. Happily, in the future, all the rails their company needs will be ordered from Andrew Carnegie Steel Works. Later, when Carnegie competed fiercely with George Pullman for the sleeping car business, he was reminded of the rabbit incident. At that time, Carnegie controlled the Central Transportation Company. I also want to make this deal. The two companies compete for each other. The competition is so fierce that in the end, there is no profit at all. Both Carnegie and Pullman went to New York to sit on Union Pacific's board of directors. One night, the two met at the St. Nicholas Hotel. Talmud Part 1, Remembering Other People's Names. 2. Susie accompanies you to read. "Hello, Mr. Pullman, why are we fighting this endlessly?" "Why don't we sit down and have a good talk?" Carnegie said. "What are you going to do?" Pullman asked. Carnegie put his thoughts out. He wanted the two companies to stop fighting endlessly and turn to cooperation, trumpeting the benefits of cooperation and not talking about the competition between the two companies. Pullman listened carefully, but he didn't quite accept it. Finally, he asked, "What's the name of this new company?" Carnegie replied at once, "Certainly the Pullman Palace Sleeping Car Company." Pullman's eyes lit up. "Then come to my room. We will discuss it carefully." In the end, Carnegie was satisfied. One of the great secrets of Carnegie's success was being able to remember other people's names. Don't ignore clothing. When Jews negotiate, they are very particular about clothing and details. There is such a sentence in the Talmud: the treatment a person receives in his hometown is determined by his evaluation, and in a foreign country, it is determined by his clothing. As long as everyone has a certain understanding of his character and talents, they will respect him as always. But once you leave your hometown and come to a new place, you should dress yourself well, otherwise, others will inevitably, people will be judged by their appearance. Therefore, when Jews negotiate, they often design different costumes and etiquette according to different occasions. Because in their eyes, these details are very important and can often determine the success or failure of negotiations. In the eyes of the Jews, to talk about a big thing, if you dress too shabby, the other party is likely to be reluctant to cooperate with you. Too extravagant, others will mistake it for and dare not negotiate with him. If you dress strangely and look like a hooligan, the other party will also be alert because of fear, for fear that he will be fooled. Therefore, when negotiating, Jews often do not ignore clothing and details. They do not forget to say a word of concern to the other party, so that the other party has a good impression of themselves, and they will never do an impolite little gesture to make the other party lose their minds. Paying attention to clothing and details is an important part of Jewish negotiating wisdom. Attention should be paid to the collection of intelligence before negotiation. Whether it is commercial negotiation or diplomatic negotiation, the Jews attach great importance to the collection of intelligence. Before negotiating, if you have more information about the other party, you will have more initiative. Because intelligence can help you know more about your opponent's situation, grasp the opponent's true intentions, and avoid getting into the trap set by the opponent, you can also speculate on the opponent's bottom line for concessions and estimate the other party's asking price conditions, so as to take the initiative in the negotiation. Increasing the chance of profit. Kissinger was only a professor and cabinet advisor at Harvard. And the consultant obviously couldn't satisfy his wish. His purpose was to enter politics. Kissinger's chance finally came. A new round of presidential elections is about to begin at a time when the United States is mired in the quagmire of the Vietnam War. In order to free themselves from the predicament of the war, the U.S. Vietnamese authorities held secret peace talks in Paris. The content of the negotiations is highly confidential. But the peace talks are crucial to the next presidential campaign. Many people want to know the secret, and the presidential candidate Nixon wants to know the secret even more. Kissinger read Nixon's mind and thought that a friend of his could get inside information on the negotiations. To this end, he had secret contact with Nixon. The information was soon available. First, a major event just happened in Paris. Kissinger persuaded Nixon not to announce to the public his new strategy for the Vietnam War. Second, the current president may order a halt to the bombing of North Vietnam in the short term. Third, Paris also decided to stop bombing North Vietnam. Nixon finally got the information as he wished. With this accurate intelligence, Nixon made no mistakes in his remarks made in the days before the election. The content and timing of Kissinger's intelligence provided Nixon's electoral advantage. Talmud Part 1, Remembering Other People's Names, 3. Susie accompanies you to read. Nixon was successfully elected president, and he naturally trusted the Jew. Taking into account Kissinger's own cronies and strong ability, he was appointed Secretary of State. Kissinger's wish finally came true. Kissinger negotiated with Nixon on the condition of intelligence, and he succeeded with little lip service. Don't let your emotions control you. Legend has it that God once became Abraham's negotiating opponent. Is such an opponent strong enough? But Abraham did not give up his efforts because of this, and he finally got the most favorable conditions for him. In the eyes of the Jewish people, nothing is more foolish than bringing emotions to the negotiating table. And once emotions are brought to the negotiating table, the overwhelming majority of this emotion is anger. In January 1809, Napoleon hurried back to Paris from the Spanish War. His spies confirmed that Foreign Secretary Talleyrand was conspiring against him. After arriving in Paris, he called all the ministers together for a meeting. At the meeting, Napoleon spoke very implicitly of Talleyrand's conspiracy, but Talleyrand did not respond to it. Napoleon, full of anger, approached Talleyrand and said, "Some ministers have done some evil deeds behind my back." But Talleyrand remained calm, just looked at him with a puzzled face, and Napoleon's anger finally became like it erupted like a volcano. He shouted to Talleyrand, "I reward you with innumerable riches, and you want to kill me? You ungrateful thing, like a pile of shit?" After these words, Napoleon turned and left. The other ministers looked at each other. They had never seen Napoleon so gaff. Talleyrand was unusually calm about this. He stood up slowly, turned to the other ministers and said, "Gentlemen, I am very sorry for this, that such a great man should be so impolite." The emperor's gaffe and Talleyrand's composure spread like a plague among the people, and Napoleon's prestige diminished. Under pressure, Napoleon could not control his emotions, and it was felt that he was starting to go downhill. Napoleon in the story lost the initiative to talk because he lost control of his emotions, and at the same time lowered his prestige. And negotiation is a tool of words, so bringing anger to the negotiating table is a regular behavior. The result of this action is only one, the breakdown of the negotiations. Therefore, when negotiating, you must not be emotional, and you must use reason to control your emotions. The result of the negotiation is directly related to the gain or loss of your interests. Don't make your own economic interests suffer because of greed for temporary pleasure. Be prepared to fail. When the Jewish people negotiate, no matter how well they go, they will prepare for the worst, which is to prepare for failure. This approach is not a negative performance, because the final outcome of the negotiation is only two, either success or failure. If you fail, at least you can bear it psychologically, because you have prepared in advance. Otherwise, you will be overwhelmed and fall into a completely passive situation, giving your opponent a chance to beat you. Joffel, a Jew, wants to negotiate with Sanayo Company. According to the draft contract of Sanayo Company, once there is a dispute between the two parties, Sanayo Company proposes arbitration in Osaka to resolve the dispute. Both parties know that direct negotiation is the best way to resolve arbitration, and only resort to the law as a last resort. They also understand that no matter which country the arbitration is conducted in, the result will be valid in any country. However, the judgment is different. The laws of the country only apply to the country and have no effect in other countries. Joffre knows that such problems are prone to occur in the transaction. The goods received from the other party do not meet the quality requirements, but since the two parties agreed in the draft to deliver the goods first and then pay, once the quality of the goods has problems, he can refuse to pay after the payment for the goods. Sanayo will appeal on the basis that the goods meet the requirements. Talmud Part 1, Remembering Other People's Names, 4. Susie accompanies you to read. Therefore, Joffel makes the following proposition: I think arbitration is very troublesome, and you will all feel the same. In order to reduce trouble, I will ask the Japanese court to make a judgment when I think of it. Joffre's wishful thinking is this: if there is a dispute between the two sides, the judgment of the Japanese court will not work in other countries at all. Even if the other party wins the lawsuit, it will be meaningless. In this way, disputes will really arise in the future. Joffel can simply not appear in court. Doing it like Joffel in the story can save you from worrying about life after death. With this awareness, we will act calmly and make decisive decisions. Skilled negotiators are generally prepared for failure when negotiating and formulate strategies accordingly, always ahead of their opponents. Even if they fail, they can deal with it calmly. Being able to predict failure and get out of the negotiating table in time when it comes is brilliant. The fake drama is really singing, and the unfavorable situation is reversed in business operations. Jews advocate honest and legal sales, and they despise deceitful activities in business, but this does not mean that Jews are so easily deceived in business. They can even get their money back. A Jewish merchant travels to buy goods. He brought a bag with 500 gold coins in it. When he arrived at his destination, he began to worry, thinking, I don't know any of the people here, and if I bring the money, I might be robbed. It's better to hide it before I buy it. So, the businessman came to an inaccessible place. When he looked around and made sure no one saw him, he dug a hole and hid the money in it. However, while he was doing all this, a man in a house in the distance saw it all, but the merchant didn't know it. Seeing the businessman leave, the man ran out and poached the money. A few days later, when the merchant was about to pay for the purchase, he went to the place where the money was buried. He fell into despair all at once because his money had been stolen. What now? He bemoaned. Who am I going to ask for money? But no one sees me burying it. The businessman looked around in annoyance and immediately saw a hole in the wall nearby. He began to suspect that the owner of the house was a thief. So he went over to the owner of the house and said, I heard that you are a wise man, and you can give an idea. I came here to buy things, and I brought 2 bags of gold, one for $500 and the other for $800. I buried the bag with 500 gold coins in the hole in the ground. However, it is too cumbersome to carry the bag with 800 gold coins. Please tell me what to do. I am carrying, what about it, or bury it in the same hole, or find another place to hide. You may know of some honest man in town who I can give the money to for safekeeping. The man thought for a while, and replied slyly, I think you can follow my advice. Don't give the money to someone else, because he may default on the bill. Also, don't look for another place, it's just you bury the $800 in the hole where the bag of money was buried. The thief thought, obviously, that idiot doesn't know that the $500 bag has been stolen, so to get his other $800 money, he has to put the first bag back first, otherwise he won't dare let it go. Then I have both bags of money. The businessman knows very well that the thief must think so. So he said, thank you for your advice. I'll do as you say and come to bury the gold after dark today. The merchant walked away, and the thief hurriedly returned the first bag of gold to its original place. At this time, the businessman hiding nearby quickly dug out his money and walked away happily. Of course, if the money is really stolen by someone else, the chances of trying to get the thief back into your pocket with the Jewish businessman's method are slim, but his psychological tactics are worth admiring. Because he knows that the greed for profit exists in everyone, and the thief is insatiable. Therefore, only by stimulating the thief's greater greed can he get the lost money back. Talmud Part 1, Remembering Other People's Names, 5. Susie accompanies you to read. Jewish businessman Pevins opened a jewelry pawn shop in the town. Pevins' ability to identify jewelry and jade is very strong, and people call him the king of antiques. However, once he was fooled. That day, Pevins was drunk, and while he was sleeping soundly at the pawn shop, the man woke him up and said that there were 2 young men who wanted to be a pair of big blue china bottles. Pevins came to the counter, looked at the ancient bottle dazedly for a long time, and repeatedly boasted, "It's really good, this pair of ancient bottles has a long history, and it can be called a rare treasure." So, just according to the young man's request, I got 20 gold coins, and after half a year, I got paid. 3 months later, one morning, when Pevins had nothing to do, he took out the pair of ancient bottles to look at. Suddenly, he shouted in shock, "This pair of ancient bottles is fake." Swindled away 20 gold coins. Since then, he has fallen ill. In the hospital bed, Pevins came up with a good way to deal with it, so that his condition was relieved a lot. He set up a few tables of banquets, and invited a famous antique dealer in the city. He told everyone how he had been fooled by the ancient bottles a few months ago, and broke the pair of large ancient bottles in front of everyone. Soon, word spread that Pevins had been deceived. A few days later, the two young men hurried into the pawn shop and demanded the redemption of the pair of ancient porcelain vases. "Did you bring both the pawn ticket and 20 gold coins?" Pevins asked. "We have brought them all, and there are a lot of them. Hurry up and give us the ancient bottle." Pevins took the pawn ticket and the gold, looked at it, and thought it was all right, so he asked the man to take out the pair of ancient bottles. The two young men were dubious. When they saw the pair of ancient bottles, they couldn't help being dumbfounded. They asked in confusion, "Didn't you smash the pair of ancient bottles?" Pevins smiled and said, "To tell you the truth, I asked someone to make a one-to-one fake bottle. What I dropped that day was not the fake bottle you sent me, but the fake bottle I made." In this way, Pevins got the money back. Even if you are deceived by the other party, you must follow the other party's thinking and sing the truth, and say the words as if they were true. Once the other party believes, you can reverse the unfavorable situation. Keep a forgiving heart. The Jews considered tolerance to be one of the noblest human virtues, and the most fundamental of that virtue. Without tolerance, other virtues would be impossible. 10 years ago, long-lived understanding touched many people, but compared with the realm of tolerance, understanding is nothing. Sometimes there is not much conflict between understanding and ridicule, and falling into a rut, while tolerance and tolerance, respect, compassion, and unassuming virtues go hand in hand. Moreover, Jews believe that tolerance should be a state that should be achieved after storing a certain life and experience, and it is a kind of destination for people. If an old man is gracious and free-spirited, he will give us an amiable impression, but when a person is old, he is still fussy and narrow-minded, and I think he will be hated wherever he goes. The Jews warned us that we should control our emotions rationally and not be too impulsive at any time. Only by treating shopping malls as life can you be invincible in business battles. There is no definite way to reach the spiritual realm, it is only up to you to do it yourself. Once you do, you will slowly discover that there are many ways to increase your ability to understand others. Jews believe that at all times, people should have a tolerant heart. Simply put, we can tolerate the unreasonable behavior of others. Jews are the most worthy business partners, which is recognized by the world, because Jews are very good at controlling their emotions and will not turn their anger into mutual cooperation. It is very difficult for people of many ethnic groups to practice tolerance. Why is it so easy to do this? Why is it difficult for humans to accept people who are different from themselves? This is really hard to understand, but if we think about it, we will find the answer. Humans need each other because of their differences. If people in the world were no different, then human civilization would not have survived at all. Humans must always keep their eyes open to recognize this. Don't let different nationalities, different religions, differences between family members, and differences between friends become the cause of troubles and disputes. Talmud Part 1, Remembering Other People's Names, 6. Susie accompanies you to read. Don't wait for others to do it, face the reality now, everyone is different, and there will never be two identical people in the world. Pay more attention to the strengths of others, instead of focusing on the weaknesses of others. A tolerant heart, simply put, is to accept others as they are. Inclusive people rarely see the shortcomings of others, they pay more attention to the advantages of others. The evaluation of others is mostly praise, encouragement, and affirmation of his positive value. Strangely, however, more and more people are constantly expecting their employees or friends to be more perfect. So whenever they do something wrong, then that image of perfection in his mind is shattered, and he's bound to be angry and disappointed. They lost trust in each other, had a strong sense of self, thought less about each other, and picked faults with each other, gradually destroying their future. Good Jewish businessmen don't force others to play their perfect roles, they always try to accept others as they are. Some people keep staring at other people's flaws, as if it's a great thing to find such faults and achieve self-satisfaction. This situation is often manifested in business activities, partners tearing each other down. However, this approach will only make them pay a higher price, because it will gradually obliterate a person's tolerance. Let's see how the Jews did it. Several Jewish merchants got together and always admired each other, and they always united into a strong, unanimous alliance. Don't forget this at all times. If you can notice the good points of others, you don't need to be constrained to tolerate the narrow mentality of others, and you will naturally be able to achieve a broad-minded state. Work hard to cultivate tolerance, and you are blessed. You'll be happier, you'll be closer to your true self, and you'll be able to get more people to accept you, so you can get the most out of your talents. On the contrary, if a person does not have the heart of tolerance, his mood will be depressed and painful. Many people may understand these truths, but few people understand that people who are not tolerant will have a psychological impact on themselves. When you are angry and lose your temper at others, it means that your tolerance has been lost. At this time, your blood circulation and heartbeat are 3 to 4 times faster than normal. When your life is very smooth, that is, when your attitude is optimistic and energetic, you will feel comfortable and energetic every day. On the contrary, when you sigh and complain, that is, when you have conflicts with others, you feel that you are not as good as before, both psychologically and physically, and you are very tired every day. Try to learn to give in to others and restrain your uneasy emotions, and your energy will be greatly enhanced. The tolerance of the Jews is also reflected in their ability to do things right and not people when they do things. One spring night, in a city on the east coast of the United States, a young Jewish student walked out of his apartment to send a letter. When he was about to go back after sending the letter, 11 young men surrounded him and beat him. The Jewish student died before the ambulance arrived due to the force of the attack. Within 2 days, the 11 young people were arrested by the police and brought to justice. Society unanimously demands that these murderers be severely punished. Later, the parents of the deceased sent a letter. They demanded that the crimes of these juveniles be mitigated as much as possible, and to set up a fund as the cost of reliving and social assistance for the children after they were released from prison. They were unwilling to put the hateful seeds are sown on these children. There is no doubt that they have gone through a fierce struggle in their hearts, and they need a very strong will to not hate these ignorant children. They just hate the sick character that controls these kids. He hoped that these children could come out of this morbid character and be a new person. He even gave a sum of money to help these children. He hated the thing, not the person. This is the tolerance in the eyes of the Jews, and how much courage this tolerance requires. A standard for others and oneself. To forgive oneself can also forgive others. Knowing others does not mean tolerating all wrong behaviors and abnormal personalities. If you can learn to target things without personal attacks, then you will find it much easier to cultivate a tolerant attitude. Talmud Part 1, Remembering Other People's Names, 7. Susie accompanies you to read. Compassion is a spirit of sharing weal and woe, which is the Jewish sentiment. Think about what makes someone else's heartbeat faster. You can surprise them with a little surprise and make their day brighter and more exciting. Of course, you must be able to spend difficult times with them, soothe their low emotions, and channel their frustrations. Don't forget to comfort them at any time. Ignite his cold heart with your own enthusiasm, make him happy again, and even have a more positive attitude towards life. This is compassion, tolerance, and understanding. Through the surface, to see the deeper things, you will find that each of them long for the understanding, tolerance, and compassion of others in their hearts. They need your care. The Jewish nation can firmly grasp this magic weapon, and it is for this reason that even though they have been a wandering nation for hundreds of years, they have not lost their cohesion. Learn to Give. A Jewish orphanage was bombed by planes. Several children and a staff member were killed on the spot, and several children were injured. One of the little girls was badly wounded, and the wound was bleeding non-stop. Fortunately, it didn't take long for a foreign aid medical team to come here. There were only 2 people in the team, a female doctor and a female nurse. The female doctor immediately rescued the girl, but there was a little trouble during the rescue process, because the little girl lost too much blood and needed blood transfusion, but there was no plasma available in the few medical supplies they brought. So, the doctor focused on the people present. She tested the blood of all of them, and finally found that several children had the same blood type as this little girl. However, there was another trouble, that is, the doctors and nurses did not understand the language of the region, and the staff and children of the orphanage present only understood their mother tongue. In desperation, the female doctor had to use her native language and a lot of gestures to tell the children, "Your friend is seriously injured, she bleeds a lot and needs blood, and your blood type is the same as hers. Are you willing to donate blood to her?" The children stood there blankly, as if they understood what she meant, but there was a trace of fear in their eyes. No one said a word, and no one raised their hands to express their willingness to donate blood. All this was beyond the female doctor's expectations. She was stunned and lost her mind. Why did they refuse to donate blood to save their friends? Don't these kids understand me? Suddenly, a child slowly raised his little hand, but just put it down halfway, and raised it again after a while, but never put it down again. The doctor was very happy, and immediately took the little boy to the back room and put him on the bed. The little boy lay stiffly on the bed, watching his tiny arm being slowly pierced by the needle, and watching his blood being drawn little by little. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Seeing this, the female doctor panicked and hurriedly asked him if he felt pain. He shook his head, but the tears kept flowing down. The doctor was starting to feel overwhelmed, because she always felt something was wrong, but what was the problem? At a critical moment, a local nurse rushed to the orphanage. The female doctor informed the local nurse about the situation. The local nurse rushed to the child's side and leaned down to talk to the child. Soon after, the child burst into laughter. It turned out that those children had misunderstood the female doctor's words, thinking that to save the little girl, the blood must be drained from her body. Thinking that he would die soon, the little boy cried. The doctor finally understood why no one volunteered to donate blood just now. But she still didn't understand a little, since he thought he would die after donating blood. Why did he volunteer to donate blood? The doctor asked the nurse in that place. So the nurse asked the little boy in his native language. The little boy did not hesitate at all, and answered simply, "Because she is my best friend." Talmud Part 1, Remembering Other People's Names, 8. Susie accompanies you to read. This simple answer moved everyone present. Friendship needs help. When you see others in difficulty, reach out and help others. Even if it is a trivial amount of power, you may be able to win friends and friendship for yourself. The help here can also be broad. It can be helping a friend out of a difficult situation, or helping a friend get rid of pain. Whether it is material or spiritual, help should be given to friends, so that friendship will be indestructible. If you only care about your own interests and are reluctant to do more for your friends when you get along with your friends, then this kind of friendship will be difficult to maintain. There was a young Jew named Bryce. He wanted to change a job, but he couldn't find it for a while. He had nothing to do when he was idle. He planned to go back to the small county in his hometown to live for a while. But he was afraid that the information would be ineffective and he would miss the opportunity to find a job, so before going back, he invited a group of good friends to a restaurant for dinner. When everyone had almost eaten, Bryce took the opportunity to express his request. "I want to ask everyone to help me pay attention to the job information." A friend said with a blushing face, "No problem, wrap it on me. As long as I help you move around, you can quickly find an easy job." His friends were excited and assured him that they would notify him as soon as there was any information. Seeing the enthusiasm of his friends, Bryce said with tears in his eyes, "Thank you so much. I'll invite you to dinner after I find a job." Persuade Gio and suggested that he go back to the county to open a store and run it with heart, which is both comfortable and comfortable, which is much better than finding those jobs. As soon as these words came out, the lively atmosphere of the scene suddenly disappeared, and everyone turned their attention to Osla. Bryce became bored, thinking, Osla really doesn't have enough friends. So, he only told a few other friends his contact number and left the restaurant with his head down. Bryce went back to the county, staying at home all day with nothing to do, and people like a frosted eggplant. His wife advised him to read a book at home, write something or something, not to be listless all the time. But he was always thinking about his work, hoping that his friends would call after he found a job. He often glanced at the phone after writing something for a while. If he has to go out, he will rush to look at the caller ID of the phone as soon as he comes back. However, to his disappointment, there is still a blank waiting for him, and Bryce feels that life is very difficult. One night half a year later, Bryce was reading a book in his room when Oslo walked in with a chill. He was busy warming the wine for his friend, blaming him for not informing himself in advance, so he would pick him up. The friend said, "You didn't leave me a phone call, so I had to come in a hurry." The City Evening News is recruiting reporters. The deadline for registration is noon tomorrow. I'm here to tell you the news. Later, Bryce went to sign up for an interview and was eventually hired. A few days later, he invited friends to a celebratory drink at the bar. Drinking and drinking, one of the friends said loudly, "I called you when the recruitment advertisement in the evening newspaper came out. Your wife picked it up. I knew you would be successful. Come, let's have a toast." A trace of displeasure passed through Bryce's heart. Next, another friend said that the advertising company was recruiting, and he could not be reached after several calls. There is also a person who said that the IT communication company recruited the business director and helped him sign up, and he couldn't find him after several calls. Everyone spoke very nicely, but Bryce's face was getting darker. At this time, Oslo stood up, raised his glass and said, "Everyone has done a lot for Bryce to find a good job. Let's not talk about this now, let's raise a glass for Bryce. Congratulations, come, do it. Yes, do it." The voice was loud and high. Bryce held Oslo's hand secretly and said, "Good friend, do it." Tears rolled in his eyes, and he looked at Bryce, as if he was going to say something. But he looked at the drunken friends in front of him and said nothing. Talmud Part 1, Remembering Other People's Names, 9. Susie accompanies you to read. A Jewish sociologist once said, "In one's life, there is always friendship. When you leave the warmth of family and the care of family, you will not feel lonely and lonely, because you will gain another kind of emotional support. Moisturizing, this kind of emotion is friendship. The status of friendship is second only to family. When you meet a person in the vast crowd and establish a sincere friendship with him, you will feel great happiness. From now on, your life will be full of sunshine, and life will be wonderful because of friendship. Friendship is so precious, you can't get it without giving, and the Jewish people know from childhood how to give to win friendship. In the eyes of the Jewish people, friends are more precious than all the money in the world. For friends, life can be sacrificed. There are two close friends who are separated due to war and live in different kingdoms. Once, one of them went to see the other, and because he was from an enemy country, he was imprisoned as a spy and sentenced to death. However, no matter how much he begged, it was to no avail, and in the end he had to beg the king for a good heart. "Your Majesty," he said, "I can't just die like this. I beg you to let me go back to my country for a month, to take care of the funeral. After I finish this matter, I will come back to accept the death penalty." "Why should I trust you?" said the king. "What promises do you give me?" "My friend can guarantee that if I don't come back within the stipulated time, he will die for me," the person said. The king called the man's friend, who, to his surprise, agreed to the condition. By the last day of the month, the sun had set, and the man had not returned. The king ordered his friend to be executed. Just as he was about to be executed, the man hurried back and asked to replace his friend and behead himself. But his friend stopped him. "Let me die for you," he pleaded. The king was deeply moved, and he ordered to pardon them. "Since you have such a deep love and friendship," he said, "I ask you to agree to my joining." From that day on, they became friends of the king. In fact, in life, there are still many things that need to be given, which requires everyone to experience and practice by themselves. But one thing, just learn to give, you will have more friends, more friendships. The relationship must be grasped. The Jewish people believe that everything must be done with a certain degree. If something is done too much, it will often develop in the opposite direction, and a good thing will become a bad thing. Sometimes, the development of things is often not driven by someone's subjective will, and we have no way to avoid it, let alone change it. Therefore, we can only force ourselves to understand it, to recognize it, to admit it, and to adapt to it. Only by doing this well, can we truly achieve more with less effort. And the Jews grasped this degree very well, making the friendship between gentlemen as light as water, but not sparse. Many people have had this experience and feeling that they feel that they can talk to someone very well, and they have endless things to talk about when they sit together. The relationship is getting closer and closer, no matter how good it is, but the ending is not as good as imagined, often a sad separation, and most likely a wound that will not heal. In fact, once a wound occurs, no matter how well it heals, it will inevitably leave a scar, just like no matter how thin the line is, there will always be a shadow that cannot be wiped off or removed. Making friends is one of life's great pleasures. Once you meet a confidant, you always want to bring the relationship closer. This desire is good, but the practice is not enough. Jews believe that if friends are too close, there will inevitably be conflicts, so they speak rudely, tell their own faults, expose their own shortcomings, and poke pain points. This makes a lot of trouble, and friendship will disappear in this situation. Investigate people with discordant neighborhoods, and you'll find that most of them have had a history of intimacy. Therefore, getting along with friends, especially between good friends, should be controlled to a certain degree. If it is detached, it can be regarded as a sound of harmony. This is also an important principle of making friends. Talmud Part 1, Remembering Other People's Names, 10. Susie accompanies you to read. Jews often say, to make friends, keep the feeling of a long stream. That is to say, the relationship between friends should not be too close. For example, if you have something to do with a friend, when you come to his house, you happen to hear your friend talking to someone in the house, what would you do? Some people will think that since they are friends, just push the door and go in, but it is not. Although you are a friend, but you enter without saying hello, which affects the conversation of your friend, will your friend be happy? Therefore, the best way is to leave quietly and find another suitable opportunity, or make a phone call with a friend to make an appointment to visit, instead of thinking that a good friend can come at any time. If you can do this, your relationship with your friends will grow stronger and stronger. In the communication between people, if you stick to each other like sweet and sweet, you get along well at the beginning, but the relationship will become alienated over time. And if it flows lightly like water, you will never get bored, and your friendship will last for a long time. Therefore, when making friends, you must keep a certain distance, and leave room for yourself and the other party. When interacting with friends, if you think that you are very close to each other and are too casual, you will often act rude to the other party without you realizing it. Conversely, too much distance will alienate each other's relationship. So, what's the secret to making friends? The Jews explained it this way: even if your friend is wrong, you should advise and persuade him with sincerity. If he cannot accept your advice, don't say it anymore. If you blindly preach, it will not only cause the other party's disgust, but even have a certain negative impact. Therefore, whether or not to accept your advice is entirely up to the other party's judgment. Therefore, one should not blindly persuade a friend, but respect his autonomy. This is the so-called friendship of gentlemen. A Jew said, "A friend is like a book, and making a good friend is like buying a good book." Friends are absolutely indispensable to us, and they have a deep influence on us. Friends are divided into good friends and bad friends. Good friends can promote their own development, and bad friends will make them degenerate. Therefore, choosing a good friend is very important for an individual. How can I make real good friends? In this regard, the Jews gave several suggestions. First of all, take the initiative to express your kindness to the other party, break the indifference between people, and build a bridge of communication. Secondly, you must trust the other party. Only in this way will the other party trust you. You must also have your own ideas and opinions, distinguish between right and wrong, so that people will not be used for the requirements of friends. Don't reluctantly agree to things that you can't do because you can't get along. Friendship will slowly fade away. Therefore, only by using the right method can we make good friends. To choose friends who are good for us and to associate with them does not make us behave badly, but better and better. The ancients said, "If you walk with 3 people, you must have my teacher." The words and deeds of good friends must have something that we can learn from. In the eyes of the Jews, friends are wealth. Because friends can share your sorrows, comfort your feelings, expand your knowledge, relieve your difficulties, and soothe your soul. The benefits and usefulness of friends to you cannot be measured in money. Getting friends, especially close friends, signifies that a person can accurately understand life, grasp life deeply, and treat life maturely. Money is easy to get, friends are hard to find, and the difficulty lies in the unity of the spiritual world, the complementarity of self-cultivation and temperament, the same goal, the harmony of words and actions, and the promotion of study and work. The role of friends is to encourage, the effectiveness of friends is to inspire, and the value of friends is to create. Friends are the wealth of your life. Rejoice in the joy of others. Jews believed that if you wanted to know if a person truly loved God, you had to see if he loved his friend. Talmud Part 1, Remembering Other People's Names, 11. Susie accompanies you to read. This is because, in the eyes of the Jews, when God created man, he originally hoped that man could fight against the evil entrenched in his heart. The result of some people's struggle with evil is to love God and stay away from evil, but some people are conquered by evil and become slaves of evil in this fierce battle. But if you love God and stay away from evil, you will love your friends and treat them kindly. If a person is conquered by evil and becomes its slave, he will do things unfavorable to his friends. The Jews have a story like this. In ancient times, when a country was invaded by a neighboring country, the king sent an army to resist. In order to win the war, the king sent people enough food to the front. But not long after, news of the defeat came from the front. The king was very angry when he heard it. He not only dismissed the general, but also drove him out of the situation and sent another general to take over the army. The king suspected that the first general was betraying the country, and he wanted to know what the general's attitude towards the motherland was. Love or hate? After thinking for a long time, he finally had a good idea. The king's idea was, if the man whom I depose faithfully celebrates the victory of his successor, then he must be a reliable man and trustworthy. On the contrary, if he has any words or actions that hinder his successor, then he must be a narrow-minded man who might betray the country, and if that's the case, I'll have to condemn him. This little story does not refer only to the attitude of one person to another, but to tell people what is a common human ****. The Jews believed that in judging a person's worth, he could be judged by whether he sincerely celebrated the happiness of his neighbor. When you are full of happiness, it will be a delight if your neighbors come to share that happiness with you. At the same time, as a person who loves God, one should love others. Because of this, the Jewish people always have many friends in their hardships. When they are down and desperate, the power of friendship can make them see hope. To be happy for the joy of others, and never to base one's own happiness on the suffering of others, is the embodiment of the Jewish people's respect for God and love for others, and it is also one of their outstanding wisdom in life. Clever criticism. Criticism is a science, and effective criticism will make the other party realize his mistakes and correct them in a timely manner. But you must never accuse others face to face. Doing so will only make the other party have strong resistance, or even anger the other party, subtly implying that the other party pays attention to his own mistakes will win the favor of others. German Prince Blow once criticized Kaiser Wilhelm II inadvertently. Wilhelm II was very angry and shouted at him, "You think I'm stupid and will only do things that you won't make." Prince Blow felt embarrassed, and his face turned red and white, so he quickly changed the subject and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, don't get me wrong, I never meant it. You are more knowledgeable and know much more than I do." Not to mention the marine and military aspects, the most important thing is the natural sciences. When you explained the barometer, the Aegean rays, and the wireless telegraphy, I listened carefully and admired your talent very much. In the field of natural sciences, I know very few, especially no concept of physics or chemistry, and even the simplest natural phenomena cannot be explained. However, to make up for these shortcomings, I have learned relevant historical knowledge, and some may be political, especially diplomatic knowledge that will help you. A smile appeared on William II's face, and just because Prince Blow had enthusiastically praised him and admitted his own shortcomings, the emperor forgave him and said sincerely, "I don't often tell you that as long as the two of us are united, nothing is impossible. We should be united, we should be." The emperor and Prince Blow shook hands many times, but that afternoon, he squeezed Prince Blow's hand and said excitedly, "I will never allow anyone to speak ill of you in front of me, and if anyone does, I will not forgive him." Talmud Part 1, Remembering Other People's Names, 12. Susie accompanies you to read. You see, Prince Blow is a slick socialite who saved himself just in time. He made effective concessions, spoke of his inadequacies, and praised Wilhelm II's virtues, but the remedy came when he had offended Wilhelm II, and it would have been better if he had done so in the first place. Mylandessa's company is engaged in the production and sales of cosmetics, so it has high requirements on hygiene, and cleaning is the first priority of work. At one point, she held a sales meeting, and a beauty consultant, a newcomer to the company, brought a very dirty makeup case. Mylandessa was a little unhappy when she saw her dirty makeup case, thinking that customers would not buy cosmetics at all when they saw such a dirty makeup case. Mylandessa carefully observed the novice. She seemed not to be confident enough in herself. If she pointed out her mistakes directly, she would definitely not accept it. So Mylandessa wanted to find a euphemistic way to criticize and point out the shortcomings of the other party. Mylandessa said the theme of the conference as neatness is a virtue next to respect for God. She asked the attendees, if you attend a beauty show and the makeup case brought by the beauty consultant who hosts the meeting is very dirty, what would you think, manner? Mylandessa went on to say, we are in the beauty industry, and we want to give the impression of being neat and beautiful at all times. When Mylandessa spoke, she tried not to look at the beauty consultant, to show that her speech was not directed at her. In fact, she didn't have to. The beauty consultant would naturally think, my makeup case is so dirty. This kind of euphemistic criticism works well, not only for the beauty consultants attending the meeting to realize that cleanliness the importance of it, and it also points out the mistakes of others invisibly. Another time, a beauty consultant for Marin Tussauds changed her work attitude for some unknown reason. She used to be one of the best distribution reps, but she lost her enthusiasm for the job, and in the end she didn't even attend sales meetings. Mylandessa felt incomprehensible about this. Instead of severely criticizing the beauty consultant, she tried to find a suitable way to rekindle her interest and enthusiasm in her work. Mylandessa came up with a good idea. She called the head of the beauty consultant and asked if she could have the beauty consultant give a presentation on ordering at the next group sales meeting, because that a beauty consultant is relatively incompetent in this area, so she tries to teach others how to best pique their customers' interest. This method of Mylandessa has subtly transformed the criticism so that the other party cannot detect it. In the next meeting, the beauty consultant talked eloquently. She analyzed several successful cases, mobilized the enthusiasm and interest of other beauty consultants, and gave them useful inspiration. The most important thing is that through this speech, the beauty consultant regained himself and regained his interest and self-confidence in his work. No one likes to listen to criticism. If you criticize others directly, it will only cause strong opposition. It is better to change the method. The success of Mylandessa has left many useful inspirations for future generations, especially her ingenious criticism skills, which amazed everyone who is engaged in management. Talmud Collection Part 1, Learn to Talk Properly. Susie accompanies you to read. A young man visited Einstein and said he wanted to invent a universal dissolving agent that would dissolve everything, and chattered incessantly. Einstein listened to him patiently and said softly, "What container do you want to use to hold these liquids?" The young man blushed suddenly. This young man's goal is not far-fetched, to invent the invincible universal dissolving agent. It is a pity that this kind of dissolving agent, like a perpetual motion machine, cannot be manufactured. Einstein's sentence, "What container do you want to use to hold these liquids?" really hits a snake to 7 inches. But what is more admirable about him is not that he can overthrow the young man's theory in a short sentence, but that he can patiently listen to what people have to say. It is very rude to interrupt someone in the middle, even if the other person's point of view is wrong. Moreover, not everyone has the talent and vision of Einstein and can overthrow the other's point of view in one sentence. If your colleague talks to you about a plan and he interrupts him halfway through, he will think that you are disrespectful to him, underestimate his strength, and even dislike you from now on. The seriousness of its consequences does not need to be elaborated. Conversation is the most important part of interpersonal communication. If the conversation work is done well, a large part of the interpersonal relationship will be done well. In the workplace, you should practice more on the way of conversation. Here are some advices for you. When you are curious about what the other person has to say, don't wait to solve the doubt in your mind and interrupt the other person. When you empathize with what the other person is saying, don't interrupt the other person's words in a hurry to express your resonance. When talking, you can't just talk about yourself, you should give others the opportunity to talk. If it is necessary to interrupt the other party, you should look for an appropriate opportunity and say, "I'm sorry to interrupt," to get the other party's consent. Don't excuse yourself from the conversation unless it is absolutely necessary. If it is really necessary to leave, explain politely and apologize. When two or more people are talking to you, you have to strike a balance and not leave one of them out. If you want to join someone else's conversation, say hello first. Do not join others without their consent during the conversation. When someone else wants to join your conversation, you should nod and smile in welcome. It is impolite to laugh without answering or ignore the questions raised by the other party. When talking, you should show the appearance of listening attentively, and don't show the appearance of being distracted. During the conversation, you look around, yawn, look at your watch, shake your legs, etc., which are all disrespectful to the other party. During the conversation, gestures should be avoided, the volume should be moderate, and the distance between conversations with the other party should be moderate. If you don't understand something, you should ask the other person to repeat it. Don't ask questions that the other party is unwilling to answer, and avoid talking about topics that the other party dislikes. Once you say it, you should apologize immediately and change the subject immediately. The conversation should be down-to-earth and realistic, and there should be no excessive politeness. Talmud Part 1. Listen patiently to what others have to say. Susie accompanies you to read. The Jewish people believe that successful communication is not as mysterious as you might think, as long as you can pay attention to the other person attentively. But some people don't understand this truth. They always think they are amazing. When they talk, they are always self-centered and only think about themselves. Such a person cannot succeed in business. In fact, everyone likes to talk about themselves and the topics they are interested in. The experience of successful communication could not be simpler. Listening to the other party's words invisibly satisfies the other party's sense of accomplishment. People's life is very short. Don't always show off your achievements in front of others, and let others talk about you. On the surface, you lose a lot, but in fact you gain family, friendship, money, and even more than that. One of the things Bolomo, the manager of the Western Telephone Company, has in his successful career is to listen patiently to the grievances of others. There is a little story behind this experience. At that time, Bolomo was only a small employee of the Western Telephone Company. One day, the company received a letter of complaint from a customer, in which he expressed his dissatisfaction with the service of the telephone company, and his words were very fierce. And he repeatedly emphasized in the letter that if the phone company did not give him a good account, he would let more people know about these things. The company asked Bolomo to mediate the matter, and Bolomo personally apologized after finding out where the customer lived. The customer was a stubborn old man. When he learned that Bolomo was sent by the telephone company, his face immediately sank, and he complained when Bolomo could not say a word. When the old man yelled at him, Bolomo didn't explain a word, didn't say a good word for the phone company, but just listened respectfully and let the old man vent his anger. After a while, the old man was tired and finished his complaints. When he stopped, Bolomo said sincerely, "Sir, I first apologize to you on behalf of all the staff of the telephone company. It is our negligence that the negligence of our work has caused inconvenience to your life. I hope you have vented your anger just now, and we do not want to let this small matter continue to haunt you, so please forgive me in any case." After Bolomo finished speaking, the old man's attitude slowly calmed down, and finally there was a smile on his face. He said slowly, "Young man, what you said made me feel comfortable, and I also ask you to forgive me for what I said just now. Rude, I'm targeting that bastard phone company. When Belomo saw that the old man's anger had completely subsided, he said to him, "We will humbly accept your advice to the telephone company, but I want to know if you think the problem has been satisfactorily solved now, otherwise I will not be able to back." "Okay," the old man said. "For your own sake, let this go. I promise not to write to the telephone company again." In this way, Belomo successfully solved this seemingly intractable matter. Jew Mehani is a dealer of special equipment used by the oil industry. One day, a customer gave him an order for a special piece of equipment. The production drawings had been submitted, approved, and started to manufacture. Not long after, an unfortunate thing happened. The client discussed the tool with friends, who all said he had made a serious mistake and had been deceived. Annoyed by the discussions among his friends, he called Mehani and told him he didn't want the equipment anymore. Mehani was very angry after hearing that. The equipment had already been put into production. If he suddenly broke the contract, he would cause great losses to himself. Mehani double-checked and confirmed that he had not made a mistake and decided to meet the client. As soon as he entered his office, the client stood up and walked briskly to Mehani. He looked excited and spoke very fast, waving his fists as he spoke, and he began to accuse Mehani, and finally he said, "What do you say?" Mehani was not angry, but told him calmly that he was willing to accept his opinion, and said, "You are the one who spends money to buy things, of course you should buy things that can be used. But someone has to be responsible. If you think you are right, please draw us a drawing. Although the old scheme has cost more than 2,000 yuan, we are willing to bear the loss. In order to satisfy you, we would rather bear the loss of 2,000 yuan. But what I want to say to you is that if we do what you want, you have to take some responsibility. I believe that the original plan is not wrong, and if we do it according to the original plan, we will be responsible for any problems." He finally calmed down and finally said, "Just go as planned, and I hope you're right." There was nothing wrong with that batch of equipment, and the customer was so pleased with it that he ordered 2 more batches from Mehani. A businessman who is willing to listen to the opinions of his customers will definitely have more advantages than disadvantages. When a person learns to respect the opinions of others, the situation will be greatly improved, and will not only win the friendship of others, but will also gain widespread support. So we listen to the opinions of others in business, which will benefit our success a lot. If you have understood this truth, you will deeply feel that listening to others is really an art, and there are many people in real life who are not good enough at this. This needs to be improved. How can I improve listening skills? Here are a few suggestions. Listen wholeheartedly. A diplomat's wife recounted how much she suffered on those occasions when her husband first entered the diplomatic world and took her out to socialize. "I'm from a small place, and the room is full of people who are eloquent and have lived all over the world," she said. "I'm trying desperately to find a topic, and I don't want to just listen to what other people have to say." One evening, she finally confided her problems to a less spoken but well-received senior diplomat. He told her, "Everyone has to be heard. Trust me, people who are good listeners are equally welcome and valuable at banquets, like a spring in the Sahara Desert. Assist the other party to speak. Experiment with short comments or questions to show that you're listening, even if you're just short, 'Really?' or 'Tell me more.' Suppose you're having lunch with an old friend who says he hasn't slept well all week because of a big fight between the husband and wife. If you're like most people, you're afraid to listen to other people's private affairs. You might say, 'Marriage life is always bittersweet. Do you eat fish or spiced beef?' By saying this, you're indirectly telling him that it's best not to tell anyone. Grumble. If you don't want to pour cold water on him, you might as well say, 'No wonder you can't sleep well.' The noisy husband and wife must make you uncomfortable. He will feel much better if he has a chance to relieve his depression. Few of us can explain ourselves, and we always need to tell our troubles to friends who are good at listening. Learn to hear the meaning behind the words. A thriving real estate agent believes his success is due to his ability not only to listen carefully to what customers have to say, but also to hear what is not being said. When he told the price of a house, the customer said, "Even Kianglu Yuyu is nothing special." But his voice was a little hesitant and his smile was a little reluctant, so the agent knew what the customer wanted to buy and what he could do. There is clearly a difference between affordable ones. Before you decide, said the agent shrewdly, you might as well look at a few more houses. Everyone was happy. The customer bought a house he could afford, and the business was done. If you want to be a good conversation partner, don't forget to start with a good listener. At all times, ask the other person the question they are happy to answer, and encourage the other person to open their hearts and speak their minds to the fullest. Talmud Part 1, don't forget to save face. Susie accompanies you to read. There is a young lawyer in the debate on an important case. During the debate, a Supreme Court judge said to the young lawyer, the Admiralty law prosecution period is 6 years, right? The lawyer froze for a moment and then said bluntly, no. President, there is no prosecution period in maritime law. The courtroom fell silent immediately, and it seemed that even the temperature had dropped to freezing point. While the young lawyer was right, the judge was wrong, the lawyer pointed it out truthfully. But he was not happy because of this, but his face was ashen and daunting. Although the law was on the lawyer's side, he made a huge mistake by publicly pointing out the mistake of a man of great stature and knowledge. In this lawsuit, the lawyer lost. Although the law is fair and strict, this justice is always created by judges and lawyers. Since the lawsuit is about to go to court, the chances of winning for the prosecution and the defense are actually about the same. As long as the judge leans on one side, the outcome of the victory or defeat will come out. No matter which country in the world people are from or what their national ethos is, people all want face. Everyone is looking for the feeling of being respected. The bottom line for him to judge whether others treat him well or not is whether others respect him or not. It is naturally better to respect and worship him. Since everyone is looking for the feeling of being respected, this respect has been traded. You respect me, and I will respect you. Otherwise, I don't respect you either, and I will make things difficult for you everywhere. This is the same as Wawawajiazi, carry people. Therefore, in the process of transitioning from children to adults, we have virtually learned the transactionalization of respect. Respect transactionalization achieves a balance in relationships. If you can't express that respect, it will appear that you are on the opposite side of him. Since they are opposed, they can only be enemies. Therefore, in life, we must know how to show our respect for others. If you don't know how to show respect for people, even if you don't have any prejudice against him in your heart, he will still treat you as disrespecting him and tear the skin against you. There is always no benefit to both sides of the fight, so there is no need to go into details. In the workplace, the issue of face is more noteworthy. People in the workplace don't have deep interactions with each other, but the entanglement of interests is not shallow. The difference between giving face and not giving face is very big. Jews believe that face is a name and interests are real. The name and reality are in most cases the same. Therefore, if a person feels that you give him face and look up to him, he will think that you are his friend and stand on the same front as him, and you will be able to form a community of interests with him face, although it is a superficial thing. In fact, is directly linked to the latter interests. Dare to admit mistakes. As for mistakes, all wise people and open-minded people should smell them and correct them when they make mistakes. Because mistakes are not terrible, what is terrible is the unwillingness to admit that they are wrong. Just like when a person is ill, one must first admit the condition and see the root cause of the disease before prescribing the right medicine. If you don't admit that you are sick and refuse to accept the doctor's treatment, you are likely to be terminally ill in the end. There is a joke in Jewish folk that a foolish man never admits his fault. Once upon a time, there was a foolish man who always held a different point of view from ordinary people in order to show his difference. Once, several people were sitting under a big tree discussing the sunrise. The sun rises in the east, said A. The sun sets in the west, said B. The sun rises in the morning, C said. The foolish man listened and said, no, the sun rises from the west, and it rises at night. Everyone laughed at him and agreed to see if the sun would come out at night, but at night, the sun did not come out. So they all waited together until the next morning, when the sun came out in the east. Facts have proved this foolish man wrong, but he still does not admit his mistake, saying, "The sun usually rises in the west at night, but this time it was just a coincidence." Regrettably, many people in reality are like the fools in the story, always trying their best to cover up their shortcomings and mistakes, and even pass all the mistakes to others and take all the credit to themselves. They dare not look in the mirror themselves, nor allow others to look at themselves. There are many excuses for any mistake, but no excuse can erase the mistake. If we only think about how to cover up mistakes, then mistakes will be made more and more later. There are countless such examples around us. The courage to admit mistakes requires not only sincerity and magnanimity, but also a certain amount of courage. Part 1 of the Talmud treats generosity as an obligation. Susie accompanies you to read. The Jewish nation is a generous nation, and they regard almsgiving as a public duty rather than a doing good and accumulating virtue. The Talmud records this story. There is a farmer who owns a large amount of agricultural property, and he is also the most charitable person in the area. Every year the rabbi would visit his home, and he would donate money and materials generously. But one year, due to storms and plagues, the farmer's fields and orchards were destroyed, and the livestock died. Creditors flocked to him and seized all his property, leaving him with only a small plot of land. He said, "This is God's will. He gave it to me and took it back. What else can I say?" He didn't complain at all. That year, the rabbi went to the farmer's house again to ask for donations. When the rabbis saw his family's downfall, they all expressed sympathy for him and had no intention of asking him to donate again. The farmer's wife said, "We often build schools for teachers, maintain synagogues, and donate money to the poor and the elderly. It's a pity that we can't come up with the money this year." Later, the couple did not want to let the rabbis go away in vain, otherwise they would feel uneasy, so they sold half of the last remaining land and donated the money to the rabbis. The rabbi was amazed and grateful. One day, while the farmer was plowing the field, his oxen slipped. When he hurriedly picked up the ox, he found a treasure where the ox fell. After he sold the treasures, he lived his rich life again. The next year, the rabbis came to the farmer's house again, thinking that the farmer was still as poor as before. But people nearby told them, the farmer's new house is just ahead, and that tall house is his home. The rabbis walked into the big house, and the farmer happily explained to them the reason for all this, concluding, "If you are willing to do good, it must be reversed, and this is the profit of the donation." This shows that the Jews attached great importance to almsgiving. The Jews regard generosity as an obligation, and at the same time make those who receive help without losing their dignity, which is conducive to mutual help among people and the harmony and stability of society. This is a form of self-help for the Jewish nation in a specific environment, and it is also the embodiment of the outstanding wisdom of the Jewish people. There are more than 26 million Jews in the world today. Although they are not all wealthy bosses, at least they will not live on the streets and make a living by begging. As long as they are Jews, even if they come to an unfamiliar place with no money, if there is a local Jewish community, once they are discovered, they can quickly solve the problem of food and accommodation. Of course, Jewish communities are not charities and cannot provide these services for long, and if so, no amount of money can support them. However, the Jews have their own way. They will find a rich Jewish businessman in a very short time to help these victims. Now, in any city with a larger Jewish community, one can find charities bearing Jewish names, such as hospitals, clinics, concert halls, libraries, as well as orphanages and cultural facilities. Even the world-famous Oxford and Cambridge universities each have an Ishak Wolfson College. Apparently, it's a Jewish name. Ishak Wolfson, a Scottish Jew who has been hailed as one of the most generous philanthropists of our time, has been president of the British Cosmos department store since 1946. With about 3,000 retail stores, Cosmos is the largest department store in the UK. Wolfson established his eponymous foundation in 1955, and over the next 20 years, he provided a total of $45 million in financial assistance to the foundation, mostly educational institutions. Someone once asked Wolfson, "I heard that there is a guy named Wolfson, who is both a canon law doctor from Oxford University and a juris doctor from Cambridge University, and a member of the Royal College of Surgeons and the Royal College of Physicians. I think, do you know what he does? He's a writer." Writing? What did he write to people? Check. Because Wolfson himself was a very Orthodox Jew, his generosity best reflected the minds of Jewish businessmen. He had to pray every day, making it a compulsory subject. When a guest came to visit, he would, at the appropriate time, show the visitor his kosher robe under his shirt. On rest days or other Jewish holidays, he obeyed Jewish law and stayed at home. Although Wolfson was a devout Jewish philanthropist, his actions did not involve the economic field, but it was precisely because of these good deeds that he became famous and thus gained more economic advantages. The Talmud Part 1: Everything can be given up for friendship. Susie accompanies you to read. Jews believe that people need to have friends to eat with, drink with, study the Bible together, study the Talmud together. Find yourself a friend and tell him all your secrets about the Bible and worldly life. The secret. Haney, the circler, was walking on the road and saw an old man planting a pod tree. He asked the man how long it would take for the tree to bear fruit, and the man replied that it would take 70 years. When Haney sat down, feeling drowsy, he lay down and fell asleep. As he slept deeper and deeper, the stones around him rose up to hide him inside, so that he could not be seen from the outside. He slept in one breath for 70 years. When he woke up, he saw a man picking fruit from a tree. Haney asked, "Are you the one who planted this tree?" "No, he's my grandfather," the man said. Haney exclaimed in surprise, "Obviously, I slept for 70 years. Then he found that his mules were already roaming the fields in herds. Haney returned to his original home. He asked the people there, "Is Haney the circler's son still alive?" "His son is gone, but his grandson is alive," the people said. "I'm Haney the circler," he said, but no one believed him. Haney left home and went to the place of study, and saw many scholars studying together. He heard them say, whenever Haney came to study, he always clarified the problems that scholars had when reading the text, so the law is as clear to us as it was in Haney's day. He exclaimed to them excitedly, "I'm Haney." But scholars did not believe him, and they were reluctant to show the respect he had received. Haney was deeply hurt, and he begged to die. His prayers were answered, and he died. From this tragedy, we can see that friendship is like the sunshine of life. Without friendship, it is better to die. The Jewish sages thought, either stay with friends or die. In the eyes of the Jewish people, friends are more precious than all the money in the world. You can sacrifice your life for a friend. Long ago, a man was hanged for offending the king. This man was a filial child. Before his death, his greatest wish was to meet his mother hundreds of miles away, and to express his apology for not being able to provide for his mother. When the king learned of his request, he felt sincere and filial, and promised to let him go home to meet his mother. However, the king also had a condition that he had to find someone to take his place in jail, otherwise, he would not be able to see his mother. But who would take the risk? As a result, his friend was willing to replace him and go to jail for him. The man rushed home to say goodbye to his mother. Days passed, and the time for execution drew near. If he escaped, his friend would be hanged in his stead. On the day of the execution, the man still did not come back. His friend was taken to the execution ground, and the onlookers laughed at his stupidity. But he was not afraid, with a calm expression on his face. The noose was already around his neck, and people sympathized with him in their hearts, and cursed the villain who betrayed his friends. At this moment, a shout came from a distance, "I'm back, I'm back." The man was running towards the execution ground in the dripping wind and rain. His figure made the people present seem unbelievable. The news quickly reached the king, and the king was also surprised. He personally rushed to the execution ground. When he knew that all this was true, his heart was shaken. So they were pardoned. Find a friend for yourself, life will be more exciting. A loyal friend is a sure refuge. If one finds such a friend, it is like finding a treasure. Courage to take responsibility. Jews believe that their responsibility must be borne by themselves, and there is no reason to shirk. It is shameful and sinful to give up one's responsibilities and obligations. The Talmud said, "I thought someone would bring candles into the room, but when I walked in, I realized that the whole room was pitch black and no one was holding a candle." In fact, as long as everyone took a candle, when a little candle goes in, it will light up the whole room as if it were daytime. Whether it's blaming the environment or putting it on someone else, the responsibility remains and doesn't go away, so the Jewish people never shirk their responsibility. Since people exist in this world, they cannot completely erase themselves, and of course they cannot erase all their responsibilities. As long as they exist for a day, people will have their responsibilities for a day. Even if half of the responsibilities can be pushed to the environment, you still have to bear the other half of the responsibility. God Almighty said to his messenger, Gabriel, "Go. Mark the foreheads of the wicked with blood, so that the angels of destruction will destroy them, and mark the foreheads of the righteous with ink, and the angels of destruction will not hurt them." At this moment, Justice stood up and said, "King of the universe, what is the difference between the first type and the second type?" "The first kind of people are completely bad people, and the second kind of people are completely good people," answered God. King of the universe, Justice argued, "The righteous are perfectly capable of resisting, but they don't. You know, even if they resisted, the bad guys wouldn't listen to them," answered God. King of the universe, Justice said, "You know that the bad guys don't change, but do the righteous ones know that?" Since the righteous did not resist, God withdrew his command and did not separate them from the wicked. This is God's disposition to a man who abdicates his responsibility. In real life, Jews dare to take their own responsibilities, and they will never shirk their responsibilities at will. They must bear their own responsibilities. They can even go bankrupt and sacrifice their lives in order to shoulder their responsibilities. So they pay attention to integrity to others, and pay attention to contracts in shopping malls. A company in Chicago, USA ordered 30,000 sets of cutlery from a Jew, and the two sides agreed on September 1st as the delivery date. The merchant had to ship the goods out of the port on August 1st to be able to deliver the goods on September 1st. However, due to an accident, the businessman failed to produce the 30,000 sets of cutlery on August 1st. The Jewish businessman was in trouble, but he made no excuses to escape, because failing to deliver on time would be tantamount to breaching the contract, not complying with Jewish commercial law, and evading responsibility. As a result, the Jewish businessman spent huge sums of money to rent a plane for delivery, and 30,000 sets of knives and forks were delivered within the stipulated time, but the Jew lost 10,000 yuan. Not avoiding responsibility is the cornerstone of Jewish extraordinary achievement. The Talmud collection Part 1 Etiquette should be paid attention to among friends. 1. Susie accompanies you to read. When it comes to making friends, many young people come to the wrong conclusion. Good friends don't need to pay attention to etiquette. They believe that good friends are as close as brothers and have a very close relationship. If they pay attention to etiquette, they seem too unfamiliar. In fact, they do not realize that the survival of friendship cannot tolerate any coercion, interference, and control. It must be based on mutual respect. Between each other, if they have similar tastes and temperaments, they will be together, and then they will be friends, and vice versa. Friends who are familiar with each other should not be too casual and not talk about etiquette, otherwise, the tacit understanding and balance will be broken, and the friendly relationship will cease to exist. Harmonious and profound communication requires abundant emotion as a bond. This emotion is sincere and natural, rather than artificial. Of course, when we say that good friends pay attention to etiquette, we do not mean that we should stick to unnecessary cumbersome courtesies and enthusiasm in all situations, but we emphasize mutual respect between friends and not to cross the restricted area of each other. Everyone wants to have an independent space for themselves. If friends are too casual, they will violate this restricted area and cause conflicts between them. For example, regardless of whether the other party has the time or whether he is willing or not, he arbitrarily dominates or occupies the precious time that the other party has arranged. Once he sits down, he has no intention of leaving, and he is completely unaware of the other party's difficulties and inconveniences. They hide their unwillingness to reveal their secrets, blindly inquire about the other party's secret private affairs, forget the ancient adage of people are close to each other, but not close to money, ignore the fact that friends are one emotional rather than economic one, use things without distinguishing each other, and spend money without remembering you. And all of these, etc., are all bad phenomena of disrespecting friends, infringing and interfering with others. Occasionally, once or twice, it is understandable and bearable. But if this is the case in the long term, friction can occur, leading to alienation or disgust in friends, and the dilution and deterioration of friendships. Therefore, good friends should also pay attention to etiquette and abide by the way of making friends. Jews believe that there should be etiquette among friends, and proper etiquette will make friendships stronger. The Jewish youth were very aware of this, and they summed up 11 rules of etiquette that must be observed among friends. 1. Things must be distinguished between friends. Things between friends must be clearly distinguished, otherwise in the end, things are broken, and you want to make the other party pay, but you can't open the mouth, so you think you are unlucky, but because of this, you will naturally form a feeling of rejection in your heart. 2. Don't keep thinking that every time you go out, there will be friends to treat you. Occasionally once or twice may be bearable, but after a long time, no one can bear it. Therefore, before going out to play, it is best for everyone to agree that the cost of this game will be shared equally, and pay the money to play and then count the refund. This will not only have fun for everyone, but also enhance the relationship between friends. 3. Don't enter or leave your friend's kitchen or room casually. The more good friends are, the more they must respect each other, because after all, it is not their own home. What reason do you have to go in and out of a friend's territory? That kind of behavior just makes you feel like you're disrespecting the other person. If there is, you should try to avoid it. Don't think it's a trivial matter. You must know that the other party may have scolded you in his heart. 4. Friends should pay attention to etiquette. The better a friend is, the more important the etiquette is. When you visit his house today, you must not go empty-handed. Be sure to bring some gifts, even a bag of fruit. The so-called gift is light and affectionate. 5. Give your friends some space for themselves. Occasionally, give each other a little space for themselves and let each other see the people and things around them, so that each other's vision will be wider. It's like you live with him every day. 6. Don't ask friends for help whenever you encounter difficulties. Maybe he can help you for a while, but he must also be responsible for your responsibilities beside him. Over time, friends will feel uncomfortable in their hearts. Why do you want to make this friend? This is not to make trouble for yourself. Disgust comes from the heart. Therefore, the better friend you are, the more you have to learn to understand his mood and his difficulties. Try to solve your own difficulties yourself, and don't bother others for a long time. People say that there is no filial son after a long illness. In fact, it can also be changed to long trouble and no confidant. Talmud collection Part 1 Etiquette should be observed among friends. 2. Susie accompanies you to read. 7. Don't think that you and your friends can chat for a long time every day, and feel uncomfortable if you don't see each other. A true friend is someone who will call you on special occasions or birthdays. You will not be forgotten because you are not in regular contact. Friends will not change because of the distance of time. 8. Don't think your friends will automatically help you when you're short of money. Brothers and sisters have to settle accounts. What's more, you are an outsider, so you must be clear about money. Money owed to a friend should be returned as soon as possible. Don't always delay indefinitely. Think about the fact that the other party lent you money because he believed in you. Are you going to destroy your credit? In reality, it is undeniable that talking about money will hurt feelings. Therefore, the better friend you are, the less money you need to be confused. Jews believe that friendships between friends can last a lifetime, or they can become enemies because of a little friction. Starting from a small place, the more inconspicuous the small details are, the more they will affect the friendship between friends. Don't lose a good friend because of these little details. Friends are an asset in your life, and you need to take good care of them. Grasp the nearest goal. The ocean of knowledge is endless. Don't wander aimlessly, and avoid wasting your limited time. Everyone should choose a goal that is most beneficial to them and sail forward. A rare flood has hit a small village, claiming many lives. A family of 3 was also a victim of the disaster, with the husband struggling to save his wife from the flood, while their 10-year-old son was killed by the flood. Many sympathize with the family's misfortune. But later, some people had doubts about the man's choice. In the face of the sudden flood, the husband gave up their son and chose to save his wife's life. Can we abandon our children when disaster strikes? This topic became the main content of debate in the mountain village for a while. A traveler passed by here and heard the story. He didn't want to know about the argument. He just wanted to know, if the husband can only save one person, should he save his wife or his child? Which of the two is more important to him? With these questions, he visited the husband. When the flood came, I didn't have time to think so much. My wife was by my side. We didn't want to lose each other, so I tried my best to save her. When I returned, my son was already there. It was washed away, he recalled bitterly. Please don't be too sad. After all, you rescued your wife. The outsider finally said, "This man's choice is correct. It is better to save one than to lose two." In the face of the flood, all he can do is to hold on to his nearest wife, which is the most realistic and sensible, as well as the most effective. If he gave up his wife to save the child, he might not be able to save anyone in the end. High expectations and unrealistic goals are worthless. Only by grasping the nearest goal can the effort be rewarded. It is precisely because the Jews can grasp the goal that is closest to them that they can finally succeed. The Talmud Part 1, Be an honest and upright person, 1. Susie accompanies you to read. Honesty and integrity have a powerful affinity that creates a desire for your clients and peers to be friends with you and to accept you unconditionally if they see you as being fair to them. A good reputation will bring many unexpected benefits to your life and career. The rewards they give you are based on what you do. An honest and upright person should first be just. If bosses and colleagues deviate from the right track, it should be stopped in time. An honest and upright employee should have the ability to gather relevant facts, carefully consider issues that may arise, and then make judgments. And most importantly, stick to your own judgment and let the relevant people know. The boss of a company has been hit hard by a business problem. However, the employees of this company were talking behind their backs. Actually, I had long expected that he would have such a day. I don't say it because I don't want to mix myself into it. Their attitude is, "What does this have to do with me?" That's his own problem, enough of my own. Would you say such an employee is honest? How can they get paid more? If the boss heard these words and confronted the employees, why didn't I stop me in time to avoid such a big loss? It's hard to imagine how they would respond. If you sense that your boss or the customer you serve is slipping in the wrong direction, don't hesitate to stop it, and even if it's impossible for him to take your advice, show your honesty. You're not hypocritically pandering to him because he's the boss. You'll feel open-hearted by telling the truth. Honest and upright people not only have the courage to offer suggested criticism to others, but are also willing to absorb suggested criticism at the same time. You should be good at listening to all kinds of complaints from people around you, evaluate them carefully, keep the truth from the false, and make yourself constantly improve. If you are self-righteous and don't want to spend time absorbing other people's opinions, you are dishonest to others, and dishonest to yourself. Those who expect their subordinates to be good talkers will not last long in their careers. Those who are good at flattering may obtain high profits in a short period of time, but they will never become an evergreen tree. Maybe you are more technically advanced. You may show an honest face when expressing an opinion. but in the end your colleagues and bosses won't judge you by your words. The best is the truth, and the truth does not harm the righteous. A man of integrity will do the right thing at the right time, even if no one sees or knows about it. Take a look back at what you've done every now and then. Can you say, "I am honest," without shame? If not, change your behavior now. Some lies are sometimes not malicious and do not cause any harm. However, over time, you will develop the habit of lying, which will then become a deep-rooted inferiority, which will gradually make your mind low. On the contrary, honest people will gradually develop a tolerant and broad-minded mind. Therefore, telling the truth is the most effective way to gain the trust and respect of others. Although you can earn the respect of others for your graceful demeanor, benevolent deeds, wealth of knowledge, or other virtues. However, once you have a lie exposed, all the good will evaporate. Only by sincerely revealing one's heart can one truly be honest and not deceived and win the respect and trust of others. Be a trustworthy person, then your every move is honest and reliable, and there is nothing shameful about it. Be proactive and diligent about your work, and you'll be rewarded with promotions and rewards, of course. It has nothing to do with your position and job, or with gender, age, or wealth. At work, many people sometimes think that telling a small lie is harmless, and they enjoy it. The result turned out to be very bad. You are a trustworthy person, then your every move is honest and reliable, and there is no shame in it. It has nothing to do with who you are or what profession you are in. It has nothing to do with gender, age, or wealth. The Talmud Part 1, Be an honest and upright person. 2. Susie accompanies you to read. Never try to lie. Only in this way can your mind be pure. You can develop the habit of self-discipline. The environment in which you work and live will be peaceful and peaceful. The great Massachusetts Congressman and Secretary of State Daniel Webb said, "Nothing is more powerful than the facts." The world is full of success, full of people and businesses who live by the facts and succeed. Quite often, the most successful advertisements are those that tell the truth. Even if you accidentally commit some kind of factual wrong, the best thing to do is to admit it and review it frankly. And in a very short period of time, as quickly as possible to remedy things. As long as you handle it properly, you can still be invincible. Honesty and integrity may cost you something temporarily, and sometimes you may be laughed at, but if you can stick to this character, you will eventually be a winner. Sincere people will win more opportunities. Opportunity is always looking for honest and reliable people. It is human nature to resist injustice. If you hate integrity, the boss who gives you the chance will hate you too. If you make others feel that you are cunning in the first place, then others will naturally set up a protective barrier against potential threats. Sincere, but very wise, people are the most popular with their bosses. In some companies, there are people who have just been promoted, tormented by egocentrism, full of deceit. Their colleagues neither like nor respect them, and will take revenge on them at the first opportunity. Their good days, countless. Be true to yourself. If you want other people to like you, you have to be who you really are. If you want to sell yourself to others, you have to accept yourself first. Before being honest with others, you should be honest with yourself first. The most important thing of all is to be honest with yourself. When you go deep into your heart, you will find that being an honest person is much easier, as are other virtues such as chastity, kindness, mutual love, etc. Sincerity is the root of a tree. If there is no root, the tree will have no life. Every successful person develops the good qualities of trusting and making others trust. Only then will your career tree be evergreen. In a Jewish company, someone asked what the company's hiring standards and promotion standards were. The manager of that company looks lean and neat, but his expression is very kind. He said, "I don't know what other companies' recruitment standards and promotion standards are. I can only say that our company pays the most attention to the honesty and integrity of the candidates. Generally speaking, if you have money, our company will not hire you if you have a bad record in use, or if you have a disciplinary record in school because of dishonesty. The reasons we do this are: first, we need responsible employees. All kinds of bad records in the past indicate that the person has a personality defect. What is the difference between dishonesty and dishonesty in money and stealing? Second, if a person doesn't keep his word about money, can you trust him to keep his word about other things? Third, we need people who are dedicated to the company. It's hard to imagine an insincere, opportunistic person doing his job well. Fourth, we don't want to dig our own corner, because financial problems lead to a high crime rate. If he can't properly solve his own financial problems, I can't guarantee that this person will not embezzle public funds and steal. I don't want mine corporations are a source of crime. The company's hiring standards illustrate the problem. Honesty is a measure of a person's character and can be used to test a person anytime and anywhere. In terms of employing people, many companies pay great attention to a person's character and use this as a standard for promotion and appointment. Even if some people are experienced and skilled, they will not be hired if they are dishonest. Not acting for profit, not being selfish, being honest in words and deeds under all circumstances, a reputation that is worth 1,000 times more than the benefits derived from deception. The Talmud Part 1, Be an honest and upright person. 3. Susie accompanies you to read. If your friends and business associates are convinced that you are an honest and reliable person, they will trust you and hold you accountable. Honesty and reliability are twin brothers. Without honesty, it is impossible to win the trust of others. If you are honest and reliable in your dealings with others, you will be rewarded handsomely. Honest is the best strategy. Honesty and integrity are the cornerstones of all communication and collaboration for success in any industry. You should take pride in performing every item of your contract honestly. You should take comfort in the quality and efficiency of your down-to-earth work. Only with honesty and integrity can you have opportunities for advancement, development, and permanent success. A cautious, honest person may not get rich as fast as a fraudulent, speculative person. Those who are obsessed with profit do not understand that when they gain a penny more, they have lost a penny of character. Although their purse has increased, their personality has decreased. Cleverness may deceive you, but integrity will not. If you are honest and upright, your success will be a real success. Even if you don't reach a certain level in money status for a while, your human dignity and respectable status is permanently maintained. And character and a good reputation will be your guarantee of being reused by your boss and getting a high salary. More flexible Jews believe that each person's personality and characteristics are not the same, so people must have softness when they get along with each other. Only in this way can the world be peaceful, and the friction and disputes between people will be reduced. The Talmud warns people. In general, not as straight as a pine, but as soft as a reed. In the eyes of the Jews, no matter which direction the wind blows, the reed can fall with the wind, and when the wind stops, it returns to its original position, and if the wind does not blow, it will remain upright forever. But the tall pine tree is so stiff that it will be uprooted when the strong wind hits. Due to their different softness, pine trees are often used as firewood for fires or as building materials, while reeds can become the holy pen for writing the Talmud and Judaism. From the different fates of reeds and pine trees, softness and flexibility are very important. There is this story. There was once a rabbi who was so far-reaching that he could see all aspects of the problem. One day, a couple came to him, and the man said he hoped the rabbi would allow him to divorce. The rabbi looked at him and asked solemnly, "What prejudice do you have about your wife?" The man began to express his dissatisfaction with his wife. "You're right," the rabbi agreed. Then the rabbi turned to the woman. "Now it's your turn," he urged. The rabbi listened to the woman's confession with infinite sympathy. "You're right," he said with certainty when she finished. Then the rabbi's wife asked, "How could they both be right?" The rabbi frowned and thought for a moment. "You're right too," he replied. In this story, the wise rabbi used his actions to warn people that they should be more flexible like a reed, not as rigid as a pine tree. However, Jews are not always soft-hearted. Some Jewish rabbis once admonished people, "Don't be as hard as a stone, your whole body is bone. But don't be as soft as a jellyfish, your whole body is meat, but soft and hard at the same time." the closest to perfection. The Talmud Part 1, Do Not Look Down Upon the Poor, 1. Susie accompanies you to read. In some Jewish ghettos, in every town or village, there will be one or more beggars. These beggars will not be discriminated against by people, because in Jewish society, beggars are a legitimate profession, and they have obtained the permission of God, and they should receive alms from people. Jews do not discriminate against poor people and do not look down on them. Among the Jewish people, there are many educated poor people, and many of them are familiar with the Talmud. They often go to synagogues and participate in discussions on the Talmud and Judaism as colleagues. There are two sentences in the Jewish nation: there are many poor people who are very learned, so don't look down on the poor. There are pearls of wisdom buried in the shirt of the poor, don't look down on the poor. Respecting and emphasizing learning is a Jewish tradition, and they also show respect for the wisdom of the poor. The Jews have a folktale like this that teaches people not to look down on the poor. On the eve of Sabbath, a rich and devout man began to prepare food for the Sabbath sunset. At this time, he suddenly remembered that there was an urgent matter that needed to be dealt with immediately, so he left the house in a hurry. After finishing his work, he hurried home again. On the way, a poor man begged him for money to buy food for the Sabbath. The pious man angrily rebuked the poor. How can you wait until the last minute to buy your Sabbath food? No one is like you. You must be a liar, and I won't fall for you. When he returned home, he told his wife about encountering the poor. What I want to say to you is that you did this wrong, his wife said. In your life you have never experienced poverty, and you have no idea what poverty is. I am poor. Growing up, I often recall the old days when it was almost dark, the Sabbath was coming, and my father needed to run around looking for food for the family, even a little bit of bread. You are guilty of that, poor man. After the man heard his wife's words, he hurried to the street to look for the beggar, who was still looking for Sabbath food. So the rich man gave the poor man the bread, fish, and meat he needed on the Sabbath, and asked him to forgive himself. In Jewish society, although there is sometimes a big gap between the rich and the poor, however, the poor have always been respected by the Jews, and the Jews believe that the rich are not necessarily happy, and the poor are not necessarily despairing. Do not dislike the poor and love the rich, and treat the poor with respect and charity as one of their obligations. Build good relationships. Jews believe 85% of a successful person relies on soft science skills such as interpersonal communication and effective speech, while only 15% rely on professional skills. Successful businessmen take personal relationships very seriously. In Jewish business circles, businessmen often say, "We are in the relationship business." The investment in interpersonal relationships is formed by long-term, continuous connection and cultivation. If you don't store it, but only know how to use it, it will be consumed one day. Therefore, in order to make your business road more smooth, any businessman has to put a lot of effort into investing in relationships. In order to expand their interpersonal network, Jews often participate in some social activities. A businessman has to be well informed so that when the opportunity arises, you can tell people what happened and ask them if they know anyone who can introduce you to them. It is really important to build a good network of relationships, both within and outside the industry. When things are going well, it's easy for people to become lazy and arrogant and to lose established relationships. It is very unwise to do so. The Jewish people have always been relentless in their commitment to building and maintaining relationships. This is especially true when one's own career is moving forward in a favorable direction and does not need the help of others. When you are in a bad situation and need help, you are passive when you go to contact with others. The Talmud Part 1, Do Not Look Down Upon the Poor, 2. Susie accompanies you to read. A successful Jewish businessman once said, "Building a network of interpersonal relationships is the foundation of success." Often after a relationship, everything will be fine. This is very true, no matter which society you live in, what kind of cultural atmosphere you are in. Surrounding, whether it is Western culture that emphasizes laws and principles, or Eastern culture that pays attention to social context, relationship is very important for a businessman. Since the relationship is so important, all businessmen must recognize the characteristics of the relationship in the process of doing business, and constantly manage the relationship to make their business develop rapidly. In general, a relationship has the following characteristics. Relationships take a little accumulation. People often need long-term relationships, and long-term relationships are progressive, from shallow to deep, from short to long. Relationships are based on mutual interests. In interpersonal communication, after everyone has done something for others, they will carefully measure whether what they have paid is worth it and whether they have received enough. Use this to decide whether or not to continue the relationship. Relationships are often built on trust. Trust can conquer people's hearts very well, and it can quickly transform the relationship into maturity. Relationship building also requires balanced symmetry. The mutual equality of identities and positions can shorten the process of communication, shorten the relationship between each other, and make the relationship stable and long-term. Relationships need to be carefully managed. Relationships are very fragile, and as a businessman, manage them with heart and water them often. Relationships come naturally. Often with the accumulation of personal resources and the breakthrough of some key figures, the relationship will progress smoothly. Relationships also run out one day. If the relationship does not know how to supplement and store it, but only know how to use it, then one day, it will be rejected by the relationship. Relationships can be created. If you want to achieve a career, you need to constantly create relationship resources, which can turn ignorance into knowledge and irrelevance into relationship. Relationships are earned before they are earned. You can only get something from someone else if you pay a certain price first. This is the law of the business. Relationship building requires cost control. When building a new relationship, any businessman should not have high expectations or give too much cost, but should be moderate and reasonable. Investing in relationships and human capital. Jews believe that in addition to the innate blood relationship, the establishment and maintenance of interpersonal relationships requires investment. In addition to satisfying entertainment and emotional communication, the investment in interpersonal relationships can also maintain and deepen such interpersonal relationships for the benefit of future interactions. Under the condition of market economy, with the advent of knowledge economy, the construction of interpersonal relationships will have a stronger investment color, and the purpose will be stronger. Because in a market economy, all market participants hope that they can obtain the greatest benefits. Therefore, establishing a good interpersonal relationship with various stakeholders can make the transaction proceed more smoothly, reduce the transaction risk and reduce the transaction cost, and reduce the expenditure brought by human capital. The construction of interpersonal relationships is directly related to an individual's human capital. Cultural background, moral values, and thinking habits determine a person's behavior. The so-called things clustered together means that each member of the interpersonal network has some common characteristics, and there are some unwritten rules in the informal organization formed by them, which play a certain restrictive role on each member. Good norms can guide its members to keep making progress and achieve success, and bad habits can make their members passive and degenerate. Interpersonal relationships affect an individual's human capital investment direction and investment effect, which is what people call those who are close to Jew are red, those who are close to MO are black. Interpersonal relationships also narrow the differences in human capital among members of an interpersonal network. If the stock or potential of a member's human capital is large, it will set an example for other members, thereby improving the human capital of other members and narrowing the differences in human resources among members. Of course, if in an informal organization, bad ethos dominates, it will cause other members to align with members with low human capital stock or potential, which will reduce human capital, which will also narrow the human capital difference among members. Good interpersonal relationships are beneficial to people's health, and good interpersonal relationships can better meet people's psychological needs. Jews believe that people will feel frustrated because of failure, nervous because of the pressure of competition, and feel wronged because of being misunderstood by others, which makes people's spirits in a state of depression for a certain period of time. Since many people do not realize this, and most of this state is temporary and self-healing, they do not go to the hospital to seek help from a psychiatrist, but go to friends to express their unhappiness, so as to make themselves gradually return to health. Therefore, good interpersonal relationships play an important role in a person's mental health. Talmud Collection, Part 1 Disagreement between words and deeds is a taboo. Susie accompanies you to read. Writing a bad check is a common practice among Japanese businessmen. When Japanese senior officials visit the United States, Japanese officials always promise to answer the problems existing between the United States and Japan. We will do our best to solve these problems. The Japanese see this as a polite prevarication and a false promise. But Americans are very serious about this, because a verbal commitment is also a contract, and specific requirements must be made in the future. The Japanese are somewhat surprised. Just casually saying it, how can it be true? During Carter's administration, Japan promised to increase its defense budget by 9.5%, but only increased it by 7.6% afterwards, which once angered the Carter administration. The list goes on and on. The Japanese don't even know what one word is. New York University intends to set up a Japanese Economic Research Center. The fund is scheduled to be $3 million. Half of the funds are intended to be raised in Japan. Therefore, a Jewish scholar is sent to Japan to lobby the Prime Minister and financial leaders. Reacted strongly. We believe that the establishment of the Japan Economic Research Center is very necessary, not only to eliminate trade frictions, but also to promote mutual understanding between the United States and Japan, and we will definitely do everything we can to assist it. This is the unanimous reply from the Japanese side to the president of New York University. The principal had a business experience in his early years, and he adhered to the traditional style of Jewish businessmen who kept their promises, so he would never have thought that this was a Japanese prevarication. When they started raising $1.5 million, the Japanese didn't give a penny. The principal went to the Japanese embassy in the United States in a rage and strongly accused the Japanese of going back on their word. It is nonsense to keep saying that we should work hard to eliminate trade frictions between the two sides and strengthen exchanges between the United States and Japan. If there is no sincerity, you can refuse it at the beginning. Why do you need to say these deceptive lies? It's too bad to comment on a country like that. If Japan was in a dilemma at the beginning, it could reject the other side frankly, or use diplomatic rhetoric to say that they would reply in 2 years, and the other side would naturally understand what it meant. Why say those irresponsible words? In business negotiation, the biggest taboo is inconsistency between words and deeds. Don't promise lightly. Once you promise, do your best. Jewish concept of good and evil. Jews believe that the distinction between good and evil has eternal personality charm. If a person lives only on his own likes and dislikes, his self-feelings, gains and losses will not last long. Only with the power of good can a person attract others. The distinction between good and evil is the magic of Jewish honesty or credit. Jews not only focus on developing knowledge and ability, but also emphasize that education should cultivate a person's ability to distinguish between good and evil. They believe that the meaning of life should be very broad, otherwise people's lives will lose fun and life. A Jewish story is a good illustration of how the Jews viewed the question of good and evil. There was one man who was so mean that his family urged him to eat when he was about to die. He said, "Well, bring me a hard-boiled egg." According to his request, the family brought eggs. When he was about to eat, a poor man appeared in front of the doorstep and begged, "Give me something to eat." The man handed the egg in his hand to his son and asked him to give it to the beggar. As he was about to die, his son asked him, "Father, what kind of world will you go to?" The man replied, "Do good by practical actions, and then you will find your place in the world you will come. I just gave that beggar an egg, the only thing I have ever done in my life. A good deed. But after I die, all the sins I have committed are offset by that egg, and I will be accepted by heaven." The Jews used this story to illustrate that doing good deeds can offset their sins. So how to do good? There is another Jewish parable that illustrates this problem. A man does not understand where the sky begins, so he searches everywhere for answers. He encountered a locust. Where did the sky begin? The sky begins as high as your feet, replied the locust. He continued to move forward and met another scalper. He asked the scalper, where did the sky begin? The sky begins where the fields disappear, replied the scalper. Finally, he met an old man with white hair. Where did the sky begin? The sky starts under your feet, the old man replied. The sky begins at your feet, and so does the world. Therefore, the Jews believe that the world begins with each individual, and you must never say, I don't have that much power to improve the world, to affect the people and the environment around them. Affecting the surrounding environment is to prevent others from doing evil. Jews believe that no matter who he is, he should be punished for the sins of those around him if he can prevent those around him from doing evil and fails to stop them. The Jews emphasized the distinction between good and evil, but they did not regard good and evil as absolute. They did not think that the bad people were hopelessly bad, and the good people would be good to the end. They believed that everyone has a good side and a bad side, that any bad person will have a good side, and any good person will also have a bad side, so don't look up if you have shortcomings, just let your advantages give full play to them. Likewise, don't be complacent, even if you have strengths, and keep correcting your weaknesses. Although Jews believe that everyone should transform themselves and the world with goodness, they do not simply believe that individuals live for the sake of others and society. The Talmud states that the purpose of personal life is, man is born to preserve himself and to help others. Therefore, the Jews believed that one should not live only for himself or only for others. People who only think about themselves are despicable, and people who always think about how to dedicate are a little irrational. Therefore, the Jewish view of good and evil is also very measured, and it is easy to be understood and accepted by people. Talmud Collection Part 1, Stories About Life, 1. Susie accompanies you to read. Wit rescued. 2 Jews accidentally fell into the river. Out of survival instinct, they kept shouting, help. But there was no response at all. At this time, there were 2 police officers passing by. They were very happy when they learned that the drowning person calling for help was a Jew, waiting there to watch them drown. In the crisis, the Jews had a solution in their minds. They shouted, down with the Tsar. This was a great event. 2 policemen immediately jumped into the water and arrested them. Why only one man at that time? Why did God create only one Adam and not several more? A person is a complete universe in itself. Killing one life is as sinful as destroying the entire world, and saving one life is as good as saving the entire human race. This is what God intended. God made only one man, so that none of them should feel superior to others, and that no one should boast to others, I am a child of Adam who is so different from you. Leaving aside the pagans is another reason why God does this. They don't say that since many people were created at the same time, it can be proved that there is not only one God. In addition, in order to establish his own power and honor, it also prompted God to create only one person. A coin minter works with just the same mold, so the coins are all the same. But the King of Kings, in the name of God, created the entire human race in the mold of Adam, and each had its own face. For this reason, each of us should also say with dignity, I am included in this world that God has created, so let me not waste this eternal life in some senseless time. Running is good for health. This happened during the reign of Tsar Nicholas II. 2 Jews walking on a Moscow boulevard. One has a residence permit, the other does not. Suddenly, they saw a policeman. The Jew without a residence permit said to his companion, quick, run. Your running will attract the attention of the police, who will think you have no residence permit and will chase you so that I can get away. You have residence permit. Even if he catches you, he can't do anything to you. So the certified Jews began to run. The police found their target and chased after them like arrows. Within minutes, he caught the running Jew. Aha! You must be undocumented, said the policeman with schadenfreude. No documents. How do you judge that I have no documents, said the Jew, taking out his documents and handing them to the police. The police were suddenly in an embarrassing situation. "Since you have a certificate, why are you running?" "I have to do a little exercise regularly, that's what my doctor advised me." "Then you should also see me chasing after you." "I see. I just thought your doctor gave you the same advice?" Tailor and cloth. One day during Kissinger's tenure as Secretary of State, an admirer sent him a gift, a nice piece of fabric for a men's suit. The giver proposed to Kissinger that whenever Mr. Kissinger came to London, he could take the fabric to a London tailor and make a suit for himself. Kissinger arrived in London a few weeks later. He went to a prestigious tailor's shop on Oxford Street, opened the fabric, and the tailor told Kissinger that there wasn't enough fabric for him to make a suit and he was sorry. Kissinger took the cloth and left in disappointment. Then, during visits to Paris and Rome, the tailors in both places said the same thing. A few months later, Kissinger visited the Israeli city of Tel Aviv. He decided to try his luck here. He went to a tailor shop, the tailor carefully measured the cloth and Kissinger's figure, and finally said, "No problem, we can make you a beautiful suit, a vest, a pair of trousers, a jacket, and have some fabric left over to make you another pair of pants." The first part of the Talmud collection of life-related stories, too. Susie accompanies you to read. Kissinger was shocked. He told the tailor about his experiences in London, Paris, and Rome. The old seamstress nodded, then said gently, "Oh, I see, sir. You may be a great man in other places, but in the eyes of us Israelis, you are not a great man. Big man. Overly cautious, the most important thing that comes to the minds of Israelis is safety." Joseph, an 11-year-old boy, was told by his parents to be careful when speaking to strangers. One afternoon, Joseph took his dog for a walk, not far from the road. A car pulled up, and the passenger sitting next to the driver shouted to him, "Child, can you tell me how far it is from Jerusalem?" "It depends on your speed." The little boy replied very cautiously, "What's your name?" "I have the same name as my grandfather." "Then what's your grandfather's name?" "Like his grandfather's name, our family uses his grandfather's name when naming our children." "How many children like you are in your family?" "My mother has as many children as she feeds." "So how many seats are needed?" "In our house, everyone has a seat." The power of unity, the flood is rising so fast that it will drown the throne of the highest. Caused the Almighty Lord to cry out, "Still, still, flood." So the flood became even more conceited, "Let us flood the earth, for we are the most powerful of all living things." Enraged by their words, God blamed the flood and said, "Don't brag, don't exaggerate your strength. I'll send you to the sand and hold you back with a barrier." When the flood saw the tiny grains of sand on the beach, he sarcastically said, "Block us with tiny grains of sand. Come on. We can knock you down with the smallest waves." Hearing these words, the little sand grains were a little scared, but their leader comforted, "Listen, comrades. We are indeed small, and our individual strength is indeed weak. But as long as we are united, we can be united, then when the flood comes, we can see our strength." Hearing these words of comfort, little sands flew from all corners of the earth, side by side on the sands of the seashore. They soon piled up into mounds, and mountains, forming a giant barrier. The great force united by the small grains of sand terrified the flood, and they retreated. Smart farmer on a trip, the Tsar met a poor Jewish farmer who was farming. He was intrigued when he discovered that the farmer had white hair and black beard. So the Tsar ordered the peasant, "Explain this wonderful phenomenon to me. Why is your hair white and your beard black?" "Since I abolished the commandments, the beard has stopped growing, so my hair is naturally much older than my beard, so it turned white first." The Jew replied. The Tsar shouted respectfully, "You are so clever. Promise me in the name of God that you will never reveal your secrets or tell a second person before you have seen me 100 times." So the Tsar continued his journey. On his return, he called all his ministers, those wise men and counselors. "I have a question that has been perplexing for a long time. See who of you can answer it," he said. The wise man cried, "Please speak, Your Majesty the King." "Why is a man's hair so many years earlier than his beard?" asked the Tsar. The wise men were silent in surprise. They didn't know the answer. "Give you a month to think, and come back with your answers," the Tsar ordered. The wise men dispersed, each racking their brains about the Tsar's question. A month is coming soon, and they are anxious that there is still no answer. But they caught a clue. A minister recalled that the Tsar had only asked them this question when he had just returned from a trip to the provinces. So they decided to follow the clue. The Talmud Collection, Part 1, Stories About Life, 3. Susie accompanies you to read. Along the way the Tsar had walked, the minister happened to meet the poor Jewish peasant. The minister recognized him because of his white hair and black beard. He asked the Jews, "How can this strange phenomenon be explained?" "Oh, I can't tell you the answer," replied the Jewish farmer. "If you tell me the answer," coaxed the king's advisor, "I will pay you." The poor Jew was shaken. "I'm a poor man, and I need money," he said. "If you give me 100 silver coins, I'll tell you." He got 100 silver coins and gave the minister the answer that had been answered to the Tsar. The minister returned to St. Petersburg and gave the answer to the Tsar. The Tsar understood at once what was going on, and he called the Jew. "Do you know the punishment for breaking your promise?" "Didn't I tell you to keep a secret?" the Tsar exclaimed angrily. The Jew replied, "Indeed. But you allow me to say it after seeing you 100 times. What a sophistry! How dare you lie so shamelessly? You should know very well that I have only seen you once," cried the Tsar. The Jew insisted, "I am telling the truth." Then he showed the Tsar the bag of 100 silver coins. "Have you seen your image engraved on every ruble? I've seen you 100 times, each time it adds up. Am I wrong to give the answer to your minister?" he wondered. Said, "What a wise man. You deserve a reward, not a punishment. Stay in my palace, so that you can always give me advice." The Tsar exclaimed ecstatically. In this way, the poor Jewish farmer remained in the palace of the Tsar in St. Petersburg, where he had been one of the advisors from the beginning. Soon the Tsar would not decide all major matters without his advice, and he was with him wherever he went. Misleading in 1881, the Tsar issued the famous anti-Semitic May Act, and 3 Jews were privately expressing their dissatisfaction in a small Ukrainian town. One scoffed, "He's an idiot, idiot." Another sneered, "He pours vodka like a pig." The third exclaimed angrily, "Not only that, but he's a thief. He collects taxes and puts all the money in his pocket." As soon as he finished speaking, a military policeman appeared, as if he had come out of the ground. Bold Jews. "Wait, there is a great price to pay for mocking the Tsar. Come with me, you are under arrest," he roared angrily. So the 3 Jews were frightened and tremblingly followed the gendarmerie to the police station. The police chief screamed, "How dare you insult our beloved Tsar?" "Who's talking about the Tsar?" "We're talking about Israel's enemy, Kaiser Wilhelm," replied the Jew, pretending not to know. The police chief's tone softened. "Oh, if that's the case, next time pay attention to the way you talk. How does the gendarmerie know? You say idiots. Cure disease in a small town. There is a doctor who treats a disease just thinking about overcharging the patient." One day, a poor tailor asked him to heal his wife. After examining the patient, he said to his husband, "This disease will take me a lot of time, and I don't think you can afford the medical bills." "Doctor, I beg you to save her life," the anxious husband begged. "I promise I will do everything in my power to pay for this. If I can't cure her, will you pay me the same? No matter what happens, if you cure her or kill her, I will give you money," the husband cried. So, the doctor began to treat the disease. But within a few days, the woman died. The doctor asked for a fee of 1,500 rubles. But the husband, who had just lost his wife, told him he couldn't afford the money. According to Jewish practice, they let the rabbis settle it. Talmud Collection Part 1, Stories About Life, 4. Susie accompanies you to read. the rabbi quickly understood what was going on. "Tell me again," he asked the doctor, "what contract did you make?" "Whether I cured her or killed her, he should pay for the medical treatment." "Did you cure her?" the rabbi asked. "No." "Then you killed her?" "Of course I didn't." "Then, since you didn't cure her or put her to death, what right do you have to ask for money?" Atonement for a friend. There was a young man whose conscience was tormented day and night because he found it difficult for him to confess his crimes to the rabbi. So he played a trick. He went to the rabbi and pretended to be asking for absolution for one of his friends. So he stated all the crimes of his friend, and he looked so ashamed as if he had done it himself. The rabbi had seen through his disguise and said, "Your friend must be a fool. Why didn't he come in person? After all, he could have told me like you did, so he wouldn't have been embarrassed." Fools quarrel. Two devout scholars are neighbors. One is poor and aggressive, the other is rich and miserly. In order to wake him up to study the law in the morning, the poor scholar bought a rooster. So the chicken croaked on time to wake up its master, to do something sacred. The rich and miserly scholar got up and studied when he heard the rooster crow. So the owner of the chicken was dissatisfied. "You and I enjoy the same benefits of chicken crows, so you should feed it like me. I didn't tell you to buy chickens. But you got something out of it, didn't you? Have the rooster woke me up for any loss to you? Since you don't agree to pay, let's go to the rabbi. Go and go." So they went to the rabbi. The rabbi thought about it for a long time. "It's a hard thing," said the rabbi musingly, stroking his beard. "For this, I must charge each of you a gold coin." The two scholars were taken aback by this, but gave the rabbi gold coins anyway. "Then listen to my ruling now," said the rabbi. "You, the owner of the chicken, say that the chicken is yours, so the chicken can only croak for you. Your neighbor, on the other hand, says that, since he is not deaf, he can hear the cock. But I say, the cock does not croak for you, not for him, but for me, because you two fools each gave me a gold coin." Avram's answer. King East Peter was perplexed after hearing his advisor Nicholas speak of the sins of the Jews. "There is a wise man among the Jews named Avram Siku," ordered the king, "bring him here." "Your faith is better, or ours?" the king asked Avram harshly. When Avram heard the king's question, he was confused, and he said to himself, "Be careful, it seems that the enemies of Israel have set a trap to frame you again." But he said to the king like this, "Your Majesty, our faith is better for us. When we were enslaved by the Egyptian pharaohs, our God gave us miraculous signs to free us from slavery and run to freedom. And yes, for you Christians, your faith is better because with it, you can establish your dominion over most of the earth." When King Peter heard these words, he was very angry. "I'm not asking you whose faith will benefit its believers," he said. "What I want you to answer is, which is better, your precepts or ours?" Avram was confused again. He said to himself, "If I say that our precepts are better, the king will surely burn me to death. But on the other hand, if I say that his precepts are better, then I have disobeyed my God and will be punished in the afterlife. Hell's punishment." But to the king, Avram said, "Please give me 2 days from the king to think about your question, and then I will give you a satisfactory answer." King Peter said, "Just do as you say." The first part of the Talmud collection of life-related stories, 5. Susie accompanies you to read. For the next few days, Avram had been thinking hard at home. He did not eat or sleep, and prayed to the oracle with cloth and incense ashes. But the third day came, and he put aside all his fears and went with the answer. When Avram appeared before the king, he looked dismayed. "Why are you so sad?" asked the king. "I have good reason to be sad, because I am very ashamed today," replied Avram. "I ask you to help me decide, Your Majesty the king." "One thing. Speak," King Peter ordered. Avram begins. "A month ago, my neighbor, a jeweler, traveled a long way. When he went, to avoid a dispute between his 2 sons, he gave each of his 2 sons a bag of precious stones. But today, these two brothers came to me and said, Your Excellency Ephraim, please estimate the value of the gemstones for us and see which bag is worth more. I replied, Why don't you ask your father? Because your father himself was a great artist and gemstone expert. No doubt his judgment was more accurate. When they heard this, they got angry. Then they insulted me and beat me. Your Majesty, no matter what the ruling is, I will be hurt. There is no reason for these rascals to treat you like this, cried the king. They deserve to be punished for their atrocities. Ephraim rejoiced when he heard the king's words. Your Majesty, he said excitedly, I hope your ears have heard what you want to hear. Know that the happiness of these two brothers is a priceless treasure. You ask me, Your Majesty, which bag of gems is more valuable? Valuable. How can I give you the right answer? Ask the only expert on these gems, our Father in heaven. Let him tell you which is better. When King Peter heard Ephraim's words, he was greatly shocked. Look, Nicholas, he said to his advisor, consider the wisdom of this Jew. Since he speaks fairly, he deserves fair treatment. He deserves respect and honor, and not burned and framed. You, but should be punished, because you said nothing but slandered the Jews. Wisdom is the treasure chest of happiness. A traveler from Jerusalem came to a new city and unfortunately contracted a serious disease. He was lying in bed. Knowing that his days were running out, he called the landlord and gave him all the valuables around him, and said to him, If my son is not wise and not very wise, then please leave these relics for yourself. A few days later, the traveler passed away. Before long, the traveler's son came to the city and asked about his father's whereabouts, but no one was willing to tell him. At this time, a wood-bearer entered the city, and suddenly he had an idea, bought the wood, and asked him to carry it to the place where his father lived. In this way, the man found the place where his father lived, he introduced himself to the landlord, and the landlord sincerely invited him into the house for dinner. There are 6 people in this family. Landlord, wife, 2 sons, 2 daughters. And there are only 5 chickens on the table. The landlord kindly asked the guests to share 5 chickens with everyone. The man was polite and began to divide the chicken. He first gave 1 chicken to the master and his wife, then 1 chicken to his 2 sons, and 1 chicken to his 2 daughters, and put the remaining 2 chickens on his own plate. After the meal was over, everyone started to eat. Although the distribution was unfair, no one objected. At dinner, there was only 1 chicken on the table, and the host asked the guests to share the chicken. This man gave the head of the chicken to the master, the guts to his wife, the legs to his 2 sons, the wings to his 2 daughters, and put the body on his plate. At this time, the master said, I want to ask you, do people in Jerusalem distribute food like this? I was embarrassed to ask you for advice at lunch, but I couldn't help but ask at night. The man said, I didn't want to divide it, but you insisted that I divide it, so I had to reluctantly. This way of dividing is well-founded. There are 5 chickens at lunch, and there are 7 people to divide it, and it is the fairest way to divide it. You, your wife, and a chicken add up to 3, and 2 sons and a chicken add up to 3. So do 2 daughters. And me and 2 chickens add up to 3. The numbers are the basis, don't you think? Is there a problem? The landlord has nothing to say. The man went on, there is only 1 chicken for dinner, and I will give you the head of the chicken, the head of the household. There is no doubt about it. The offal is given to the lady, for the lady is a symbol of fertility. The drumstick is given to Ling Lei, because the 2 of them are the backbone of this family. The wings are given to the 2 daughters, because in the near future, they will fly out of this family. Finally, I give the body to myself, because the body is like a boat. I come in a boat, take the boat back. You are very smart, and you are indeed my friend's son. After finishing speaking, the master took out a burden from the box and said that it was a relic left to him by his father, hoping that he would keep it well and wishing him good luck. Judgment. A young man less than 20 years old sold the property he inherited from his father. But he regretted it and went to Rabarbai to hope it would be voided. Before he came, the young man's relatives taught him, when you go to the rabbi, you must eat the contract and then spit the foam on the rabbi's face. The young man followed the advice and threw the shreds of the contract in the face of the famous rabbi. Barbie looked at him in surprise and sympathy. Son, what's wrong with you? He thought. He must be mentally ill. So he voided the deal. When they sat down shortly after to sign the voided contract, the buyer secretly taught the young man to say to the rabbi, a scribe transcribes an Esther for a gold coin. Why is a rabbi worth a gold coin for just writing a few words? The young man said these words to the rabbi. After the rabbi heard it, he thought, to be honest, this young man is right. In this case, the contract is still valid. The relatives of the young man protested when they heard that Barbie had made a judgment against their interests, saying, this kid can't say such a thing himself. It must have been bought by the bishop. Then, said Barbie, not wanting to hear any more, if this young man can remember and repeat what others have taught him, he is perfectly sane. But Rabbi, didn't he throw contract shreds at you? The relatives continued. As for that, Barbie replied, that's just plain brazenness. The Talmud, Part 1 Barons and Ministers, 1. Susie accompanies you to read. Once in London, a baron visited the Austrian emperor. During the banquet, an anti-Semitic minister talked about his travels to Equatorial Africa. I didn't see a pig there, nor a Jew, he said arrogantly to the baron. The baron replied, if that's the case, I'm afraid it would be more appropriate for your excellency to go with me. Reason for locking: an enthusiastic countryman invites a charitable donation collector to his home for the night. Before he could go to the church for vespers, the master was surprised to find that he had locked the small box containing the money. The owner was very angry and added another lock on it. Why did you put a lock on my trunk? He wondered. One lock? 2. One is mine. What are you locking it for? Oh, you know, I'm away from home, staying with strangers. Be careful if someone takes something out of the box. Oh, I think like you, said his master. You know, strangers live at home, valuable. Be careful if someone puts something in the box. Independent chick A Jew was walking around town with a chick, and the Nazi police stopped him and asked, where are you going? Go to the store and buy him something to eat. What are you feeding it? Corn. Corn? The Germans are starving, and you're feeding the chickens with corn. He beat the Jew and left. After a few minutes, the Jew was stopped by another policeman. Where are you going with this chicken? Go to the store and buy it something to eat. Buy what? Wheat. Wheat. The Germans are starving, and you feed the chickens with wheat. He beat him again. The poor Jew kept walking. When he met another policeman, where are you going? Buy it to eat. Oh. Buy what? Listen, I don't know. I'll give it some money, and it'll buy whatever it likes, said the Jew. Result of shooting. A traveling circus came to the town where the Jews gathered. One day a bear came out of the cage. The chief of police ordered anyone who saw the bear to shoot and kill it. News of the bear's escape terrified the residents. I'm going, said one Jew to the other. Why? Don't you understand? Didn't you hear the chief of police say it's okay to shoot? But you're not a bear. That's what you think. Don't you know they shot Jews? Only later they'll say they found out it wasn't a bear. Essential occupation: a Jew without a residence permit, caught by 2 police officers in St. Pittsburgh, told prosecutors that he was in an essential occupation and therefore had the right to live in the city. What is your job? The Jew replied, I make ink. Why is that unnecessary? I can do the ink too, said the inspector. Yes. Then you have the right to live in the city too, the Jew laughed. Smart Jew in a small town, a Jewish tailor opened a shop, and a group of children in the city often harassed him. Outside his shop, they shouted every day, Jews. Jews. The tailor was annoyed, but there was nothing he could do. I couldn't close my eyes for several days, and finally came up with an idea. The next day, the children came again, and he went to the door and said, "From today, whoever calls me Jew will get $1. So he gave each child $1. The children were very happy, and on the third day they came again and shouted, "Jews! Jews!" The tailor smiled and said, "1 piece is too much. Today it's only 50 cents per person." He gave each child 50 cents. The children are still very happy, and 50 cents is also money. But on the 4th day, the tailor was only willing to give them a dime. The Talmud, Part 1, Barons and Ministers, 2. Susie accompanies you to read. They said, "Why only a penny today? I only have so much today. It's not fair. $1 the day before yesterday, 50 cents yesterday. Why is there only 1 cent today? I can only give so much. Whether you want it or not is up to you. You think we'll call you Jew for a dime? You can stop calling." They really stopped calling. Greedy wolf. Once the fox said to the wolf, "If you want a good meal, listen to me. On Friday, go to a Jewish yard and help him prepare the Sabbath. He will reward you, and you share the Sabbath feast." The wolf was very pleased to hear it, and thought it was a good idea, and resolved to do as it said. However, he just showed up in a Jewish yard, and the whole family came out with sticks and beat him so hard that he almost lost his life and managed to escape. The wolf angrily went to the fox. It wants to tear it to shreds. At last it found the fox, and the fox tried to quell his anger. "Don't get too excited, don't blame me for being beaten, it's your father's fault. Now, listen to me," it said. "One time, your father was invited by a Jew to help him prepare the Sabbath. For this, he promised to invite your father to the Sabbath feast. But your father was in a hurry, and before the feast began, he took all the delicious food. After eating, there is not even a chicken bone left. Now, you should know why the Jews beat you? But don't worry, forget about the unhappiness. I'm going to take you to a place where we can both have a good meal." The wolf excitedly agreed. The fox led the wolf to a well, where 2 buckets were hung by ropes. When one goes down, the other goes up. The fox climbed into one of them and quickly descended to the bottom of the well. The wolf called out curiously from above, "What are you doing there?" The fox exclaimed happily, "Why, you must have never seen such a thing. I found cheese, meat, and all kinds of goodies. Look down, and you will find a huge piece of cheese." So the wolf looked into the well, and indeed saw the reflection of the moon in the water, but he took it as the big cheese that the fox told him. The wolf was drooling with gluttony, and it couldn't wait for a moment. It shouted to the fox, "How am I going to get down?" "It's very simple, you jump into another bucket and you can come down and be with me," said the fox. The wolf quickly jumped into another bucket. As soon as it entered, its weight carried the bucket to the bottom of the well, and at the same time the rising bucket on which the fox was sitting rose back to the surface of the well, and the fox jumped out of the bucket astutely. At this time, the wolf was very nervous. "How can I come up?" The fox answered it by citing a quote from the book of Proverbs, "The good man gets out of trouble, and the evil one takes his place." So easy, there was a well-known missionary in Debuluo who used to preach from town to town. Wherever he goes, he will receive the warmest welcome. His driver stayed with him throughout the trip and was impressed with the welcome. One day, on the road, the driver said, "Rabbi, I want you to do me a favor. People will honor you wherever we go. Although I'm just an illiterate driver, I still want to feel respected. Let's exchange clothes for the day, shall we? Then they will honor me as a great missionary and you as a driver." The missionary was a very kind man, but he still saw the inadequacy of the driver in this arrangement. "Even if I say yes, so what? What about your knowledge? You'll be a fool if they ask you to explain difficult passages in the Codex. You need to understand that rabbis are not determined by clothes." "Rabbi, I don't want to miss this opportunity, you don't have to worry." "If so, here are my clothes," said the missionary. So the two exchanged clothes when they were invited again. When they got to the city, the great preacher was welcomed by all the Jewish inhabitants. They led him into the synagogue, and the driver followed silently at a distance. Everyone flocked to the rabbi, wanting to shake hands with him, and shouted as habitually, Xiao Luo's tomb, Ai Chen's tomb, the all-knowing rabbi. The rabbi was seated in a dignified seat, looking very excited, surrounded by all the scholars and people of status in the city. Meanwhile, the real missionary sat in the corner, watching with his sly eyes what was going to happen. A local scholar suddenly asked, Rabbi of all-knowing, can you explain this chapter in the Codex that we don't understand? The missionary laughed silently in the corner, because this chapter was indeed difficult. He's going to make a fool of himself, he murmured. The rabbi stared at the sacred book in front of him and frowned, but he didn't understand anything. Then, he pushed the book away impatiently, and said to the learned man with disdain, This is the hardest question you can ask me? You are really learned. Because this chapter is so easy, even my driver can explain it to you. Come here, chauffeur, he called to the missionary of most of Luo, and explained the code to these scholars. The Talmud Part 1, The Teachings of the Birds, 1. Susie accompanies you to read. Once, a hunter caught a bird. This is a bird that understands all 70 human languages. Let me go, and I'll teach you 3 very useful lessons. She begged him in the birdcatcher's native tongue. The birdcatcher said, You tell me first, and I will let you go. You first make a solemn oath that you will not break your promise, replied the bird. The birdcatcher said, I swear, I will let you go. So the bird said, Listen. The first instruction is, don't regret what has happened. The second instruction is, don't believe in unbelievable things. The third instruction is, don't to do the impossible. After the bird had taught the hunter, it begged him again, You must keep your word and let me go. The hunter agreed and set her free. The bird flapped its wings and flew to the top of a large tree nearby, and sarcastically said to the hunter, You are so stupid. Let me escape from your clutches. You know, I have a magic pearl on my body. It is a priceless treasure. I am so smart, I rely on it. After hearing this, the hunter immediately regretted the foolish act of letting the bird go. He began to climb the big tree where the birds perched, trying to make up for the loss. When he was halfway up, he missed and fell. He broke his bones and lay on the ground, moaning in pain. The bird stood up high and looked at him and smiled. You idiot, it scolded him a few minutes ago. I just taught you my own experience, and you forgot it in a blink of an eye. I told you not to regret the past, and you immediately regretted giving me freedom. I've let you not believe in unbelievable things. You actually take my words as truth, actually believe that I have a magical pearl. You know, I am a very ordinary bird, and I have to work hard every day looking for food. Finally, I told you not to do what you can't do, and you tried to catch a flying bird with your bare hands. The reason you're lying there now, broken bones and bleeding, it's because you didn't listen to me. People like you are like the proverb says, 1 sentence is enough to a wise man, but 100 sentences to a fool won't work. There are so many fools like you. Lion milk. Once upon a time, there was a king who had a rare disease and could only be restored to health by drinking lion milk. In order to get lion milk, everyone is at a loss. A smart kid came up with a good idea. He goes to the lion's cave every day and brings a cub to the lioness. 10 days later, he and the lioness became close friends, so he managed to get a little lion's milk, which could be used as medicine for the king. On the way to the palace, the various organs of his own body quarreled. They are debating which part of the body is most important in the process of getting milk. Hand said, If I don't have me, what can I get milk from? Zua said, If I didn't have me, I wouldn't be able to get to the lion's cave, and naturally, I wouldn't be able to get milk. The eye said, If I can't see anything without me, how can I get milk? At this time, the tongue suddenly joined in, saying, If you don't speak, you will be nothing. The other organs were very unconvinced and retorted, You don't even have bones, so you have no value at all. The tongue saw that the situation was not good, and quickly shut up. Entering the palace, the tongue opened, "You will soon know who is the most important." Before the king, the boy offered the lion's milk. The king did not know what kind of milk it was, so he asked the boy. "It's dog milk," the boy replied. Only then did all the parts of the body realize the importance of the tongue, and quickly apologized. So the tongue changed his mouth and said, "I was wrong just now, this is the lion's milk that has just been taken from the lion." In the eyes of the Jews, there is nothing useless in the world. It is useless at one time and may be useful at another time. The same is true for people. People have both strengths and weaknesses. If you choose the right position, your strengths will show your advantages, and if the position is not suitable, you will only see its weaknesses. Talmud Collection Part 1, The Teachings of Birds, 2. Susie accompanies you to read. Cursed Praise. Sambo's rabbi position is open, and a rabbi in Tan now heard about it and wanted to apply for it. On a Sabbath afternoon, he went to church to apply, but the congregation rejected him. Frustrated, he went home the next day. On the way he met an old acquaintance, a rabbi in Ranchat, to whom he confided. "Do you think that would be a good thing for me, Rabbi?" he asked excitedly. "To tell you frankly," replied the rabbi of Ranchat, "the people at Sambo did the right thing. Going a little further, I think I am more qualified for that position than you are." "How so?" "It's obvious. For you, all the people of the Thames want you to be the rabbi of Sambo. Also for me, all the Ramshades want me to be the rabbi of Sambo. But the town is bigger than yours and has a larger population than yours, so I think I'm more qualified." Hearing this, the rabbi of Tanau was even more frustrated, and the rabbi of Ranchat further said, "But don't take it to heart, brother. If that was the rabbi position of Kauko, you would be more qualified than me. Because, to me, only the Jews of Ranshade want me to be the rabbi of Kako, but what about you? Not only Tara, but also the Jews of Sambo want you to be the rabbi of Kako. It seems that I have no matter what can't beat you." Gold watch is dead. A wise man and a rich man are neighbors. One day a wise man went to his neighbor's house to borrow a silver spoon. A wealthy neighbor lent it to him. A few days later, he returned the spoon with a small spoon. "What's the matter?" asked the rich man. "I only borrowed you a spoon." The borrower replied, "Your spoon gave birth to this little spoon, so I brought back both mother and son, because they should be yours." Although this man's words sounded too stupid, the greedy rich man accepted these 2 spoons. After some time, the wise man came to the neighbor's house to borrow a large silver wine glass. The rich lent him. Also a few days later, he returned the glass with an additional shot glass. He told the rich man, "Your glass gave birth to this small glass. I will return both because they are yours." After a while, the wise man came to the rich man for the 3rd time and said to him, "Can you lend me your gold watch?" "I'd love to lend it to you," replied the rich man, thinking that this time he would return an extra small gold watch. So he lent him his gold watch set with diamonds. Days passed by, but smart people never appeared in rich people's houses. The rich man got impatient, so he went to his neighbor's house to ask. "Why haven't you returned my watch?" he asked. The wise man let out a long sigh. "My God," he said, "I'm sorry to tell you that your watch died in childbirth." "Dead? What do you mean?" said the rich man angrily. "How could the watch die in childbirth?" "If a spoon can make a small spoon," replied the wise man, "if a wine glass can make a small wine glass, then why is it strange that your watch died of dystocia?" Fair and critical. A Roman matron once said to a rabbi, "There is no justice in your gods favoring those who obey him." The rabbi put a basket of figs in front of her, and the stewardess naturally picked the best from it. The rabbi then said to her, "You know how to pick good food? Doesn't God know how to pick? He picks out people with good character and makes them close to him." Fox heart. God said to the angel of death, "Take a pair of every creature into the sea, and you'll have control over all the rest." The angel did so without hesitation, and threw a pair of every creature into the sea. The fox saw the angel walking towards him. What should he do? It had an idea and immediately stood up and cried loudly. "Why are you crying so hard?" the angel asked. The Talmud, Part 1, The Teachings of the Birds, 3. Susie accompanies you to read. The fox replied, "For my comrades who were just thrown into the sea by you." The angel said, "Where is your companion now?" The fox ran to the sea, its reflection was in the water, and the angel of death saw it. He thought that a pair of foxes had been thrown into the sea by himself, so he called to the fox beside him, "Go away." The fox disappeared immediately. The weasel met it on the way, and the fox told it what happened and how to deal with it. So the weasel did the same thing. At the end of the year, Leviathan summoned all the creatures in the sea, but, at a glance, there was no fox and weasel, because they did not come to the sea at all. So he sent someone to ask, and learned how the fox and the weasel escaped by cleverness. "Foxes are the most cunning," they said to Leviathan. Leviathan is jealous. So he chose some big fish as representatives and ordered them to lure the fox. The fish went and saw the fox sitting by the sea. When the fox saw the fish frolicking on the bank, he was very surprised and went among them. The fish found it and asked, "Who are you?" It said, "I am a fox." "You don't know yet? We are here to tell you that there is a great honor waiting for you," said the fish. The fox asked, "What is it?" "See, King Leviathan is sick and dying, and he elected you to inherit his rule, because he heard that you are smarter than any animal, and you are a wise man. We are his messengers, come with us, and accept your honor," they said. "But I'll drown in the sea," objected the fox. The fish said, "No, you can ride on the back of one of us. It will take you to swim in the sea, and not a drop of water will get on you. When you reach the sea country, you will not even have the soles of your shoes. It won't get wet. Come with us, be our king, rule us, and you will be very happy. You don't have to worry about running out of food, and you don't have to worry about any beast that will hurt you better than you." The fox believed them, got on the back of one of them, and went to sea with them. However, soon, a wave slammed over and splashed it, and it knew that it had been fooled. The fox lamented, "What have I done? How unfortunate I am. I have fooled many people, but these fish scams are worth all my scams. Now that I am in their hands, how can I escape?" It turned to the fish and said, "Now that I have fallen into your hands, I can guarantee that everything is true. What are you going to do with me?" The fish replied, "Let me tell you, Leviathan heard that you are smart, and plans to tear you apart and eat your heart, so that he will become smart." "Oh, why didn't you tell the truth earlier?" "I didn't bring my heart," said the fox. "What? Your heart didn't bring?" "Of course not. We always leave our heart at home when we go around. It's our habit. We only take it when we need it, and we leave it at home the rest of the time." Confused, the fish asked, "What shall we do?" The fox replied, "If you want, you can take me back to where you brought me, and I will go back and get my heart, and my home is by the sea. Then I will go back with you. I will give my heart to me. To Leviathan, he will reward us with great honor. But if you take me back now, he will take anger at you and eat you. I do not worry about myself, for I will say, they didn't tell me in the first place, my lord, so I didn't bring my heart." I begged them to go back and get my heart, but they refused. The fish all agreed with it. So they brought it back to the shore where they had come. As soon as the fox jumped ashore, he danced with joy. It fell on the sand and left. "Go get your heart and go quickly," cried the fish. But the fox replied, "Go away. You idiots. How could I go with you without a heart? Have you ever seen a heartless animal walking around?" The fish groaned, "Don't lie to us. What an idiot. The angels of death have all been deceived by me. It's not a trivial matter to deceive you stupid fish." The fish went back in shame and reported all this to their master. Leviathan said, "The fox is really cunning, but you are too stupid. For you, there is a saying, the fool who easily changes his mind should die. Then, they were all eaten by the Leviathan. Lion's reward. Now, the community of Israelites is gathered in the plains of Bet Raymond. When the royal messenger came to tell them that the temple would not be rebuilt, they shouted against the Romans. So Rabbi Joshua was sent by the saints to comfort people. Rabbi Joshua walked up to the crowd and said, "Once, a lion killed an animal, and while eating, its throat got stuck with a bone. Whoever can get the bone out, I will reward him." It announced. An Egyptian heron flew up to the lion, pulled off the bone from the lion's throat with its long beak, and then asked the lion for a reward. "Go away. You can boast everywhere that you went in and out of the lion's mouth safely," roared the lion. Rabbi Joshua said, "Even so, we should be happy because we started out with these people in peace, and we still have peace with them now." The fox's way of survival. The mother fox has two little foxes. They are very happy every day, jumping around the mother. The little foxes grew up day by day, and the mother fox decided to teach them how to live independently. It called the little foxes in front of them, and said to them, "After a while, you will leave your mother to make a living on your own. Mother will tell you the secret of our fox's success in the world, and you must keep it firmly in mind." The little foxes listened quietly. When you meet rabbits, goats, and other animals that are weaker than you, be polite to them, deceive them, and look a little more aggressive. If you meet tigers, lions, and other animals that are stronger than you, you must treat them, smile, flatter, say all the good things in your stomach, and flatter your ass. Fox mother paused and continued, "If you really don't like this, then you have to use the third method. Move, run. As long as you practice these three moves well, you will have no worries." A little fox asked, "Can't we be honest?" The mother fox said to the little fox, "Our ancestors have tried it long ago. It is 10,000 times more difficult to master this trick than to master the first three tricks." The Talmud Part 1, God's Judgment, 1. Susie accompanies you to read. Something happened that made the whole Serbia boil. A Christian boy died and a Jew was wrongly arrested. His enemies wanted to use his blood as a Passover sacrifice. Therefore, as the head of the Jewish community, the rabbi was also brought before the prosecutor to participate in the trial. The prosecutor hated the rabbi so much that, despite his efforts to prove the Jew was guilty, the rabbi managed to overturn the verdict. Seeing his splendid performance in the argument, the prosecutor said with reverent eyes skyward, "Let God do the verdict for us." Lottery. I put 2 slips of paper in the box. On one, I'll write guilty, and on the other, nothing. If the Jew draws guilty, that one, it means that even God thinks he is guilty, and we are going to burn him on the grill. If he draws that piece of paper with nothing written on it, it is evidence of his innocence, and we will let him go. The prosecutor was a very cunning man, and he wanted to burn the Jew. Thinking that no one would find out about his mischief, he decided to write 2 guilty notes. And the rabbi had already thought that he would do it. So when he reached into the box and pulled out a note, he quickly shoved it into his mouth and swallowed it. "What do you mean, Jew?" the prosecutor fumed. "Then how can we tell what was written on the note you swallowed?" "That's easy," the rabbi replied. "You just have to check the note in the box." They opened the note in the box. "See," cried the rabbi triumphantly. "This note says guilty, so the one I swallowed just now is blank. Now, please let him go." The prosecutor had no choice but to let him go. Retract the feather. There is a woman who likes to talk about other people's shortcomings. She talked a little beyond her nature, and even went too far, so much that even the usual babbling ants couldn't bear it. Finally, one day everyone couldn't bear it anymore, and went to the rabbi to complain about her behavior. After hearing the accusations of each woman, the rabbi called them back first. Then find the talkative woman. "Why do you always gossip about your neighbors' wives?" The talkative woman replied with a smile, "I didn't make up. I just exaggerated the truth a little, but isn't what I said very close to the truth? I just polished it up a little to make the truth more vivid. Maybe I am too much talk. My husband said the same to me." It's good that you can admit that you talk too much. So, let's think about a cure. After thinking for a while, the rabbi went out of the room and took back a large bag, and he said to the woman, "Take this bag, and when you get to the square, open the bag and put the contents of the bag on the side of the road while walking home. However, when you get home, you have to turn around and collect your things, and then go back to the square." The woman took the bag and felt it was very light. She didn't know what was in it, so she accelerated her pace and walked to the square. When she got to the square, she couldn't wait to open it and saw that it contained a lot of feathers. It was a cloudless, sunny autumn, and the breeze was blowing, which made people feel very comfortable. The woman did as the rabbi instructed, laying the feathers on the side of the road as she walked, and when she entered the house, the bag was just empty. Then she followed the rabbi's instructions and carried the bag back to the square while picking it up. However, the cool autumn wind blew the feathers away, leaving only a handful left. The woman had to go back to the rabbi, and she told the rabbi that everything was done as the rabbi ordered, but only a few feathers were recovered. "I think so too," said the rabbi. "All the road news is like a feather in a big bag. Once it slips out of the mouth, there is no hope of getting it back." Coons Tending the Flock, the Talmud Part 1, God's Judgment, 2. Susie accompanies you to read. Long, long ago, there was a king who was very powerful. He was surrounded by a large group of advisors, including one called Coons. Whenever the king needed advice, and the advisors had made a decision, the wily Coons always went to the king and said, "This is our decision." This behavior brought him great benefits. It looked as if he made a suggestion, the others went along with him, and he showed a sense of reason and understanding that the others didn't. So the king believed what Coons said, and thought he was smarter than the other advisors. Now the other advisors found out that the king favored Coons more, and they were indignant because he was the most incompetent of them all. They got together one day to figure out how to expose Coons. They came to the king and asked, "Your Majesty, allow us to ask you a question. Why do you think Coons deserves your respect more than we do?" The king replied, "Then I'll tell you. Once you've made up your mind, he'll come and tell me it's his idea. You're just going with him. He's smarter, but you don't understand anything. But I won't. So disrespectful to you, you are still very good to me." When hearing this, the advisors were delighted, thinking, "We'll see what happens to him soon." So they said to the king, "We can assure you that Coons is telling lies, and in fact he doesn't know anything. If you don't believe me, His Majesty the King can try each of us individually, and you'll soon discover that he personally can't give you suggest." "I shall find out soon," said the king. So he passed on Coons, his favorite advisor, and said to him, "My dear servant, I know your loyalty and wisdom. Now I have some thoughts that I don't want others to know. So I want to ask if you can help me. If yes, I will reward you greatly." Clever Coons replied, "My dear king, please speak, and I hope to give you an answer. Tell me your secret." The king said, "I have 3 questions for you. Where does the sun rise? How far is heaven from the earth? What am I thinking now?" After listening to the 3 questions, Coons said, "These questions are difficult, and it is impossible to answer your Majesty the King immediately. I beg you, give me 3 days, and then I hope to give you the correct answer." The king said, "Well, dear Coons, I grant your request and give you 3 days." Coons came out, thinking to himself, "I can't always stop and think in the city. Maybe the country can make me think better." He returned to the country and met the shepherd who tended his sheep. As he walked, he said to himself, "Who can tell me how far heaven is from the earth? Who can tell me where the sun rises? Who can tell me what the king is thinking?" When the shepherd saw his master lost in thought, he said to him, "Master, are you thinking about a very troublesome question? If you tell me, maybe I can help you. There is some truth to the bystanders are clear, the authorities are obsessed." When Coons heard these words, he thought, "Just tell him, maybe he can really help me." So he said, "Okay, I'll tell you what I'm worried about. The king asked me 3 questions, and I must answer them or my life will be lost. Now I think about it for a long time, and also couldn't find the answer. The shepherd asked, "What are the 3 questions? Maybe I can answer them for you." Coons thought it was okay to tell him, maybe he would find the answer. So he said the 3 questions the king asked him. The shepherd thought these questions were simple, and said to Coons, "Master, please exchange our clothes. Then I go to the king, and he will think I am you and ask me those 3 questions. So I tell him the right answer, and you'll save yourself the trouble. When I come back here at last, you won't be ashamed before the king." Coons was persuaded to give his rich clothes to the shepherd, and he put on the shepherd's rough clothes and sat down and started tending the sheep as if he had done it all his life. The Talmud Part 1, God's Judgment, 3. Susie accompanies you to read. 3 days later, the shepherd came to the king and said, "Your Majesty, I have already thought about the question you asked me." "Then tell me, where does the sun rise?" asked the king. "The sun rises in the east and sets in the west," replied the shepherd. "How far is heaven from the earth?" asked the king again. "As far as the earth is from heaven," replied the shepherd. "What am I thinking now?" asked the king at last. The shepherd replied, "Your Majesty, you are thinking that I am Coons, your advisor, but I am just a shepherd who looks after his flock. One day, I heard my master muttering to himself as he was walking in the fields, 'Who can tell me where the sun rises? Who can tell me how far the heaven is from the earth? Who can tell me what the king is thinking? He could be rescued.' He was persuaded by me, so now he is in the fields in my rough clothes, tending the sheep, and I am in his rich clothes." When the king heard this, he said to the shepherd, "Since you can successfully persuade Coons, then you can continue to be my advisor and let him continue to look after the sheep." Some melons. One day, an otter ran up to King Solomon and complained, "King, didn't you sow the seeds of peace and truth on the earth? Did you not also promulgate the decree of peaceful coexistence? Has anyone broken these?" Solomon asked. The otter replied, "I dived to the bottom to find food, and gave my children to the weasel, but it hurt them, and now I demand the murder of the killer with the blood of innocent children." So Solomon called the weasel and asked it, "Did you help take care of the otter's child?" The weasel replied, "That's right, but, as you know, King, I didn't mean it or had an evil purpose. I heard the drum-like sound of the woodpecker's long beak, announcing that there was going to be war. Because of this, I was anxious to flee. The war only stepped on the children, but I didn't mean to hurt them." So the king called the woodpecker and asked it, "Did you sound the drum to warn of war?" "It's me, the king. For I saw the scorpion sharpening its dagger," replied the woodpecker. The king called the scorpion and asked, "Why do you sharpen your dagger?" "Because I saw the tortoise wiping its armor," replied the scorpion. The king called the turtle to question it, and it defended, "Because I saw the crab sharpening its knife." "I saw the lobster practicing the javelin," replied the crab. So the king called the lobster and asked it, "Why do you practice javelin?" "Because I saw otters eating my baby underwater," replied the lobster. Then the king looked at the otter and said, "The weasel is not guilty. Your child's blood should be counted on your head." Ruling this story takes place in the time of King David. The king's son Solomon was still a child. One winter, an old man was walking on the road and saw a snake that was about to freeze. The old man felt benevolent and put the snake into his arms to wake it up. After a while, the snake woke up and bit him hard no matter what. The old man said to the snake, "If it weren't for me, you would freeze to death. I saved you, but you want to kill me. Let's go to a judge and see if you're doing this justice to me." The snake said, "Okay, then who to look for?" The old man replied, "Just look for the first thing we come across." They walked forward together and met a cow first. The old man said to the cow, "Please stop and help us decide." So he stated that he rescued the snake, but the snake wanted to kill him. At this point, the snake said, "I was absolutely right, because the Bible says, 'I will make snakes and men hate each other.'" The ox replied, "Although you are kind to it, it is right for the snake to hurt you, because this is the law of the world. Often it is done out of kindness, but with the consequence of repaying evil with virtue. That's what my master does. It takes a lot to work in the fields. But at night, he eats the best and only gives me a little straw. My master sleeps in bed, and I can only be in the open yard, let the rain pour. The law of this world is so, therefore, the snake is right to want to eat you, even though you saved its life. The Talmud Part 1 God's Judgment, 4. Susie accompanies you to read. The old man was saddened to hear these words. They continued on and came across a donkey. They told the donkey what they had said to the ox. But the donkey gave the same answer as the ox. Then the old man went to King David and charged the snake. King David also said that he could not help the farmer. He should not save the snake, he should let it die. It is the enemy of mankind. The old man left the king with tears in his eyes, and when he came to the well, he saw little Solomon. He dropped the stick into the well, and was ordering his servant to dig deeper into the well, so that the water would overflow and the stick would float, and he could get it. When the old man saw this, he thought that this was a smart child. Tell him the matter, and he might be able to help. So he told Solomon the story of him and the serpent. Solomon asked, "Have you been to my father?" The old man said, "Yes, but to no avail." Little Solomon said, "Let's go again." So they came to King David again, and the old man had a cane in his hand. Solomon said, "Why don't you judge the old man and the snake?" King David replied, "I can't judge. That's what he deserves. Who keeps him from remembering the words of the law?" Solomon said, "Dear father, give me a chance and let me judge them." King David said, "Good son, if you think you can do it, do it." So little Solomon turned around and said to the snake, "Why did you do such a wicked thing to such a good man?" The snake replied, "The Lord allowed me to command me to bite the heels of men." Solomon said, "Then can you look again at what is written in the law?" The snake said, "Of course." Then Solomon said, "If you will do what is written in the law, you should get off him and stand beside him. For it is written in the law that if two people quarrel, they must both stand before the judge. Therefore, you should be standing next to him." Snake agreed. He stretched his body and stood beside the old man. Then Solomon said to the old man, "Now deal with the snake as it is written in the law. The law says you must break the snake's head. So do it, because the snake has promised to accept the judgment of the law." So the kind old man raised his walking stick and killed the snake. Wise Solomon used his wisdom to save the old man. Property ownership. Once, a husband overheard his wife warning his daughter, "You have to be careful, and don't let anyone suspect you if you want to stray. Take me, for example, I am the mother of these 10 children, but your father does not, knowing that only one is his true son." Her husband didn't say anything. But before he died, he made a will to give all his property to his real son. Everyone is messing around. No one knows who his only son is. So all the sons went to Ban Rabi to let him decide who was the heir. Ban Rabi thought about this and said, "Go, you all go to your father's grave and scold him loudly until he manifests himself and says which is his real son." All the sons hurried to the grave, except one, because he was his father's only son. So, unlike his brother, he would rather give up his property than insult the memory of his father. At this time, Ban Rabi made a judgment. The property belongs to this son, who didn't go to his father's grave to scold him. Fox and leopard. Once upon a time, there was a leopard who lived a very prosperous and happy life, because he could always easily find food for his wife and children. Next to him lived a fox, its neighbor and friend. Only when the leopard caught other victims, the fox felt at ease. So it felt that it was time to find a way to end this dangerous friendship. Smart people always make smart decisions before disaster strikes. The fox thought, "I will try to lead it to the road of death and avoid it." The philosopher once said, "If anyone wants to kill you, he should kill him before he does." The Talmud Part 1 God's Judgment, 5. Susie accompanies you to read. The next day, the fox went to the leopard and told him that he had seen a place. There, everything was so beautiful, the garden was full of lilies, and the herds of deer frolicked happily. The leopard followed the fox to visit the Garden of Eden and was ecstatic. Laughing too much, it's time to cry, Fox thought. The leopard wants to move to this lovely place as soon as possible because it has been fascinated by the beautiful garden. But first, I'm going to ask my life partner, my wife, for advice, leopard said. Fox was flustered. It knows too much about Mrs. Leopard's cleverness and skill. It said, no, don't trust your wife. A woman's heart is as hard as marble, and her advice is always nasty and stupid. She's the trouble in the family. Well, let's hear it, but on the contrary. Do. Leopard's decision to move was told to his wife. His wife cried, don't believe in foxes. Snakes and foxes are the most cunning little creatures. Haven't you heard of the lion being tied up and killed by the fox's tricks? How dare the fox approach the lion? How dare he do so? Asked the leopard. Mrs. Leopard took out the fable book and told the following story. The lion loves the fox very much, but the fox is not faithful to him and even plots to kill him. One day, the fox pretended to have a headache, and it went to the lion. The fox said, I have heard that when doctors treat headaches, they always ask patients to tie their heads and feet. The lion agreed and tied the fox with a rope. My headache is gone, said the fox cheerfully. So the lion released it. Time flies, and this time it's the lion's turn to have a headache, like a prey in a trap. Full of distress, he went to the fox and cried, Brother, tie me up quickly. Then, like you, I can cure my own headache. The fox bound the lion with a wicker stick. Then, it brought a lot of big stones and smashed it to death. Mrs. Leopard concluded, so, don't trust the fox, my dear husband, for I am so worried about it and its wicked schemes. If the place is so good, why should it be left to you? Forget it, you babbling idiot. His love for me is unmixed. The fox is faithful to me, said the leopard. The leopard refuses to listen to his wife's advice, although he is somewhat moved by her warning. The leopard tells the fox that his wife will not move with him, and expresses his worries. Replied the fox, I'm afraid your fate will be the same as that of the silversmith. Let me tell you the story, and you will know how stupid it is to listen to your wife. Once upon a time there was a silversmith who was very skilled in Babylon. One day, while he was working, his wife said to him, Listen to me, I will make you rich and famous. Our king has only one daughter, and he cherishes her as his own life. Give her a silver like, I'm going to give it to her as a present. The silver statue was soon completed, and the princess liked it very much when she saw it. The princess gave the artist's wife a pair of earrings and an alarm clock, which she took home to show off to her husband. But where is the wealth and honor? That silver statue is worth more than what you brought back, said the husband. The next day, the king saw the silver statue in the hands of the princess and was very angry. He growled, Who would dare to make a statue of the princess without my order? I will cut off his right hand. The king's order was carried out. The craftsman wept every day, Learn my lesson, husbands, and never listen to the advice of your wives. The leopard was shocked to hear this story, however, the fox continued, smiley face. Once upon a time, a woodcutter in Damascus accidentally injured his leg. One day, his wife sat beside him spinning. My dead father, she said, he could chop wood with both hands, and when his right was tired, he used his left. There is no better craftsman than him. No way, a woodcutter can't do that. Unless he's left-handed, he said. The Talmud Part 1 God's Judgment, 6. Susie accompanies you to read. Oh dear, try to do it like my father used to do it, she pleaded. The man chopped wood with his left hand, but cut off the thumb of his right hand. So, without saying a word, he raised his axe and hacked his wife to death. The news spread quickly. Soon, the woodcutter was caught for intentional murder and was also stoned to death. So, tell you, women are liars, the fox continued. Let me tell you more about their cunning tricks. The fox supplements its argument with the story below. Once upon a time, there was a very wise and cautious Arab king. One day, he sat and chatted with his counselors, who praised women for their virtues and wisdom, and praised women loudly. "Don't say such things," said the king. "Women love only themselves, and there has not been a good woman since the beginning of the world. You are too flippant, my king. Women love their husbands and care for their children. They are wise, loyal, and pure," defended his magi. The king said, "Then find a good woman as you say. I will lay before you my kingdom." They found the wife of a rich merchant, who was beautiful as the moon, bright as the sun, chaste and wise. The counselors reported her to the king. The king sent for her husband and received him cordially. The king said, "I want to tell you something. I have a beautiful and lovely daughter, and she is my only child. I do not want to marry her to a king or a prince. I want to find a good and faithful man for her, who can love her and cherish her. You deserve her, that's who you are. It's a pity that you already have a wife. Kill your wife tonight, and tomorrow, you can meet my daughter wedding." "How can a shepherd be worthy of your daughter?" "I don't," said the merchant. "For 15 years, we drank from the same cup and ate the same piece of bread. Her love and respect for me grew deeper and deeper day by day. She is the joy of my soul. How can I kill my wife?" "Kill her, and you will be king in the future," cried the king. The businessman walked home helplessly, feeling very sad. Thinking of the temptation the king gave him, suddenly he was a little tempted. But when he came home and saw his wife and 2 children, he cried, "Go to hell with the temptation of the king. Not even an entire kingdom can compare to my wife. Forget this unpleasant thing and be happy again." Bar. The king could not wait for his return, so he sent a messenger to look for him in his shop. When he found out that the businessman's love for his wife overcame greed, he sneered, "You have a woman's heart, you are not a man." In the evening, the king secretly summoned the woman. When she came, the king praised her for her beauty and wisdom, and his heart, he said, was burning with love for her, but he would not marry a woman with a husband. "Kill your husband tonight, and tomorrow you will be queen," he said. The woman smiled and agreed. Knowing that the woman was weak, he gave her a sword made of tin. "This sword is very sharp, you don't need to stab a second sword, just once is enough," the king said to her. The woman came home, made an elaborate dinner for her husband, and got him drunk with good wine. When he lay down and fell asleep, she held the sword and stabbed him in the head, the tin bent and the husband woke up. She comforted him with some unease, and her husband fell asleep again. The next day, the king summoned her and asked her how things were going. "I followed your advice and it didn't work," she said. So the king ordered her to tell his wise men about her plans, and her husband was called to tell his story. The king asked triumphantly, "How is it? Didn't I tell you not to praise women? I told you so many examples just to show you how untrustworthy women are," the fox said to the leopard. "They always cheat a man while he's alive and betray him when he's dead. But how can my wife hurt me after I'm dead?" Leopard asked suspiciously. "Listen," said the fox again, "I'm going to tell you something more vile than anything I've ever said. When the king of Rome was hanging a man, he always waited 10 days before allowing him to be buried. In order to prevent the body from being stolen by relatives and friends of the deceased, they always send a high-ranking official to guard the body at night. If the body was stolen, the high-ranking official would be hanged from a tree instead of the body. Once, a high-ranking man on earth rose up to rebel against the king, and he was caught and hanged in a tree. At midnight, screams of pain were heard not far away, and the guarding officials were horrified by the sudden sound. He rode his horse and ran along the place where the sound was made, trying to see what was going on. He came to a cemetery where ordinary people were buried and saw a weeping woman mourning her dead husband. He accompanied her to the city gate, comforted her, and sent her home. Back to his post. The next night, the same thing happened again. When the official comforted her, her heart suddenly fell in love with the official. Her dead husband had been completely forgotten by her. Unexpectedly, just as they were falling in love, oh my gosh, the corpse is gone. I'm going to run away, otherwise, I'll pay a heavy price for this, he said uneasily. Don't be afraid, we can dig my husband's body out of the grave and hang it from a tree to replace the one that was stolen, she said. He cried, I cannot drag a man out of his grave. I fear the punishment of the god of death. It makes sense to dig a dead man out of the grave in order to keep the living from going into the grave. Let me do it alone, and I will dig him out, said the woman. She had just done this terrible thing when the officer shouted again, alas! Your husband is full of thick hair, and the corpse of my guard is bald. They will find the loophole. It's okay, I'll make him bald, the woman said. So, in disgust, she shaved off his hair and hung him from a tree. Within a few days, the lovers were married. Fox finally finished its persuasion. After hearing this story, the leopard's teeth were itching, and he said to his wife angrily, Get up and follow me, or I'll kill you. Together, they took the children and followed the fox's guidance to the place they had promised, and set up camp in the water. The fox said goodbye to them and laughed with excitement. 7 days passed, and one night, it rained heavily and the river swelled, swept away the leopard family. I'm so stupid, why don't I listen to my wife? Leopard sighed. So it just died. Talmud Collection, Part 1, The Arrogant Little Lion. Susie accompanies you to read. There was a lion cub who was arrogant. He heard that man is the worst animal, so he wanted to find him and teach him a good lesson. So the little lion left the house and went out to look for someone. On the way, he met a very thin donkey with scars on its back. It asked the donkey, Have you ever seen a man? I heard that he is very bad. Donkey looked behind him, he is really cruel. He let me carry him every day, often let me grind him, and beat me with whips when he didn't move. By the way, he is not far away, I just passed him, he escaped from his hand. After speaking, the donkey ran away in a panic. The little lion then walked forward, and after a while, a tired camel came running towards him. Have you seen the man? The lion asked it. Just behind me, I sneaked out while he was asleep. Camel replied as he ran past the little lion. Not long after walking, the little lion saw a man. Are you a man? It asked. I'm a carpenter, the man replied. What does a carpenter do? Asked the little lion. As a housemaker, I've made a lot of houses. Let me make a house for you. You'll love it. The carpenter said to the little lion with a smile. After speaking, the carpenter picked up the tools and started to work, and soon made a box. The carpenter said to the little lion, You go to the house to try it out and see how big it is. I will make you a house of the right size, so you can live in it comfortably. The little lion got into the box, and then the carpenter said, Put your tail in too. The little lion circled his tail again. The carpenter quickly put the board over the box, and then drove the nails hard until there was no seam between the board and the box. The donkey and camel walked for a while, hungry and thirsty. They think it's better to stay with people, at least not worry about eating and drinking. So they come back to people. So the man tied the box to the camel and set off on the donkey. Old age, there was a Jewish clown who was very sad that his life was coming to an end. For a long time he served the powerful at the court in Baghdad, entertaining them whenever he could. But on one occasion, he unwittingly annoyed his master, and he was in danger of being beheaded. But, said the master, for all the years of laughter you have brought me, I let you choose your own way of dying. Merciful master, replied the joker, if all the ways of dying you think it's the same, then I choose to die of old age. The village chief and the devil. There is a village where people are often infested by the devil. In order to make the villagers live a peaceful life, the brave village chief decided to find the devil and get rid of it. The village chief finally found the devil and defeated it. Just as he drew out his knife to destroy the devil said to the village chief, Wait a minute, allow me to say a few words before killing me. The village chief agreed. What will you gain by killing me? Said the devil, if you spare me, I will repay you. Then what good will it do for me to spare you? Asked the village chief. The devil replied, if you let me live, I will put 20 gold coins by your bed every night until the last day of your life." The village chief was shaken. He thought about it for a while, accepted the devil's condition, and let the devil go. However, the devil only left gold coins for the village chief on the nights of the first 3 days. On the morning of the 4th day, no gold coins appeared under the village chief's pillow. He got angry and went out again to find the devil. Soon, the village chief met the devil in the old place. He dueled with the devil again, but he lost, was thrown to the ground by the devil, and when the devil raised the knife, the village chief asked to ask a question. The devil agreed. The village chief asked, "Why did I beat you the first time, but lost to you this time?" The devil said, "The first time you fought me for justice, this time you fought me for selfishness. So, the first time you will win, and this time you will lose." The Talmud Part 1, The Devil's Gift, 1. Susie accompanies you to read. Once upon a time, in a township, there was a rich man. He owns innumerable gold, all kinds of precious gem-set silver, and much land. Although he had so much wealth, he was stingy, and he never helped those in distress. He also wouldn't go to a synagogue, because to get there, he would have to donate. Therefore, others gave him the nickname, the miser. However, this miser was also sometimes selfless. He volunteered as a circumcision, circumcising the newborns in the neighborhood and consecrating them to God. How devoutly he performed his duties. Sometimes he spends his time, energy, and financial resources to travel far away to help others. He treats rich and poor alike. One day, he was standing in front of his house. "My wife has just given birth to a son, and I want you to sacrament my son." A stranger approached him and said, "It's my duty." "I'll go with you." "Wait a moment," said the miser. "Tell me, where do you live?" The stranger replied, "I live far away, but my horse is strong, and my carriage is light, and I should be there soon." The miser came into the house, carefully checked the locked box containing the treasures, then locked the door and courtyard door, and set off with the stranger in peace. In the beginning, the stranger was driving leisurely in the carriage, and the miser knew his surroundings very well, so he knew where he was. Suddenly, the stranger whipped the horse, and the carriage ran fast. They crossed the fields, over the valleys, and past the woods, and all around them was a gray mist, and night fell. The miser in the carriage could not hear the chirping of the birds, nor the humming of the bees, nor the running water of the brook. There was silence all around. Finally, the moon came out, and the miser looked around in horror. He was terrified when he found that the horse could not see a shadow in the moonlight. The horse was running fast, and the sound of the horse's neighing and the rapid sound of hoofs echoed around. The miser felt that the road was never ending. "Where are you taking me?" he asked in a trembling voice. The stranger comforted him. "We're almost there." Just then, a hazy morning light appeared in the sky, and the sun climbed to the top of the mountain, gently illuminating the small village, and the fog cleared. The hamlet in a quiet valley was so peaceful that the miser had never seen it before. The stranger slowed down, and the carriage drove slowly home. As soon as they entered the village, the villagers all greeted them, Zor Yalakun. The enthusiastic people greeted them. The servant led the horse into the stable, and the miser entered the house accompanied by the master. Everything in the house surprised him. The decor in the room is incredible, the furniture made of gold, silver, and precious stones, the doors made of ivory, even the locks, bolts, and nails are made of gold and silver. When the master temporarily left the room, "What precious gift will he give me?" the miser thought to himself. Out of curiosity, the miser went from one house to another, and finally, he came to a woman's room. What a classy room! A woman was lying on a silver bed, and beside her was a golden cradle in which a baby lay. When the woman sees him, let him go. "Nice to meet you," she said. "I appreciate your doing so much for me, and I'll repay you. I'll tell you a secret in return. You're not with ordinary people now. Everyone here, they're all devils. The man who brought you is my husband, and he's a devil too. He tricked you here with a lie. Everything you saw just now was an illusion, including those eye-catching gold and gems, all illusory." The miser was so frightened that he almost lost consciousness. The young mother went on to say, I was also tricked by him. When I was a child, I was ignorant. His gifts confused me and made me fall into the devil's trap. Later, the devil married me. I was hopeless, but you are still alive. The Talmud Part 1, The Devil's Gift, 2. Susie accompanies you to read. The miser stood there in horror and cried in despair, I'm done. The woman admonished him, to be clear, don't eat anything here, don't drink anything, and don't accept any gift from my husband, whether precious or insignificant. Trembling with fright, the miser shuffled away from her. He regretted coming here with strangers and leaving behind so much land and treasure. Now, he not only has nothing, but is firmly controlled by the devil. In the evening, there was a commotion outside, and the miser heard the sound of carriages and the cries of devils. The devils kept pouring in, needless to say, to congratulate the circumcision ceremony. Again, he came to the woman and child's room. There were also devil guests in the room, and the devils took pleasure in hurting newborn babies, so he chanted prayers and incantations to protect them. The devils ate and drank as much as they wanted, and the celebration gradually became lively and ridiculous. However, all food and wine were declined by the miser. The cradle in the middle of the room shone brightly, but he felt his soul shrouded in gloomy darkness. He thought of the terrible things his unfortunate young mother had told him, and decided to ignore everything. That night, he was lying in bed, always worried, and could not sleep. The next morning, the miser was led into the synagogue, and the church was full of devil worshippers. They politely invited the miser to be the lead singer of the hymn. He began to sing in agony, and the demons followed him, and the horrific sound entered his ears, almost freezing the blood on him. After everyone prayed, the miser performed the circumcision ceremony for the child. After the ceremony, it was customary for those present to have some refreshments, but he excused it with a special day of fasting. At this time, the host said to him slyly, our duty to entertain guests is not only to respect the guests, but also to postpone the banquet until the evening when the guests can eat. Hearing this, the miser was completely disappointed. He thought about how his soul would not go to hell after he died. The day passed quickly, and at night, the master led him to the feast of the devils. During the banquet, the devils ate, drank, and married to their heart's content, and only the miser sat sadly and silently. When they forced him to accept food, he shied away as sick. The devils were more and more happy, but the miser was more and more afraid. Suddenly, the master gestured to him, motioning him to follow him to another room. Frightened and sad, the Scrooge thought as he walked, this is my last moment on earth. When the devil opened the door to the room, the miser's eyes were straight, for the room was full of precious silverware. The devil said, I'm very grateful to you. You've done so much for me. I'm going to give you a gift. You can choose any one of them and keep it as a souvenir. The miser stood there terrified. Thank you for your kindness. I have all your silverware at home. He blurted out. The devil led him silently into another room, where everything was made of gold. The devil asked, do you like what's here? I have a lot of gold at home, thank you for your kindness, the miser replied hastily. The devil led him quietly into the next room again. The Scrooge stood there in amazement. There was no precious silver and gold in this room, and the room was full of various keychains. How could such an ordinary iron keychain make him so excited? And those gold and silver treasures, he seems indifferent. It's strange, the devil whispered. The startled miser forgot his fear for a moment because he saw the familiar keychain hanging on a nail. The devil reached out and took it off. This is my key, the key to my chest full of treasures, cried the miser, trembling all over. Don't worry about even your keys. Don't tremble, don't become so pale. You refuse to accept any gifts from me, but you have helped me a lot, but I can only express my gratitude in other ways. The devil answered coldly. I am the devil, the master of all sinful souls, including people like you, who have a lot of treasure and are very rich, but are stingy and never help others. Such people are never the true owner of wealth, because we the devil watch over treasures, have the keys to your treasure chests, though we don't like treasures. Take it, this is your key, and be the master of your wealth. The miser quickly picked up the keys. The devil called for a carriage, and the miser got into the carriage, and the carriage began to run fast. No soon, the carriage came to the door of his house, and the miser got out of the carriage, and before he could stand still, the carriage disappeared without a trace. He went into the room and opened all the treasure chests, took out all the precious treasures, and gave alms to the poor. Since then, he has started a beautiful new life. Since then, people no longer call him miser, on the contrary, everyone regards him as a model of aristocracy. When he died, people prayed that he rested forever. The Talmud Part 1 of the Farmer and the Liar, 1. Susie accompanies you to read. A farmer led a goat and rode a donkey into the city to go to the market. I met 3 liars on the way. One of the swindlers took the goat away by untying the bell from the neck of the goat and tying it to the tail of the donkey, while the farmer was dozing on the back of the donkey. After a while, the farmer woke up and, by chance, looked back and saw that the goat was gone. The farmer was busy searching when another liar came over and asked the farmer eagerly what he was looking for. The farmer said the goats were stolen. The liar pointed to the woods in the distance and said, "I just saw a man walking by with a goat. It must be him. Go after him." The farmer was in a hurry to chase the goat, so he gave the donkey to the good man to take care of it. When he came back, the donkey and the good man were gone. The farmer cried as he walked, and when he came to a pond, he found a man even more sad than he cried. The farmer is very strange. Is there anyone more unlucky than me? Just ask the man why he is crying. The man told the farmer that he had accidentally dropped his bag of gold coins into the water, but he couldn't swim. He said that if the farmer was willing to fish the bag for him, he would give him 20 gold coins. The farmer was overjoyed when he heard it, and thought to himself, "This is good. With 20 gold coins, the lost donkey and sheep will be fully recovered, not to mention, there is still a surplus." He hurriedly took off his clothes and jumped into the water. When he dived out of the water empty-handed, he found that the man was gone, and he was carrying clothes and dry food with only a little money left. Populous Euphratica in the desert. On both sides of a vast desert, there are 2 villages. There are 2 ways to reach the opposite village. One is to go around the desert, which takes at least 20 days. The other is to cross the desert, which only takes 3 days. But crossing the desert is extremely dangerous, and many people try to cross, but they are all buried in the desert. One day, a wise man passed by and gave the villagers an idea to plant a populous Euphratica tree every half a mile to the village opposite the desert. He said, "If these poplar trees are lucky enough to survive, you can come and go along the poplar trees. If they don't survive, you can walk along the dead saplings, but everyone who passes by must pull up the sapling so as not to be caught. The sand has been annihilated." As a result, these poplar saplings were all burned to death by the scorching sun and burning sand and turned into road signs. Along these road signs, the people of the 2 villages walked safely for more than 10 years. One summer, a non-local monk insisted on going alone to the opposite village to seek alms. Everyone told him, "You can walk along these populous Euphratica, but please insert the populous Euphratica that is going to be poured down deeper, and pull up the one that is about to be annihilated by the wind and sand." The monk carried a bag of water and some dry food on his way. On the way, he really met a lot of populous Euphratica that were about to be annihilated, but he thought, "I'll leave this time anyway, it doesn't matter if I disappear." He ignored these populous Euphratica, and he also turned a blind eye to those populous Euphratica that were about to fall. Just as the monk walked into the depths of the desert, a sudden gust of wind blew in the quiet desert, flying sand and rocks. Many populous Euphratica were annihilated by the thick quicksand, and some populous Euphratica even disappeared, and the monk walked around like a headless fly. But never got out of this desert. 10 questions. King Alexander of Macedon successfully invaded Jerusalem and then marched south with his army. When they reached the first city, the wise men of the city came out to meet the conquerors. "I'll ask you 10 questions," he said. "If you can answer, I'll let you go." A voice said, "Speak, king. Which distance is far, from east to west, or from heaven to hell?" Alexander asked. "From east to west, your majesty. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west, and we can easily see it without hurting our eyes. But when the sun is in heaven, we cannot see it with the naked eye, because it hurts the eyes, which means the sun is closer to us in heaven than from east to west." Heaven and earth, which one was created first? The Talmud, Part 1, The Farmer and the Cheater, 2. Susie accompanies you to read. Heaven. Because the Bible says, God began to create heaven and earth. Which one of light and darkness was created first? When hearing this question, smart people don't give an answer first. Instead think, if we say that the Bible says that darkness came first, he wants to know more and more and asks harder questions, like, what is above heaven and below earth, before heaven and after earth, what's there, what's after them, and so on. So we'd better say the question is too hard to answer. So they said, "Your Majesty, the man who can answer your question has not yet been born." "In that case," said Alexander, "I will ask you some simple questions. Tell me," he continued, "what is it like to be wise? A person who can predict the future. What is a hero? A man who can conquer himself. What kind of people are rich people? A contented person. How can one preserve life? When he killed himself. What they mean, when a man dies of all his desires. What can be enough to make a man die by himself? When he misses life. What they mean, when he is enslaved by desire. What does one do to win friends? He was far from honor and despised rule and kingship. What a foolish answer!" Alexander exclaimed. "It is easy for a man to win friends, he must seek honor. Then he can do things for the people in his seat. Where is the best place for a man to live? On land or in water?" Alexander continued. "It's better to live on dry land, that's what anyone who's ever gone to sea would say. They live on the water and never get peace of mind, they're in constant anxiety." As a final question, Alexander asked, "Who is the smartest among you?" "Just as smart. You saw us answering your question at the same time. Why do you flee and do not obey my decrees? Are you not afraid of the great Alexander?" "Your Majesty, the gods of hell also force human beings to obey them. Whoever resists him is honorable." Alexander was very angry when he heard these words. "How can you talk to me like that?" he said. "Don't you know that I can kill you all with a single word?" The wise man replied calmly, "Of course we know, Your Majesty. But how can someone like you who is about to become a great emperor lie? You promised us that you would let us go as long as you answered all the questions you asked." Hearing this, Alexander calmed down and gave the wise man expensive clothes and gold chains. "I'll let you sail to Africa now," he told them. "To Africa?" The wise man was stunned. "Why?" "You'll find the mountains towering over there. They'll block your way." "So what should I do?" Alexander asked. "How can I find the right way there?" "Find the donkey from this far place, Lou," replied the wise man. "They can be seen in the dark. Tie them with twine and hold them tight, and then you can pass those mountains safely." So Alexander did as they said, and arrived safely at his destination. The Talmud Part 1, The Wise Daughter, 1. Susie accompanies you to read. Once upon a time, there was a nobleman who rented his house to 3 Jews. One has a concession to develop the forest, another runs a mill, the third, the poorest, runs a small hotel. One day the nobles called them together and said, "I want to ask you 3 questions. What is the most agile in the world? What is the fattest? What is the cutest? Someone who can give the correct answer, I'll forgive him 10 years of rent. But if the answer is wrong, he'll leave here forever with his stuff." The Jew, who owned the forest concession and owned the mill, decided to give the following answer without much thought. The nobleman's horse is the quickest in the world, the nobleman's pig is the fattest, and the nobleman's wife is the cutest. But The poor innkeeper went home sadly. He only had 3 days to think about these questions. He racked his brains and couldn't come up with an answer to the question. The innkeeper has a daughter who is beautiful and witty. She didn't know why her father was so worried, so she asked. He told her 3 questions of nobles. "Can I not worry?" he called. "I can't think of an answer anyway." "Don't worry about it, father," she told him. "The questions are simple. The quickest thing in the world is the mind, the fattest thing is the earth, and the loveliest thing is sleep." 2 days came, and all 3 Jews went to the owner of the house. The first 2 Jews gave their answers first, thinking that they would be able to flatter the owner of the house. "You are all wrong," shouted the nobleman. "Get your things out of here, and never come back." However, when he heard the answer from the hotel owner, he was curious. "I like your answer," he told him, "but I want to know who gave you the answer, and it's certainly not something you came up with." "It's my daughter," replied the innkeeper. "Your daughter," said the nobleman in amazement. "Since she's so clever, I'd love to see her. In 3 days, you bring her to see me. But listen carefully, she can neither come on foot nor on horseback, no clothes, no clothes. She has to bring me a gift that is not a gift." The innkeeper went home more worried. "How is it, father? What are you worried about?" his daughter asked him. So he told his daughter what the nobleman had said to him. "There's nothing to worry about," she said. "Go to the market and buy a net, a goat, a pair of pigeons, and a few pounds of meat." He did as she said and bought back what she wanted. When the appointed time came, she was not clothed, but a fishnet, so that she was nothing but naked. Then she rode on the goat, dragging her feet on the ground, so that she neither rode nor walked. At the end is the meat in one hand and the dove in the other. So she came to the noble house. Then the nobleman saw her coming by the window, and let out his dog, who jumped at her, and she threw the meat at them. So the dog pounced on the meat and let her go. "I brought you gifts that are not gifts," she said to the noble, 2 doves in outstretched hands. Suddenly she released the birds, and they flew out the window. The nobleman was fascinated by her witty words and deeds. "You are so clever," he cried. "I want to marry you, but on one condition, you must not interfere in my affairs." She agreed, and he took her as his wife. One day she was standing by the window and saw a farmer passing by sobbing. "Why are you crying?" she asked. "My neighbor and I have a stable in partnership," he said. "I have a mare, and he has a carriage. Last night, my mare gave birth to a pony in my neighbor's carriage. So my neighbor, he insisted that the pony belonged to him. So I dragged him to the nobleman, but the nobleman supported him and said the pony belonged to him. I don't think it's fair to deal with it that way." "Listen to me," said the nobleman's wife. "Take a hook to my husband's window, and you will find a pile of sand there. Then pretend to fish there. My husband will ask you strangely, 'In the sand, can you catch fish in the heap?' You answer, 'If the wagon can have ponies, I can catch fish in the sand.'" Okay. Here is our sharing for today. If you like Susie Channel, you are welcome to click, subscribe, follow, share, forward our channel. Your support is our driving force. See you next time.